Chapter 103. When he arrived at the hospital, he went straight to the VIP ward. Su Jixian's father, Su Feng, was smoking in the corridor. As soon as he saw Qin Baiyuan, he threw away the cigarette and walked over, grabbing Qin Baiyuan by the collar. "You bastard! How can you treat my daughter like this?" Qin Baiyuan felt guilty. "I'm sorry, uncle, it's my fault. You think a simple apology is enough? Look at my daughter. Look at what you've done to her. She's young and beautiful. She could have married a good man, but because of you, she was delayed. Do you think I, Su Feng, need to give you a daughter to please you and cooperate with Blue Sky? If it weren't for my daughter begging me to help you, I wouldn't care at all. My daughter gave up her reputation and family for you. But how did you treat her in the end? Now she was pushed down the stairs by your wife, and she even had a miscarriage. How could she live in the future?" Other than saying sorry, Qin Baiyuan had nothing else to say. But at this moment, an apology was the weakest thing he could say, so he simply kept silent. Su Feng roared, "Answer me. What should my daughter do? I'm the one who delayed her. I won't pester her anymore. If you want to end your cooperation with Blue Sky, I can understand. Blue Sky won't hold you accountable." Su Feng was furious when he heard that. "You don't want my daughter anymore? You'll abandon her when you're tired of playing with her? Don't hold me accountable? You're so generous. Do you think I care about that little money? What I care about is my daughter, you bastard." Seeing that Su Feng was about to hit him with his fist, Su Jixian's weak voice came from the ward. "Dad, is Baiyuan here?" Her voice was very urgent, full of expectation, and Su Feng's heart was about to break. "Dad, let Baiyuan in. I want to see him." Su Feng shook off Qin Baiyuan, pointed at his face, and warned him fiercely, "If you dare to hurt her again, I'll make you die a horrible death." There were only two people in the ward, Qin Baiyuan and Su Jixian. Su Jixian was still in the infusion. She was wearing a striped hospital gown. Her face was pale and haggard, which made Qin Baiyuan feel bad. He knew himself. He was a little arrogant and despotic. After getting married, his temper had become very violent and fickle. But deep down, he was still a kind person who could not bear to hurt others. He was not an ungrateful person. Su Jixian had been with him for more than a year, and he remembered all the kindness she had shown him. He had always hoped that they could part on good terms, but he did not expect that things would turn out like this. After a long silence, Qin Baiyuan finally moved his dry lips and spoke. "Are you okay?" "Not good. Not good at all." Su Jixian's hand falls on her abdomen, and her eyes turn red with tears. "Our child is gone. I'm so sad. I promised to abort the child, but I didn't expect that it would be killed by Shu Jing. She was so cruel that she pushed me downstairs." Qin Baiyuan wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words when they were on the tip of his tongue and did not speak. "Qin Baiyuan, I know you don't want a child, but Shu Jing is too inhumane to treat me like this. She killed your child. You have to avenge me. You can't just let it go like this." Qin Baiyuan said, "Jixian, I told you long ago that that woman was vicious, but you didn't believe me. Now you see it. She knew that I was pregnant, but she still pushed me downstairs. You can see how cruel she is. She is simply Just when she was gnashing her teeth, Qin Baiyuan's voice floated over. "She didn't push you downstairs." Su Jixian felt as if she had been hit by a stick. She opened her eyes in shock and could not believe what she had heard. "What did you say?" Shu Jing didn't push you downstairs. You were the one who wanted to frame her. How could it be? Did she quibble?" "Qin Baiyuan, don't believe that woman's words. She's so cunning, and she definitely won't admit it. So many people saw it. She pushed me, and that's why I rolled down the stairs. That's our child. How could I bear to do that?" Qin Baiyuan interrupted her. "I know Shu Jing. She wouldn't do that kind of thing." "What do you mean? Do you think that she's a good person and I am a bad person?" Su Jixian struggled to sit up. "Don't move." Qin Baiyuan held her down. "You are still on the drip. Don't move." However, Su Jixian's emotions were very agitated, and he screamed loudly. "How can you believe that she doesn't believe me? I'm very sure that she wouldn't do such a thing." "How do you know?" At that time, I said a few unpleasant words. She was emotional and pushed me several times. They all saw it. Qin Baiyuan, Su Jixian was heartbroken. I have been with you for more than a year. Am I not as good as that woman? Don't you hate her very much? Why are you still helping her? I didn't help her. In the end, it is all my fault. I have no right to blame you. I can make up for my mistakes in any way you want, but I must end our relationship. This was the second time he said such words. Last time, Su Zhixian could still beg him to change his mind. But this time, she was very clear that Qin Baiyuan really wanted to end their relationship. His eyes were very firm. Despair shrouded her heart. Su Zhixian did not cry, but her expression was even more miserable than crying. In my current situation, you still want to break up with me? Do you still have any humanity? If I continue to drag this on, I will hurt you. It is because I have not been decisive enough that led to this situation today. I can't go on like this. I have let you down in the past. In the future, I will not provoke you again. You will definitely find a man who is truly worthy of your love. Being his woman for more than a year, coupled with the miscarriage, Su Zhixian felt that she had spent her whole life on him. But in the end, what did she get in return for her deep love? He wanted to end everything with just a sentence of, I don't want to drag you down. Let's break up. When a man was cruel, it really made people want to stab him to death and die with him. Su Zhixian was in so much pain that she stepped on her pride and begged. It is my fault. I will be obedient. Let's be like before, okay? I really love you. Don't abandon me, please. She looked like she was crying. If he hardened his heart to reject her, Qin Baiyuan felt that he was simply not a human. But at this time, he must harden his heart and not be sloppy. He stood up with a resolute expression. Ignoring her begging, he quickly left. He was running away from the condemnation of his own conscience. After leaving the hospital, Qin Baiyuan drove aimlessly on the street. In the end, he had nowhere to go, so he could only go home. Qin Yuning and Yin Jingqi were both in Azure City, so he thought that there was no one at home. When he entered the room, he was too lazy to turn on the light and directly threw his coat on the sofa. A figure jumped up from the bed. Who is it? When the light came on, both of them were still in a state of shock. They were surprised to see each other. Shu Jing was having a nightmare and was suddenly woken up. He was in a bad mood. He touched his heart in a daze and was sweating profusely. Why are you back? Qin Baiyuan was even more surprised. Are you at home? Where am I if not at home? Qin Baiyuan was a little happy in his heart, but after a short second, it immediately disappeared. He began to lose his temper and roared at Shu Jing. You still know that this is home? Now, for you, isn't the place with Mr. C home? How can a golden phoenix like you live in this broken place? They quarreled again for no reason. Shu Jing was also very upset. He got up, poured a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Baiyuan also squeezed to her side, and she instinctively dodged. What are you doing? I'm taking the cup. Qin Baiyuan raised his voice and shouted at her. What else do you think I'm doing? That damned woman. Now, as long as he approached her, she would be as agitated as a fighting cock, as if she was going to fight him to the death. In the past, she had always begged him to give her a child, but now that she had Mr. C, she turned her back on him and even kept a distance from him. Was she trying to keep her virginity for Mr. C? Qin Baiyuan took a cup from behind Shu Jing. The distance between the two was a little close, and she was still between him and the cabinet, which was quite out of place. Qin Baiyuan had a faint fragrance on his body. In the past, Shu Jing liked it very much. It was said that liking a person starts from liking his smell. She believed this without a doubt. However, now she didn't seem to be so infatuated. Instead, she thought of the smell on Si Wenqin's body. Thinking of this, Shu Jing's mind flashed for a moment. Qin Baiyuan immediately caught this and violently grabbed her wrist. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Mr. C again? Thinking about him in front of me? Do you think I'm dead? Why do you care what I'm thinking? Do you even want to control my thoughts now? This hard sentence made Qin Baiyuan speechless for a few seconds. He could only roar unreasonably. Yes, you're my wife. Everything about you is under my control. If it was a month ago, when Qin Baiyuan said that she was his wife, Shu Jing might be moved to tears. But now, everything was different. Qin Baiyuan yelled at her, but it didn't mean that he took her seriously. He didn't even treat her as a person. It was just a man's bad habit. If he didn't want it, others shouldn't think about it. That's all. He was emotional, but Shi Shujing was extraordinarily calm. He seemed to sneer. Then I'm sorry. You can't control my thoughts. After that, she got out from under his armpit. Qin Baiyuan followed. What do you mean by can't control your thoughts? Not only do you want to betray me with your body, but also your heart. I can't control you thinking about Mr. C in front of me, right? No matter who I think about, it's really out of your control. Looking at his crazy look, Shi Shujing suddenly felt a little relieved. Before, he was with different women every day. She was very painful, but there was no way to change it. She could only be angry with herself. Sometimes she even gnashed her teeth with hatred and had the impulse to commit suicide. He really didn't expect that the situation would be reversed today. He, Qin Baiyuan, became the crazy and powerless person. God was really fair. So you admit that you betrayed me? Does it make a difference whether I admit it or not? Anyway, you have already confirmed it. If I say no, you will also believe that I do. Why should I lie? Chapter 104. Shi Shujing didn't say anything. What do you mean by not saying anything? That means you were pregnant? Shi Shujing didn't want to be entangled in this topic, so he changed the topic. Did you come back because of Su Zhixian's matter? What about now? Do you want to seek justice for her? Qin Baiyuan originally believed her, even now, but now he was angry and his tone was very harsh. That's right. I just want to avenge her. Shi Shujing looked at him indifferently. Then how do you want to avenge her? Divorce? Shi Shujing didn't expect that the words he had been holding in his heart for so many days, but he couldn't muster up the courage to say it, would be said in this quiet night in such a hostile atmosphere. After mustering up the courage dozens of times, he still couldn't resist the impulse for a second. He looked at him indifferently. Qin Baiyuan was stunned. It was as if a sledgehammer had viciously smashed his heart. His eyebrows loosened, then loosened. This repeated a few times. He opened his mouth and mumbled, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. His tall and straight body trembled slightly. He had said the word divorce countless times, but it was the first time from Shi Shujing's mouth. It was very strange, making him have a strong feeling of inability to accept it. What did you say? Divorce? Shi Shujing was also stunned for a few seconds. Since she was a teenager, when she just understood what love was, she fell in love with Qin Baiyuan. Gradually it became fate. Her feelings for Qin Baiyuan were the same as her life and breathing. It was natural and something she depended on for survival. She admitted that she was selfish to force him to marry, but she always thought that she would give him happiness and influence him with love. But she was disappointed day by day. Love was the only thing in this world that couldn't be forced. If she didn't love, she wouldn't love. Even if she died for him, she couldn't change this fact. In the past, she might have continued to live the life of a zombie in this marriage with a sense of despair, but recently, too much had changed. She hated these changes, but she had to admit that it was precisely because of these changes that she was forced to recognize reality step by step. Su Zhixian's miscarriage was a heavy blow to her. She felt that love could make a woman so scary. This was no longer love, but madness. In order to get a man, she was willing to sacrifice her child and frame others. This was equivalent to committing a crime. She thought of herself. How was she not like Su Zhixian? She married Qin Baiyuan at all costs. Even if he was suffering because of it, she was still wishful thinking. She was afraid that she would become more stubborn and unreasonable. Sooner or later, she would be tortured into a lunatic. With this thought, Shi Shujing's attitude became firmer. She did not want a divorce immediately. She just saw it more clearly and wanted to make her attitude clear. She did not want to torture herself anymore, nor did she want to make Qin Baiyuan feel wronged. Marriage was not revenge. If he betrayed her, she would betray him to take revenge. That would be too despicable. Yes, divorce. Shi Shujing looked into his eyes. I don't want to become a tragedy like Su Zhixian. What does it have to do with Su Zhixian? Why did you drag her into this? The blue veins on Qin Baiyuan's forehead bulged, and he gritted his teeth. You are obviously making a fuss and looking for excuses. Don't want to become her? Ha! Why don't you be more hypocritical and say that you will help us? You are simply the most disgusting woman in the world. Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't you divorce because you want to be with Mr. C? To put it bluntly, you have him and don't like me anymore. You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river, right? Is the Qin family not enough to satisfy you? You are really ambitious. You are making a fuss. Shu Jing retorted. If it wasn't for Mr. C, would our marriage have lasted? You and I know that such a relationship is torture for us, especially for you. I'm afraid that you haven't had a good day in the past 3 years. Every day, you want me dead, don't you? People say that love kills each other, but we don't even love each other. It's just my wishful thinking that I love you, and I don't want to let you go. But now, if it's possible, I hope to change. I think this is also the best for you. Yes, this marriage is a grave, and the past 3 years are torture. But why didn't you think of letting me go at that time? I asked for a divorce again and again, but you still pestered me. In the end, it's all because of Mr. C. Now that I'm in the way of you two being together, you have a better choice and want to dump me. That's it. Shu Jing, why don't you just admit it? Shu Jing pursed his lips. Yes, he does have an impact on my life, but that's not the main point. The main point is that I've had enough of this kind of life. Shut up. Bang. Qin Baiyuan smashed the cup on the ground, and the pieces flew everywhere. A small piece even scratched Shu Jing's calf. She was shocked and looked at him in fear. Qin Baiyuan couldn't contain his anger. His whole face was twitching as he roared. Betrayal is betrayal. Stop looking for excuses. You've had enough of me? I've had enough of you long ago. Do you think I'm willing to face a woman who puts a hat on my head? You don't know how disgusting I am when I look at you. I want to strangle you. He gritted his teeth. But you've pestered me for 3 years and killed my child. Now you want to leave and live with your adulterer? How can there be such a good thing? Su Zhixian's miscarriage was a trap she set up herself. She knew that you didn't want the child, so she went downstairs and framed me. Do you think everyone is as ruthless as you? You're a bitch with a venomous heart. I didn't. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. But I'll never admit to something I didn't do. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Baiyuan striding over. Then, Shu Jing's chin was gripped tightly and pushed against the wall. The back of her head hit the wall, and it hurt. Her vision turned black, and Shu Jing couldn't breathe for a few seconds. However, the sharp pain in her chin forced her to wake up. She was forced to open her eyes, and when she saw Qin Baiyuan's crazed and angry face, she felt terrified. His hands were clenched into fists, as though he could throw a punch at her at any time. In such an atmosphere, Shu Jing felt a chill run down her spine, and her whole body was trembling. That beautiful face at this moment became ferocious and angry, like a devil. It was so terrifying that her teeth were chattering. He angrily stared at her, as though he wanted to kill her. His hot breath blew on her face, and his fingers exerted force. She could hear her jaw cracking, as though it was going to be broken in the next second. You damn woman, you're ruthless. I really didn't expect that I would be betrayed by you. Fine, you're really amazing. Even Mr. C was hooked by you. No wonder you're so eager to get rid of me. Now, in your eyes, I can't even compare to one of his fingers, right? Shu Jing didn't make a sound. She didn't know what to say, so she silently accepted his angry questioning. And her silence made the anger in Qin Baiyuan's heart soar higher. When he thought about the woman he hated the most actually put a hat on him, and now she wanted to get rid of him for her adulterer, he didn't know how to vent his anger. It was as uncomfortable as overturning the sea, and everything stimulated his most ferocious side. I told you to speak. Qin Baiyuan was flustered and exasperated as he roared in her ear. Shu Jing was tired of dealing with him. This is not a question of comparison. It's just that everyone is in pain right now. I just want to find the best solution so that we can both be free. Free each other? Ah, it's you who can be free. Did you forget how you used to pester me? What about now? Letting you stay by my side is torture for you, right? Qin Baiyuan continued to roar in her ear and even push her a bit. Shu Jing once again hit the wall. It was so painful, and her whole body felt like it was falling apart. But she bit her lips and silently endured all of this, silently resisting. You say something, damn it. Qin Baiyuan felt that his anger was like punching the air. He couldn't get any response from the other party. He was angry, but he couldn't find any way to vent it. He was about to go crazy. When he realized how ridiculous and pathetic his behavior was, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It was as if the strength in his body was suddenly sucked out, and he let go. Fine. If you want a divorce, I agree. As long as you get the Ocean Group project, I'll sign it immediately. The anger suddenly became quite quiet. Qin Baiyuan's mouth twitched coldly and said sarcastically, "But I think this is a very easy thing for you. You just need to tell the adulterer, and he will definitely sign the contract, right? Just take it that I'm helping you two bastards." After saying that, he left and slammed the door. Shi Shujing's body also trembled a bit, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. In the past 1,000 days and nights, when she stayed in this empty room alone, she had never been so desperate as she was now. He agreed to the divorce, but she had mixed feelings. When she got married, she had the idea of spending the rest of her life together. At that time, she was too naive. She never thought that a marriage with love, as the original intention, would end in such a way. So be it Shi Shujing still thought. Instead of continuing to suffer, it was better to end all of this in a carefree manner. Shi Shujing thought that Qin Baiyuan would leave the house. He didn't expect to see him coming out of the guest room in the morning. There was a staircase between them. The two of them stood face to face. It was obvious that they hadn't slept all night, and their faces were very haggard. When Qin Baiyuan saw her, it was as if he had seen his enemy. His originally unsightly face became even gloomier. He turned around and left. Shi Shujing waited for him to go downstairs before going down. They were about to go out one after the other. Qin Yuning rushed in with large strides. As soon as he entered the door, he slapped Qin Baiyuan, stunning him. Shi Shujing was also shocked. Yin Jingqi hurriedly followed in. When she saw this scene, she pushed Qin Yuning away and screamed, "Why did you have my son?" Qin Yuning was furious. Chapter 105. After Qin Baiyuan reacted, he realized what Qin Yuning was referring to. He felt a little guilty, but being beaten in front of Shi Shujing still made him feel humiliated. He was also annoyed and walked out regardless of anything. He was stopped by Qin Yuning. "What's with your attitude? I haven't finished speaking. How dare you leave? You already know. What else do you want me to say? Look at what you've done. Now, the rumors outside are spreading. Our Qin family has lost all face because of you." Seeing that Qin Yuning still wanted to hit Qin Baiyuan, Yin Jingqi was eager to protect her son and quickly stood in front of him. "If you want to hit me, then kill me. Get out of my way." "I won't." "Have you gone senile?" The culprit of this matter is Shi Shujing. "Why did you have my son? Even if you're biased, you can't do this." "I'm biased." Qin Yuning was so angry that he felt dizzy. He pointed at Qin Baiyuan and scolded. "If it wasn't for this bastard messing around outside, would this have happened? Get out of my way. I'll beat him to death today. I won't let him go. He's my son. If you want to beat me, then beat me to death. Mom, get out of my way." The scene was very chaotic. In addition, Qin Yuning was crazy with anger. Shi Shujing stood at the side, unable to intervene. At this moment, Su Feng barged in. The maid couldn't stop him. "Master, madam." Qin Yuning could only suppress his temper. "Old Su, why are you here?" "Of course. I'm here to seek justice for my daughter." Su Feng was furious. He looked like he was in a fight to the death. "You precious son, you got tired of playing with my daughter and wanted to dump her. Now my daughter wants to commit suicide. What do you think we should do? If I hadn't stopped him in time, my daughter would have been killed by him. But her current situation is no different from death. It's all thanks to your family." Yin Jingqi stepped forward to mediate. "Don't be angry. This matter hasn't been clarified yet. It's our responsibility, but Qin Baiyuan is not such an irresponsible person. There must be some misunderstanding." "Bullshit misunderstanding. He has already made it clear that he wants to break up with my daughter." "Old Su, that's possible." Before Yin Jingqi could finish speaking, she was pushed away by Su Feng. "Get lost. It has nothing to do with you." Qin Baiyuan hurriedly supported Yin Jingqi and stepped forward bravely. He was also annoyed. Uncle Su, I'm responsible for this. Don't touch my mother. If there's anything, let's go outside and talk about it. Don't make a fuss here. I have nothing to say to you. You destroyed my daughter, and you... Pointing at Shi Shujing, Su Feng's eyes emitted a sharp hatred. You want to run away after killing my grandson? How could there be such a cheap thing? Come back to the police station with me. As Su Feng spoke, he went to pull Shi Shujing. Before Qin Yuning could make a move, Qin Baiyuan had already rushed over to block him and protected Shi Shujing behind him. She's my wife. I will not allow you to do this to her. You actually covered for her? Since you love her so much, why did you mess with my daughter? Did you deliberately want to kill her? I don't care. In short, I won't let anyone bully my daughter like this. Today, she must go with me. The two of them started to pull, causing Yin Jingqi to run around anxiously. Baiyuan, just let him take her away. It was originally her fault. Let the police handle it. Don't interfere. All of you stop. Qin Yuning angrily rebuked, slightly stopping the chaotic situation. Qin Yuning's body had a kind of imposing aura that made Su Feng feel a bit afraid. Although the Su family was also a very powerful family in Flozen City, it was definitely not comparable to the Qin family. Right now, he was relying on the Qin family's guilt to dare to barge in and make a ruckus. If it was any other time, he would definitely not dare to offend the Qin family in the slightest. He was very angry that his daughter had interfered, but subconsciously, he also turned a blind eye to it. He hoped that his daughter would one day become the official, so he had to first eradicate this woman, Shi Shujing. His main purpose today was also to target Shi Shujing. Su Feng, my son let you down, I admit it. You can ask him to apologize, or even kowtow. If he's wrong, then he's wrong. I will definitely not be biased. However, Shi Shujing did not push her daughter downstairs. Yin Jingqi was completely shocked. She never expected that Qin Yuning would rather protect an outsider and push his own son to the heart of the struggle. She anxiously screamed, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's all Shi Shujing's fault. Can't you just let him grab her and bring her to the police station? Why are you still protecting her?" Qin Yuning signaled her to shut up with his eyes. He asked the maid to bring a notebook over and took out a USB from his pocket. This is the surveillance video of that night. Take a look for yourself. Was it Shi Shujing who pushed her daughter downstairs? Or was it she who framed Shi Shujing? Seeing that Qin Yuning was speaking with certainty, Su Feng felt a little uncertain and shouted, "I don't care what video it is. I only know that my daughter miscarried because of Shi Shujing. She must go to jail. You want to casually take away a person from my Qin family? What do you think I, Qin Yuning, am? I advise you not to act recklessly. With this video as proof, it will be a disgrace to your Su family if you go to the police station." Qin Yuning coldly snorted and opened the video. The camera recorded the situation that day very clearly. At the beginning, Shi Shujing and Su Zhixian had some quarrels. Shi Shujing's emotions were also a little agitated. However, it was Su Zhixian who kept blocking her and refused to leave, deliberately provoking her. Then, Shi Shujing pushed Su Zhixian a few steps back and rolled down the stairs. You saw it very clearly. Shi Shujing's strength was not enough to push her daughter down the stairs. She did it herself. Su Feng's expression became very ugly. What video? I can't see it clearly at all. My daughter was wearing high heels. With a slight push, she would step back and fall down because she couldn't stand steadily. Qin Yuning sneered. Looking at the situation of the video, it is obvious that your daughter is pressing forward step by step, constantly angering Shi Shujing. Old Su, I don't know if you don't understand your daughter or if you are deliberately protecting her, but the situation is very clear. Are you sure you want to go to the police station? Su Feng was so angry that he stomped his feet. His hatred was strong. Your family has joined forces to harm my daughter. Just because your Qin family is powerful, you can do whatever you want. Our Su family is not as good as yours, but I, Su Feng, only have one daughter. Even if we fight to the death, I will not let this matter rest. Then what do you want? If things get out of hand, will your daughter lose face? I've said it before, this matter was caused by Qin Baiyuan. You can deal with it however you want, but if you want to wrongly accuse our Qin family's daughter-in-law, you can't. It's best to let this matter go. Otherwise, once this video is released to the public, everyone in the world will clearly see what kind of person your daughter is. Su Feng shuddered violently. Good. You win. But don't think about escaping like this. I will definitely get back at you. Su Feng fiercely glared at Shi Shujing, causing her hair to stand on end. When a person was angry, they could do such a terrifying thing. It was simply unimaginable, especially for a person like Su Feng who had power and influence. It was even more difficult to predict. As soon as Su Feng left, Yin Jingqi angrily shouted, "How long are you going to protect Shi Shujing?" The whole thing started because of her. Even if she didn't push him down, it was because of the conflict between her and Su Zhixian that it became like this. Qin Baiyuan, why didn't you tell the family that she had a child? You know that mom has always wanted to hold a grandson. Is it worth it to sacrifice my own child for a hen that doesn't lay eggs? You still have the face to say that? Qin Yuning coldly rebuked. This bastard, it's all because of your spoiling. Pointing at Qin Baiyuan's face, he scolded him word by word. You better reflect on yourself. If you cause such a scandal again in the future, I will sever our relationship as father and son. After such a big commotion early in the morning, Shi Shujing was not in the mood to go to work. She took a leave of absence. Qin Yuning had been unwavering in protecting her, which made her very touched. In fact, in this marriage, Qin Yuning had always been on her side. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was biased. No matter what happened, he would always scold Qin Baiyuan and then help her. Today was even more so. In this world, only her parents could treat her like this. But now, this kindness made Shi Shujing's mood even more complicated. She felt heavy. Qin Yuning was so good to her, so she really couldn't bring up the matter of divorce, even though this idea was still in its infancy. Just thinking about his disappointed expression made her heart feel as if it was being cut by a knife. Today, when Su Feng came knocking on her door, she felt very embarrassed, as if she had caused trouble. Fortunately, there was that video as proof. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Her phone vibrated, and a text message came in. Si Wenqin asked if it was convenient for her to answer the phone now. She thought for a moment, then called him. This was the first time Shi Shujing had called Si Wenqin for personal matters. In the past, even if she contacted him for official business, she would still be a little nervous, let alone now. Her hand trembled a little, and after a few rings, it connected. It's me. His voice was low and clear. I'm Shi Shujing. Her voice trembled a little, and her breathing was unstable. I know. I have your number saved. I just didn't expect you to take the initiative to call me. His smiling voice carried a hint of ridicule, making Shi Shujing feel a little embarrassed. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. I want to say thank you. Thank me for what? If it weren't for you that night, I might not have been able to come out, so thank you. Thinking of the video in her father-in-law's hands, her worried heart could finally be at ease. Also, I have to tell you something good. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I've already found the surveillance on the night of the incident. Before she could finish, the man had already interrupted her. I sent someone to investigate, found the video, and then set up some obstacles for Qin Yuning to find, so he won't suspect me. She was stunned. It turned out that the video in her father-in-law's hands was from him. At that moment, no words could express her gratitude towards him. Thank you. Verbal thanks are not sincere. Why don't we do something practical? I remember that you still owe me a meal. Are you free tonight? Chapter 106. Good. I'm looking forward to it. So I'll hang up first? Well, don't worry about Su Zhixian. Qin Yuning has contacted the media to press it down. I've also done some work in secret. I won't cause you too much trouble. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. I'm just fulfilling my promise. I won't let you get hurt. He also said this in the car. It's not her illusion. Shi Shujing suddenly felt that his heart was going to be soft, and his heart was a little trembling. Over the years, she has been used to it. Few people care about her. Over time, She thinks she is numb. However, she's fragile in her bones. It's hard to resist the care from another man. When she is protected, her heart is warm, and some girl's feelings emerge. Her cheeks are red involuntarily. After hanging up the phone, it seems that the air around is still burning, and it's hot. Shu Jing shakes his head and doesn't understand what's wrong with him. It seems that since Si Wenshun saved her last night, her feelings for him have changed subtly. If someone helps her when she is in trouble, she will remember it for the rest of her life. Probably because of this, her mood at the moment will be more easily affected by him. Looking at his mobile phone, it's only 8 o'clock. It's still early. Thinking that Qin Yuning and others have come back overnight, Shu Jing goes downstairs to make breakfast. Half an hour later, he made millet porridge and several pastries and brought them to Jingqi. "Mom, it's breakfast." Jingqi is still angry. When she sees Shu Jing, she grits her teeth and wants to smash all the bowls and plates. However, she doesn't scold like a shrew. Instead, she sneers and satirizes. "I've been in the business world for so many years. I've met a lot of people. I think I can see through a person, but Shu Jing, you really make me look at you with admiration. You're the daughter of an interloper. Marrying into our Qin family is already a blessing for you. Yet, you're still not satisfied. You've stirred up chaos in our Qin family. Is this your revenge?" Shu Jing is too lazy to explain anything and says lightly, "I'll ask Dad to have breakfast." Jingqi was angry when she heard it. "You still want to pressure me with Yuning? Do you think I'm scared? You sure have guts. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have my support? You're really good at dealing with men. You can make a father abandon his son and protect you no matter what. You're really capable. Even Qin Baiyuan is helping you. What kind of medicine did you give them?" "I didn't do anything." Acting innocent again. Jingqi hated this look of hers the most. She had an innocent look on her face, as if others would hurt her even if they said a harsh word. This made Jingqi very angry. "You can fool them, but you can't fool me. Aren't you afraid of retribution for being so cruel to a child?" The whole thing has been explained clearly. I was also framed. Even so, Jixian was forced into a corner by you. She is the daughter of the Su family, Miss China. What are you? Your mother used to be a singer in a nightclub. You're just an interloper. Are you better than Jixian? If you want to save face, you have already quit by yourself, and you still pester our Baiyuan. Shu Jing was angry, and her face became serious. "This is a problem between us. You hate me. You can scold me as much as you want, but don't involve my mother. I just want to say that she was originally in a nightclub. If she could do it, would she be afraid of others saying it? Like mother, like daughter, you are not a good thing either." Shu Jing was so angry that his face turned red, and he couldn't control it for a while. "Since you're so good at teaching your son, how can you teach Qin Baiyuan like this?" Jingqi suddenly stood up, excited. "What's wrong with our Qin Baiyuan? Why do you say that about him? You've seen clearly what kind of life he's been leading for the past 3 years. During the day, he idles around in the company, and at night, he goes around looking for women. The outside world says that he's a spoiled brat. Do you really feel proud to have raised such a son?" Before she could finish her sentence, Shu Jing received a slap on her face. She leaned to the side and covered her face with her hands, feeling the burning pain. She knew that what she said was a little harsh, and she scolded Qin Baiyuan, which was equivalent to stabbing Jingqi's weak point. But she didn't regret it. She had accumulated too much resentment in the past 3 years. "Mom, what are you doing?" Qin Baiyuan saw this scene as soon as he came out of the room, and he rushed downstairs in a hurry. There were 5 scarlet marks between Shu Jing's fingers, stinging his eyes, and his heart suddenly ached. "Why did you hit her? She scolded you, so she deserved it." Jingqi was furious. "My son is mine. You are an outsider. What right do you have to scold my son? Isn't it because of you that he became like this?" Shu Jing's eyes were red, but her aura was surprisingly strong. "He can dislike me, and he can stay out at night, but I didn't force him to fool around with so many women. He chose it himself. Don't blame it on me. Do you have the face to say that about him?" Aren't you hooking up with wild men outside? It's a shame to our Qin family. If it weren't for yearning to protect you, I would have kicked you out of the house. Jinxing fox spirit. Mom, Qin Baiyuan felt very uncomfortable when he heard that. Don't scold her anymore. Why can't I scold her? I'm her mother-in-law. I can beat her to death if I want. How dare she speak rudely to me? She doesn't want to live. Don't say it again. Qin Baiyuan frowned impatiently and shouted. Sure, Shu Jing, you go up first. Don't be an eyesore here. Sure, Shu Jing gritted his teeth, glared at Yin Jingqi, and rushed upstairs. Yin Jingqi is going to die of anger. Look at her. She dares to stare at me. It turns out that she pretended to be pitiful before. Now that she has a backer, she finally shows her nature and dares to quarrel with me. It's against her. You know what kind of person she is, so why are you angry? No matter what, you shouldn't hit people. Yin Jingqi glared at him angrily. Are you speaking for her? I just don't like you to do it. Qin Baiyuan saw Yin Jingqi angry, and he was not comfortable in his heart. He wanted to tell her that sure Shu Jing had agreed to divorce, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't open his mouth. Perhaps subconsciously, what he didn't want to admit was that he didn't want a divorce so much now. No matter what the reason was, in short, he was very repulsed. He was afraid that Yin Jingqi would intervene and speed up their divorce, so he didn't dare say it. He comforted her in a good voice. The Qin family is restless, but the Ocean Group is clear. After hanging up the phone, Si Wenshun was in a surprisingly good mood. The original cold and hard outline was also stained with a little softness, and the deepest place of his eyes was rippling with a touch of tenderness. She took the initiative to call him, which means that the relationship between the two is a step closer, which is undoubtedly a good sign. I won't let her get hurt. TSK, TSK. Our cold-blooded Mr. C. When did you become so unreasonable? Tang Jun crossed his legs and used an exaggerated tone to make sarcastic remarks. He crossed his arms and shivered. Either you're not mushy or you're not human when you're mushy. Si Wenshun was in a good mood, so he didn't hit him. He glanced at him coldly from the corner of his eyes. What does it have to do with you? I'm happy for you, aren't I? I was afraid that you were frigid or had an abnormal sexual orientation. But now, you look like a human. I really want to get to know this Mrs. Qin when I have time. I want to see how she can be so charming that she can actually turn you into a human. She's so amazing. Si Wenshun took a sip of coffee and said in a voice that was neither salty nor weak, but with a hidden sharpness. Pay attention to the way you address her. Mrs. Qin. Tang Jun let go and said deliberately. What's wrong with that? She is Mrs. Qin, and I don't mean anything else. I'm not going to stand on a moral high ground and accuse you of messing with a married woman. If you don't like it, I can call her manager, sure. Si Wenshun was silent. Since the beautiful woman is not free tonight, why don't I fill in the gap and accompany you? There's an entertainment venue that I often go to, and Mama Sang especially called me, saying that there are a few Russian beauties with hot bodies, and specially left them for me. How about going to take a look together? Si Wenshun raised his eyebrows and replied, You're hopeless. In the entertainment venue, the music was deafening, and the sensual pleasures were everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there were scenes of unbearable scenes. On the dance floor, men and women were dancing like devils, and some even lost control and started kissing in the corner. This bar was famous for its high consumption in Flozen City. Those who could come here were all rich people, and the people in the VIP rooms were not only rich, but also influential. There were all the few tycoons that people often heard about, or else it would be impossible to even get a reservation. The room was resplendent, and the lights were bright. Si Wenshun sat on the sofa, elegantly crossing his legs and puffing out a cloud of smoke. To be honest, the music here was making his head hurt a little, and the messy lights made his heart feel stuffy and uncomfortable. When he was in his early 20s, he was still very keen on playing in such places. Later on, he gradually felt that it was no longer interesting. Especially now, perhaps because he was really getting on in years, he could not stand such noise. He would rather exercise and read up on information. It was really boring to waste time here. But Tang Jun obviously hadn't had enough fun. and he was very excited. Just now, Mama Sang sent me 2 pictures. TSK, that body, it's really hot. I can't wait. I'm booking all 4 of them, and everyone who sees them gets a share. Si Wenchen rolled his eyes, his face full of disinterest, and especially looking down on him. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? I'll see if you can control yourself later. Men, don't ever go against yourself. It's too harmful. As they spoke, Mama Sang had already brought in 4 tall and beautiful Russian beauties, and they were very enthusiastic. Young Master Tang, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. They've just arrived and don't know anything. I still have to teach them, in case they don't know anything and offend you. Tang Jun squinted his eyes, sizing up the 4 women as if they were goods. He thought to himself that foreign girls were really hot. All of them had beautiful blonde hair, deep facial features, and their breasts, buttocks, and long legs were really something that Asian girls couldn't compare to. He was so happy that he was beaming with joy. Chapter 107. That's good. Madame Mulberry hurriedly nodded. You guys, aren't you going to call someone? Young Master Tang, the Russian beauty, called out in non-standard Mandarin. This is... Madame Mulberry looked at Si Wenchen's extraordinary aura and knew that his background must be more powerful than Tang Jun's. This was the real boss. You don't look familiar. Haven't you come here before? All right, don't worry about it. Get out. Yes. Those 2 have fun. Call me if you need anything. Come, babe. Tang Jun hugged one in each hand and gave the other 2 a look. The other 2 also sat beside Si Wenchen. Si Wenchen was unmoved. Tang Jun enjoyed the service of the beauties and teased them. I say, they're already at the bar. You don't have to do this, right? What a killjoy, in terms of figure and appearance. Which part of them can't be compared to your Miss Sure? Besides, are you going to keep your chastity for a woman you haven't even gotten? I'm happy for you that you have a woman you like, but play is play. Don't be tied down by a woman. I think you've endured for long enough. Let out your fire tonight. You too, serve him well. Make sure he's satisfied. Yes, young Master Tang. One of the beauties was bold and directly sat on Si Wenchen's lap, her arms around his neck. Si Wenchen's eyes were cold as he pinched her chin and looked at her. The Russian woman was indeed beautiful, but looking at her face with heavy makeup, he lacked interest. Instead, he thought of Shu Jing without any makeup, pure and comfortable. The Russian beauty was also deeply attracted by him. She lowered her head and did not dare to kiss him at first. She seemed to be licking his lips, waiting for him to take the initiative. After a while, when he did not respond, she boldly untied his tie and unbuttoned his shirt. Her small hands went in and stroked his chest. Her mouth moved to his ear and slowly kissed it. When this woman touched his body, all he could think of was Shu Jing. Si Wenchen definitely did not have any intention of keeping his chastity. Moreover, his relationship with Shu Jing was still unclear. However, when the woman's lips slowly touched his, a sense of disgust welled up in him. Si Wenchen grabbed her arm and pulled her away from him. On the other side, Tang Jun was already kissing a beautiful woman. Glancing at the situation here, he couldn't help but think, it seems that someone has really fallen in love. While things were going on, Qin Baiyuan, who was in the next room, was furious. CEO Qin was famous for being hard to please. On top of that, he was in a bad mood, so he flew into a rage. He kicked over the coffee table, stood up, and roared. Not free? What do you mean I'm not free? He had originally come here to play, but now even playing with a woman was causing trouble for him. How could he not be furious? Madame Mulberry was scared out of her wits and quickly smiled apologetically. Don't be angry, CEO Qin. We have our own rules in this business. They came here first, so I can't break the rules. Actually, those Russian women are nothing special. How about I find you a few Spanish ones? Do I look that easy to fool? Qin Baiyuan's 2 thick eyebrows were tightly knitted. What first come, first served. I only know that I, Qin Baiyuan, must get the woman I want. Go find me some, or I'll smash your place. Yes, I'll think of a way. Calm down first. She signaled the women hiding in the corner to greet him with her eyes, but Qin Baiyuan roared. Get out of here. Madame Mulberry went out. After about 5 minutes, she came back with a few tall women. CEO Qin, they're here, they're here. When Qin Baiyuan saw this, he directly smashed the chair and cursed. Do you think I'm stupid? I've already seen these women. What do you think I am by using these vulgar women to fool me? Madame Mulberry was about to cry. I have no choice. They won't let her go who? I can't say. I don't dare to offend. Anyway, I'm going to have her today. You don't dare to offend her, do you? Where? Say it. Just in the next room. Qin Baiyuan rushed out like an angry beast and kicked open the door. Tang Jun was having a good time with the Russian beauty when he heard the sudden commotion. He looked over angrily and saw Qin Baiyuan standing at the door aggressively. He looked like he was about to kill someone. Tang Jun was very disgusted at once. Qin Baiyuan rushed in and grabbed the woman without any explanation. Of course, Tang Jun didn't want to. He grabbed her other hand and forced himself to maintain a good attitude. CEO Qin, what are you doing? It's none of your business. Qin Baiyuan replied bluntly. Let go of my hand. Tang Jun stood up. He was about the same height as Qin Baiyuan and did not lose in terms of aura. He was not as pretty as Qin Baiyuan, but he had his own style. Plus, the Tang family had a lot of power in Quicksand City, so he was not afraid of Qin Baiyuan at all. CEO, Qin suddenly barged in and ruined my mood. I didn't even argue with you, but you want to take my people away. Isn't that too much? Didn't your parents teach you manners? I saw these women first. I want to take them away. That's a joke. They're obviously my people. How did you see them first? The corners of Tang Jun's mouth curled up coldly. CEO Qin, what's the difference between your behavior and a bandit's? You want to steal my people without any explanation? Won't you be a laughing stock if this gets out? If I see someone, I will take them away. Then aren't you looking down on me too much? Do you think you could take my people away just because you want to? Tang Jun sneered. CEO Qin already has a family. These days, the Qin family has been quite turbulent. Hurry and go home to accompany your wife. You, Qin Baiyuan resisted the urge to beat him up. You think you can stop me, Qin Baiyuan, from taking someone I like? This person, you really can't take him away today, an indifferent voice floated over from the corner. The voice was very soft, but it had a shocking power, causing Qin Baiyuan to involuntarily stop and turn his head to look. A figure was hidden in the dark, wearing a fine suit. His tall and straight figure was faintly discernible. His whole body exuded a faintly discernible deterrent force, cold and sharp, dignified without being angry. Qin Baiyuan squinted his eyes and looked carefully. When a man leaned forward, he clearly saw that it was Si Wenshun. With a glass of whiskey in his hand, he sat there calmly and crossed his legs, pretending to be an emperor. That kind of high and mighty posture immediately angered Qin Baiyuan. It was really a narrow road for enemies. This Si Wenshun was born to be his nemesis. Wherever he went, he would cause trouble for him. For a moment, Qin Baiyuan had mixed feelings. Anger, jealousy, and hatred intertwined. If he had a temper, he would have rushed up and fought to the death with him right now. The veins on his forehead were already twitching violently, but Qin Yuning's warning still made Qin Baiyuan maintain a trace of rationality. He clenched his fists and tried his best to endure. He thought about it and felt that it was really inappropriate to make a move. Anger surged in his heart, but his aura calmed down and he sneered. Mr. C, what a coincidence! A thick sense of mockery was forced out from the gaps of his teeth, piercing people like ice shards. Even though Qin Baiyuan was standing and Si Wenshun was sitting, Si Wenshun's aura had completely overwhelmed Qin Baiyuan. He was like a steady Tibetan mastiff, while Qin Baiyuan was young and full of vigor. No matter how hard he tried to suppress his anger, he could not hide it. He was like a restless chihuahua, which made him look a little ridiculous. Si Wenshun smiled, but did not say anything. Will Mr. C also come out to play? I thought you only liked to seduce other people's wives. Si Wenshun spread out his hands. There are many types of women that I'm interested in. As long as I like them, I must get them. Is there a problem? Qin Baiyuan laughed at Shujing's naivety in his heart. He had already said that Mr. C was not a good person. She really thought that she had charmed him and was willing to divorce him. What was the result? He still came out to drink and have fun. She should really see Mr. C hugging left and right, so that she would wake up and not be so self-righteous. Boss Chin, does manager sure know that you come out to play? But I think she should be used to it. Boss Chin's reputation of being a dissolute is not a matter of a day or two. Everyone knows this. It's just a little ridiculous to pretend to be a loving couple in front of me. Chin Baiyuan retorted sarcastically. This is interesting. I play with women outside, but it doesn't affect my relationship with my wife, okay? How is it pretending to be a loving couple? On the contrary, Mr. C, you look like a gentleman on the surface, but at night, aren't you just like me? It's a man's nature to be a playboy, but it's a little disgusting to pretend to be one. It's really a narrow road for enemies today. It's not enough to steal my wife, and you want to steal my woman in the entertainment center? Does Mr. C like to steal others so much? Si Wenchen slowly took a sip of wine. Manager Sure and I are only in a cooperative relationship. We've already clarified what should be clarified. Boss Chin, don't misunderstand. It's not good to ruin the relationship between you and your wife, especially when you are so loving. This move of retreating in order to advance infuriated Chin Baiyuan. His brows instantly furrowed. No matter what, Mr. C is a person of status. Do you really like to lie through your teeth? Do you really think I don't know about the things between you and Shi Shujing? What things between me and Manager Sure? What do you know? Chin Baiyuan clenched his teeth. The things between you and her that can't be seen by others. Oh. Si Wenchun played it down and raised his brows. So Boss Chin has always thought that I have an affair with Manager Sure. If that's the case, why do you keep pretending to be a loving couple in front of me? Boss Chin is really good at enduring. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to endure it. This time, Chin Baiyuan heard it. He was indirectly calling him a good-for-nothing. He didn't dare to say anything even if he wore the hat. This was a great shame for a man. At this time, Tang Jun even laughed, which made him feel even more embarrassed. Chin Baiyuan was annoyed. Seducing someone else's wife. Do you have any shame? It's better to be an adulterer than a good-for-nothing. I can't wear the hat. I really admire Boss Chin's endurance. Say that again. Chin Baiyuan was embarrassed in anger. He shook off the Russian beauty and stepped forward to fight with him, but Tang Jun blocked in front of him. Chapter 108. It's none of your business. Get lost. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Chin Baiyuan pointed at Si Wenchen and scolded. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. You're the coward. Come on, fight me one-on-one. He was so arrogant that Tang Jun was forced to take a few steps back. CEO Chin, we're both famous people. It's not good to fight. You're courting death. Chin Baiyuan was annoyed by Tang Jun. He threw a punch at him, but Tang Jun dodged it. Tang Jun was not a good-tempered man. He was not weak when it came to fighting, so he started fighting with Chin Baiyuan. The two of them were inseparable. They punched each other, and their faces were swollen. The Russian ladies were so scared that they ran away. Si Wenchen smoked and watched the scene coldly. When he had seen enough, he got up and walked out of the private room. Shi Shujing stayed at home the whole day, but she still contacted the design department. She was busy the whole day and only finished at 11 p.m. She stretched her neck and was about to take a bath to relax when her phone suddenly rang. When she saw that it was Si Wenchen's number, she instinctively felt that it was not a good thing to call so late at night, but she still picked up. It's me. Your husband and my friend are fighting. She narrowed her deep eyes and slowly blew out a ring of smoke. When she heard that Chin Baiyuan was fighting, she rushed to the police station. Half an hour later, she arrived at the police station. When she got out of the car, she saw Si Wenchen standing at the door, smoking. In the dark of the night, behind the faint smoke, he exuded a charm that made people's hearts tremble. Shi Shujing composed herself and quickly walked over. When she ran in front of him, she accidentally stumbled and fell into his arms. Si Wenchen took the opportunity to hug her waist. His scent blew over her face, and Shi Shujing's heart trembled even more violently. In a short moment, Si Wenchen finally understood why he had no feelings for that Russian beauty. It was because he wanted Shi Shujing and only Shi Shujing. He hugged her tightly and didn't want to let go, but Si Wenshun eventually let go. Shi Shujing's hair was a little messy, and a strand of hair was scattered across his cheeks. His face was flushed as he muttered in a low voice, "Thank you." After putting some distance between them, Shi Shujing calmed herself down and asked, "Where's Qin Baiyuan?" "I'm inside with my friend, making a statement." "Why are they fighting for no reason?" "I think you should be very clear about why a man goes to a place of entertainment." After all, the man he mentioned was her husband. Shi Shujing felt very embarrassed and bit her lips. Tang Jun called a Russian lady, and Qin Baiyuan also liked her. He suddenly rushed in to snatch her, and then they fought. Si Wenshun omitted some details. Shi Shujing's face was dark, and he apologized embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Qin Baiyuan is a bit impulsive, and it may be because of the alcohol. When he's drunk, he will..." Looking at his posture, it doesn't seem like he's drunk. Besides, he started the fight, and the situation is not very favorable for him. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to offend him. But Tang Jun is not a person to be trifled with. When the two fight, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to solve. I understand. How could Shi Shujing not know the power of the Tang family? It was equivalent to the Qin family, so it was troublesome. It's Qin Baiyuan's fault that he started the fight, but this kind of thing really doesn't need to be blown up. I hope your friend can make peace with it. Si Wenshun took a drag on his cigarette. Make peace with it? It could have been possible, but Qin Baiyuan's temper is not ordinary. Even after he went to the police station, he kept making a scene, saying that he wanted to kill Tang Jun and tear down the police station. It's impossible to make peace with it. Shi Shujing believed what he said, but she was not a fool. She knew Si Wenshun's intention. In fact, this matter could have been avoided to the police station, and the police would not have dared to do anything. It was probably his idea, and his purpose was also very obvious. He wanted to make trouble for Qin Baiyuan. Shi Shujing was a little confused, and she kept biting her lips. Then, "Can you let me apologize to your friend?" "Maybe." They are taking the statement now, and it's not convenient. While they were talking, Qin Baiyuan's roar kept coming out of the interrogation room. "How dare you say it again? I can beat you to death in minutes." Shi Shujing's face darkened. "Qin Baiyuan is hot-tempered, but your friend should be a reasonable person. Can you talk to him? If you continue to make trouble, the reporters will not know what to write. If I persuade him, he can let Qin Baiyuan go. But why should I do that?" Si Wenshun asked with a smile. That kind of smile was very light, but it was as beautiful and eye-catching as the afterglow of the setting sun. "You should be very clear that I don't like Qin Baiyuan. On the contrary, I hate his arrogant personality. In this case, it's good that I don't hit him when he is down, but I can't be noble enough to help him. In fact, isn't it good to lock him up? It's good to dampen his spirit. He might be locked up for 10 days to half a month, and then he'll be much more obedient, don't you think?" Shi Shujing actually thought so too, but she definitely wouldn't do that. Qin Baiyuan had been pampered since he was young. Wouldn't it kill him to let him stay in prison for half a month? What's more, her father-in-law definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. When the time came, could she let him beg Si Wenshun again? The father and son would definitely break up. Shi Shujing made up her mind. Qin Baiyuan definitely couldn't sit in prison. It was better to beg someone than Qin Yuning. "Just treat it as me begging you to let him go this time, okay? What benefits do I get from letting him go?" Si Wenshun suddenly leaned over and stopped his face in front of Shi Shujing. He looked at her with a burning gaze and a somewhat cynical smile. "If you kiss me, I'll let him go. How about it?" At such a close distance, Shi Shujing trembled violently. Si Wenshun was acting like a hooligan again. When his body leaned forward again, he suddenly came back to his senses. He subconsciously shrank back and pressed his hand against his chest. "Don't be like this." His voice trembled violently. "It's not good to be seen at the police stations in trance." Si Wenshun raised his eyebrows again. "You mean if it's not at the police station's entrance, I can do whatever I want?" Shi Shujing blushed and glared at him reproachfully. She was really angry and glared at him, but when she blushed, Even this glare was filled with a coquettish tone. It made Si Wenshin's heart run wild and his mouth dry. What do you want? I'll beg you, okay? Do you always beg people verbally? No action at all? Then what do you want? If you accompany me to dinner tomorrow, I'll let Qin Baiyuan go. How about it? Si Wenshan thought that this proposal was very fair and not unreasonable at all. Accompany you to dinner? Sure, Shujing's heart skipped a beat. What do you want? Didn't you say you want to take it slow? Isn't it now? Si Wenshan asked back. What I mean by taking it slow is not to stay away from you and avoid you when we meet. It's to have a meal, go on a date, and then slowly build up our relationship. Isn't that good? He said it as if the two of them were going to fall in love. Don't worry, it's just a meal. I won't do anything to you. But if the atmosphere is good and you fall in love with me, then it's not just a meal. A lot of things will happen naturally and both of us will be willing. His eyes were burning and Shu Jing blushed even more. I won't fall in love with you. Then why are you blushing? The weather is too hot. Shu Jing blamed herself for being so useless that she couldn't even speak fluently. No wonder he used this to make fun of her. She secretly weighed the pros and cons. The new plan should be ready by tomorrow night. She had something to talk about anyway, so she might as well go with the flow and agree to save Qin Baiyuan first. Dinner, right? Sure, but it's only limited to dinner. Don't think of anything else. Si Wenshun smiled. I've always been thinking about your idea, but whether I will take action or not is another matter. If you're not willing, I can still control myself. So it's a deal? Sure, Shu Jing bit her lips and remained silent. He was only verbally respectful, but in fact, he didn't give her a choice at all. Could she really throw Qin Baiyuan into the police station overnight? After getting a satisfactory answer, Si Wenshan instantly turned back into a gentleman. He was even a little cold and arrogant. He straightened his body and said, "It's a deal." Then he stepped on the cigarette butt and walked into the interrogation room. His tall back, his clothes fluttered in the night wind. Sure, Shu Jing shook her head and wondered what was wrong with her. Why was there something wrong with her brain? She didn't go in but stood at the door and waited. After about a minute, Si Wenshan came out, followed by Tang Jun, who had been beaten into a pig's head. His face was full of lumps, and none of them were unscathed. She was so shocked that she almost screamed. Seeing her, Tang Jun was embarrassed for a moment. His handsome image completely collapsed at this moment. He smiled embarrassedly, and when he smiled, the corner of his mouth cracked. It hurt so much that he grimaced in pain and had a cramp. Sure, Shu Jing nodded gently and was about to apologize when Qin Baiyuan rushed out and raised his fist to hit Tang Jun. He was also very arrogant. "Coward, don't run. Stop right there. If you're so capable, fight me one-on-one." Sure, Shu Jing hurriedly stopped him and said anxiously, "Stop fooling around." Si Wenshan wasn't a kind person. If he changed his mind and sent him to jail, it would be terrible. Get out of my way. Let me teach them a lesson. If I don't beat them to death today, my name, Qin Baiyuan, will be written upside down. Get out of my way. Sure, Shu Jing and two police officers worked together to barely stop Qin Baiyuan. He was cursing. Si Wenshan looked at Shu Jing with heartache and shook his head. What he meant was that such a man was worth marrying. "Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Tang Jun hadn't had enough and wanted to go back to fight with Qin Baiyuan. But he was stopped by Si Wenshan and said in a low voice, "Don't embarrass yourself here. Let's go." "Brother." Tang Jun looked at him helplessly. Obviously, he was very unwilling. But in the end, he gave Qin Baiyuan a middle finger and got in the car. The car drove away and disappeared into the night. Chapter 109. Tang Jun stared at him resentfully. "I'm already in this state, and you're still laughing? Do you have conscience? Who asked you to be so incompetent? Didn't you say you were a Taekwondo black belt? You're just bragging, aren't you?" Si Wenshan said with a hint of schadenfreude. His expression was a little annoying. Tang Jun immediately retorted, "Who's bragging? I'm a genuine black belt. I have a certificate. You can buy it as long as you have money. Do I need it? I've underestimated my opponent." Tang Jun felt sorry for his handsome face. He put on a bitter look and touched his swollen face. Needless to say, he was very annoyed. I didn't expect that brat to not be a complete good-for-nothing. His skills are actually not bad, and he can actually fight to a draw with me. Although Tang Jun said so, in fact, he seemed to be unable to defeat Qin Baiyuan. Of course, he would never admit this. In order to cover up this fact, he changed the topic. You're really ruthless. I fought for you, and you actually called the police to arrest me. If the old man hears about this, won't he kill me? One of Si Wenqin's hands rested on his thigh. He curled his fingers slightly and tapped his thigh from time to time as he said this matter-of-factly. If you don't go to the police station, how can I meet Shi Jing? I knew it. What a guy who only cares about the opposite sex. Qin Baiyuan and I are like the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and the clam fight. We're fighting to the death, and you're flirting outside the police station. Why didn't I notice that you're so black-bellied before? Tang Jun rolled his eyes. For a woman, you stabbed your brother twice. Too ruthless. He shook his head and muttered. Really too ruthless. Looking at Si Wenqin's smug look, he got angry and snorted. Stop the car at the hospital in front. The car had gone far away, but Qin Baiyuan was still shouting at the entrance of the police station. The policeman who stopped him was too lazy to care about this matter and went inside, leaving Shi Jing alone, who was pushed aside by him. Qin Baiyuan shifted his anger to her and yelled at her. Why are you stopping me? Are you afraid that I'll kill that adulterer? You can't even defeat one person, and you want to fight two? Can you beat him? Who said I can't beat him? If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the police, that Tang Jun would have been beaten to death by me. And him, he would have died too. Sure, Shi Jing's ears were hurting from his yelling. He really didn't want to deal with this kind of thing at all. I'm begging you. Can you stop messing around? Don't you think it's ugly enough? Me? Ha! He seduced my woman, and now I'm the one making a scene? Should I just watch the two of you betray me and wear this hat without saying a word? Was that so? What do you two think I am? Today, you're the one who snatched a woman from him in the entertainment center. Who's the one who snatched who? Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth. His face was full of bruises, and he looked very scary and very ferocious. This was a trap set by him to provoke me. Despicable, shameless, and a coward. He didn't dare to do it himself, so he found a scapegoat. Bah, coward. He just didn't want to fight you. That's because he's afraid that I'll kill him. He's just disdainful. Sure, Shi Jing kept retorting sarcastically, which made Qin Baiyuan fly into a rage. You're protecting him? In your eyes, is he that good? Am I so inferior to him? Sure, Shi Jing shook his head and revealed a cold smile. Then tell me, how are you better than him? If your business was half as successful as him, Dad wouldn't have to worry so much. He relied on his own ability to create his own business empire. What about you? You thought that your starting point was higher than him, and you just fooled around with women every day. What about now? That's because he's older than me. When he was my age, he might not be as strong as I am. You still think that you're strong? What do you have to be proud of? You always blame me for ruining you. In order to take revenge on me, you ignored your work and fooled around with women every day. Fine, I'll take it that it was my fault. But now I've agreed to divorce you. Have you pulled yourself together? Aren't you still fooling around in the entertainment center? You're smart, but you've ruined everything you have. You're digging your own grave now. Sooner or later, you'll destroy yourself. Sure, Shi Jing had wanted to say these words before, but she knew that Qin Baiyuan was a man with strong self-esteem, so she didn't say it. But seeing him digging his own grave step by step, she really couldn't stand it. In his rage, Qin Baiyuan fiercely slapped the man. After slapping her, he immediately regretted it. His eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect that he would slap her impulsively. He didn't control his strength and hit her hard. His temper wasn't good, but he was still a well-educated man. No matter what, he shouldn't hit a woman, let alone Shi Jing. It was probably because of the fight just now that his violent genes were all aroused. That's why he didn't know the severity of the situation. It was too late for regret. Shi Jing didn't expect that the voice stopped abruptly and was replaced by a loud slap. Her ears were buzzing, and she couldn't hear anything for a few seconds. She only felt the 5-finger marks on her face burning, and the pain was really severe. This slap was out of impulse. When it hit Shi Shujing's face, it hurt Qin Baiyuan's heart. His 5 fingers clenched one by one. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The regret turned into resentment towards himself, and he shouted loudly, like a broken pot. "You shut up. Who are you to point at my business? I ruined my own future. It's you who ruined me. How can I go back to the past?" A woman who betrayed me still has the face to lecture me? What do you want me to do? You betrayed me and pretended not to know, and wore the hat you gave me without saying a word? I can't do it. Also, don't compare me with that adulterer. You said he's better than me, but at least I won't be so despicable to seduce someone else's wife and pretend to be sanctimonious. Disgusting. Do you think he fell in love with you? Don't be ridiculous. Why did he come to an entertainment place? Isn't it to find a woman? Do you really think you can seduce him? Look at yourself in the mirror. Are you qualified? You think you're infallible, but in fact, you're stupid to the extreme. Qin Baiyuan cursed, but he was actually trying to cover up his annoyance and guilt. He pointed at Shi Shujing's eyes and took a cold breath. I'm warning you, don't meddle in my business in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. He really did not have the face to face her, so he turned around and ran away. Qin Baiyuan's slap had hurt Shi Shujing a lot. It was as if the connection between them had been broken and broken. It had been completely broken and smashed to pieces. She knew that her words had agitated Qin Baiyuan, and he had hit her on impulse. However, it was still hard for her to bear that kind of pain. She felt that what she had done for him was a joke, and she was even more determined to divorce him. He only returned home after 2 o'clock. He did not sleep well for the whole night. The next morning, he received a call from Yan Zizhuang. He only remembered that he had to accompany her to the hospital. Every month, the two of them had to visit Shi Qindian. After not sleeping well for the whole night, Shi Shujing had a terrible headache. He swallowed 2 painkillers, but it did not seem to have much effect. When he was driving, he still felt that there were a few nerves in his brain that were constantly being pulled, and it was very painful. He picked Yan Zizhuang up and went to the hospital together. On the way, Yan Zizhuang noticed that Shi Shujing did not look well. Yan Zizhuang asked her if she was feeling unwell, and Shi Shujing said that she was fine. When they arrived at the hospital, Yan Zizhuang's eyes turned red again. She covered her mouth and did not cry. As usual, she brought a basin of water to wipe Shi Qindian's body. She had always done these things by herself and did not ask Shi Shujing for help. She stood at the side and felt pity for Yan Zizhuang. Those who interfered were always shameful, and she despised them in her heart. However, Shi Qindian was the one who hid the fact that he was married and abandoned Yan Zizhuang when she was pregnant. 10 years later, he probably felt guilty and brought Shi Shujing home. However, Yan Zizhuang had never stepped into the Shi family's door. She was a shady existence. For as long as Shi Shujing could remember, Yan Zizhuang had always had a hard time. It was not easy for a woman to bring up a child. When she was young, she suffered from a lot of ailments, and her health had never been good. Shi Shujing could not help but wonder if the two of them were destined to be so tragic. Without a good marriage, they would not be able to obtain happiness. Was a misfortune of marriage hereditary? Shujing, Yan Zizhuang opened her mouth. Her throat was a little wet. Can you talk to Baptist Moon again and let me bring your father home to take care of him? I'm still worried about him in the hospital. I've already told her many times, but she just won't agree. After saying that, Shi Shujing saw the disappointment in Yan Zizhuang's eyes. He could not bear it anymore and changed his words. Then I'll talk to her again. There's no room for discussion. No way. An arrogant and sharp voice came from behind. The two of them looked over and saw Tao Yiqian and Stony Moon standing at the door. Stony Moon walked in arrogantly, putting on airs. The moment she saw Yan Zizhuang, she revealed a look of extreme disgust. Because of her identity, Yan Zizhuang did not have the face to face her. She instinctively avoided her gaze, like a mouse exposed to the sunlight. Baptist Moon, she smiled sheepishly, with a hint of flattery in her tone. But Stony Moon did not hold back and scolded her. Shut up. You're just an interloper. You have no right to call me by my name. Tao Ichien could not take it anymore. Baptist Moon, don't say that. Then what should I say? Do you want me to call an interloper my mother? Shu Jing was very angry. I've already emphasized many times that my mother didn't know that my father already had a wife. She was also deceived. Just because she said she didn't know, does that mean she didn't know? How many married men does a songstress have to accompany in a day? Do you think I'm stupid? Shi Jiwei rolled her eyes and snorted. What do you mean she didn't know? She just saw that my father was rich and took the initiative to throw herself at him. A songstress only cares about money and not the man. Does she have any morals? You, Shu Jing, forget it. Yin Zizhuang hurriedly pulled her back. Don't argue with her. Her posture was very low, and she was a little humble and embarrassed. I was wrong back then. I apologize to you. Stony Moon became even more arrogant when she heard that. It's good that you know, but there's no use apologizing. Hurry up and scram. Don't insult my eyes, and don't disturb my father in the future. Shu Jing gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Chapter 110. This is my father. Why should I bring him back to your house? You still know that he's your father? Did you and your mother treat him as a family member? 2 years after he suffered stroke, you sent him to the hospital and abandoned him. Stony Moon's face was burning. What do you mean abandoned him? He can receive better care in the hospital. Didn't you hire a nurse to take care of him? These are all excuses. When we came, there was no one around. Who was going to take care of him? He hasn't bathed for a few days and is very dirty. If not for my mother and I coming over frequently, I don't even know how he would be like now. You insist on occupying him and not taking care of him. Are you even human? Ask yourself, how many times do you come over in a year? The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The two of them were about to fight, and Tao Ichien hurriedly stepped in between them. Stop arguing. I'm really worried about Dad being alone in the hospital. Why don't we get Aunt Yin to fetch him? Shut up. Stony Moon interrupted him and started scolding him. Are you out of your mind? Are you siding with an outsider and helping an outsider? Get this straight. You're my husband, not her husband. No man could stand being scolded by his wife in public. Tao Ichien felt that he had lost his dignity and was a little angry. This wasn't the first time. Stony Moon loved him, but all along, he had treated him as a subordinate of the Shi family and didn't really respect him. He clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. Forget it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have come here. Yin Zizhuang bowed and apologized profusely. Shu Jing, let's go first, Mom. Shu Jing felt indignant. Why are you apologizing to her? It's her. Don't say any more. Let's go. Yin Zizhuang's eyes were pleading. Let's go. Shu Jing sighed in annoyance and left with Yin Zizhuang. When they walked out of the ward, they could still hear Shi Jiwei calling them bastards and bastards. She was in a terrible mood. After that, Shu Jing brought Yin Zizhuang for a checkup. Yin Zizhuang's liver cirrhosis had worsened, and Yin Zizhuang refused to stay in the hospital. Shu Jing had no choice but to buy some medicine. When he got home, he immediately brought her a glass of water and told her to take her medicine. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you so humble in front of her? Let her bully him. People like Stony Moon shouldn't have been polite to her. They should have just fought. When did you become so hot-tempered?" Yin Zizhuang shook his head. Didn't Mom tell you to live in harmony and not to get into conflict with others? I have a bad temper. Wasn't it all because of her provocation? Didn't you hear what she said about you? Shu Jing still had the urge to tear apart Stony Moon's mouth. Yin Zizhuang smiled bitterly. She doesn't know about it either. No matter what, I'm just an interloper. It's normal for her to hate me. Interloper? You're a victim too. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. You rest at home. I'll go buy some groceries. The mother and daughter ate together, and in the afternoon, Shu Jing realized that the lights in the living room were not working. Why didn't you get someone to fix the lights? I don't know who to look for. Then why didn't you call me? You're so busy and have a lot of things to worry about. I don't want to trouble you. Mom, I'm your daughter, and you're not my trouble. Do you understand? When she was in university, Shu Jing had moved out for a period of time. She knew how to do things like changing the light bulbs and fixing the water pipes. She bought a few light bulbs and changed all the lights in the house. After that, she cleaned up the house. She busied herself until 4 o'clock. She was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back, and her headache was getting worse. Yin Zizhuang knew that she had a headache, so he asked her to rest. Thinking that she still had to meet Si Wenshan at night, she didn't want to sleep, but she couldn't take it anymore. She planned to sleep for an hour before asking Yin Zizhuang to wake her up, who knew that she would fall asleep so quickly, and when she woke up, the sky was already dark. Shu Jing was covered in sweat, and she felt very comfortable, so she closed her eyes for a while more. Seeing that it was dark outside, she thought that it was only 6 o'clock. She slept in a daze and didn't feel like getting up. She took her phone and saw that it was already 9 o'clock. Her phone was on vibrate, and there was a missed call from Si Wenshan. Shu Jing woke up in shock and sat up like a carp. This is bad. This is bad. If she dared to stand Si Wenshan up, the consequences would be dire. Si Wenshan was in a good mood for the entire day. Tang Jun had once told him that happiness was to have someone to love, something to do, and something to look forward to. In the past, he used to think that Tang Jun was a sissy, but now he felt that it made sense. The reason why he was in a good mood now was because he had something to look forward to. He had been looking forward to their date the entire day. Oh, it might not be a date to her, but to him it was. The day seemed especially long, but he enjoyed this torturous feeling, and he seemed to have some masochistic tendencies. At around 6 o'clock at night, he estimated that she should get off work, so he sent her an email to set up a time and place. It was 6:50 p.m., and he had arrived 10 minutes earlier. This was the largest revolving restaurant in Flozen City, and it was more than 100 stories tall. Beneath his feet was the bustling city, and there were lights flashing everywhere. Further away, there was a river flowing through the city, and both sides of the river were brightly lit. The restaurant's environment, as well as the scenery, were all very romantic, so this could be considered a date. Si Wenshan thought of this, and the corner of his mouth rose. He had never cared about such things before, but now he would subconsciously think that girls, especially young girls like her, would all like such a romantic atmosphere. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected his figure. The weather was a bit hot, and he only wore a dark gray shirt. It was well tailored, and his sleeves were rolled up, revealing his muscular arms. The shirt could not hide his figure, tall, cold, and dignified. Si Wenshan lit a cigarette, holding it with one hand, his gaze indifferently looking at the lights in the distance. He slowly took a puff and slowly blew out the milky white smoke from his nose. All the female customers and waitresses in the restaurant were looking at him. The kind of eye-catching figure, firmly attracting everyone's gaze. He just sat there quietly, one hand resting on the armrest, the cigarette between his fingers slowly burning. His gaze looked into the distance, calm and sharp, but occasionally there would be a flash of tenderness, just for a person's gentleness. They could not help but guess what kind of woman he was waiting for. If he could wait for them with such a gentle gaze, they would be willing to die. But that blissful woman did not appear. When Si Wenshan finished smoking 3 cigarettes, she looked at her watch. It was already 8 o'clock, and she was an hour late. Had she been stood up? But she was not someone who would stand up, and it was impossible for her to not give an explanation. After thinking about it, Si Wenshan made a call, but after a dozen rings, no one picked up. On the other side, Shu Jing was so anxious that she kept scratching her head. An email popped up, and it was the time and place. It was 7 o'clock, and it was already 9 o'clock. She would have to rush there at 10 o'clock, so she would definitely not make it. He should have already left. After thinking about it, she gathered her courage and gave him a call. The call connected, and she anxiously explained, "It's me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stand you up. I was feeling unwell, so I took a nap. Who knew that my mom wouldn't wake me up until now?" Her voice was anxious, but Si Wenshan replied calmly with 3 words. "It's all right." He was actually not angry. A person like him should not have waited for so long in his entire life, right? Sure, Shu Jing was still feeling uneasy. "Are you still there? I'll go over now." "No need, have a good rest." The call was hung up. His voice didn't sound like he was angry, but Shu Jing still had a bad feeling when he hung up so quickly. However, at this time, he should have already left. She scratched her head in annoyance, worried about what kind of consequences it would bring. She walked out of the room and grumbled to Yin Zizhuang. "Didn't I ask you to wake me up an hour later? Why didn't you wake me up? I knocked on the door, but you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't. You're the death of me." Yin Zizhuang panicked when she heard that. "What's wrong? Is there anything important? Is it serious?" "Yes, it's very serious, but it's too late to rush over now, so I can only do this." Shu Jing could not vent his anger on Yin Zizhuang. Seeing her worried face, he consoled her. "It's all right, I can handle it." Yin Zizhuang nodded. "You're all sweaty. Hurry up and take a shower. You'll stay here tonight." Shu Jing thought that this was the only way. After sweating, his headache did not hurt as much. While he was taking a shower, he could vaguely hear someone knocking on the door, but he ignored it. When he came out of the shower and was drying his hair, he suddenly saw Si Wenshun sitting in the living room. He was so shocked that he dropped his towel and quickly picked it up. Why are you here?" Si Wenshun sat upright and crossed his legs elegantly. It seemed that no matter where he was, he would be able to bring out the best in each other. He was calm and composed, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "You said you're sick, so I'm here to visit you." Yin Zizhuang stood at the side uneasily. She looked at Shu Jing and did not know what to say. Si Wenshun had an intimidating aura around him. Furthermore, she knew his identity and was afraid that she would say something wrong. She did not know what to do. In the end, she did not say anything and returned to her room after pouring a glass of water. Shu Jing quickly sat beside him. "Are you crazy? Is it appropriate for you to come to my house at this time?" Si Wenshun asked with a straight face. "As a friend, what's wrong with visiting you? It's already 10 p.m. Also, my mom has seen the news about us, and she even asked me how she would feel if you suddenly came to my house." Si Wenshun did not reply to her. Seeing that her face was red, he reached out to touch her cheek. "Do you have a fever?" The moment his palm touched her forehead, Shu Jing quickly dodged and asked in a low voice, "Don't touch me. I don't have a fever, just a slight headache." Now that he was here, the pain was even worse. "If you don't have a fever, why is your face so red?" "I just took a shower." "I see." Si Wenshun dragged out his voice, and Shu Jing's face turned even redder. "It's getting late. Why don't you leave first?" "I just arrived and haven't even caught my breath, and you're asking me to leave? Is this how you treat your guests?" Chapter 111. I'm just having a chat. I'm not going to eat you up here. Although he said that, his expression did not seem like he would not do such a thing. "You made me wait in the dining room alone for 3 hours, and you want to send me away just like that? Aren't you being too heartless? You really waited for me for 3 hours?" Shu Jing stuck out his tongue, feeling a little guilty. To a businessman, time was money, and Si Wenshun's time was even more valuable. He felt a little guilty, but the atmosphere at home was a little weird. Even though there was a door between them, he still felt a little ungenerous when he thought about Yin Zizhuang in the room. This house was small, and if Si Wenshun were to act like a hooligan again, the people inside would definitely hear him clearly, and that would be awkward. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, she could only brace herself and suggest, "It's not convenient to talk here. Do you want to come into my room?" She wondered if he had misunderstood her intentions, and Si Wenshun did not let her down. He raised his eyebrows and teased her. "Come into your room. Don't think too much. I just think that it's better to talk in the room." "All right." Si Wenshun put down his teacup and followed her. He was calm and relaxed. In this small room of 70 square meters, his figure seemed exceptionally tall. After Shu Jing got married, he rarely slept at home. Thus, the room was maintained in the same style as when he was still a student. The bedding was prepared by Yin Zizhuang. It was a lace pastoral style, pink, and there were even a few furry dolls on the bed. It was very girlish. He was used to it and did not think much of it. However, with the sudden addition of Si Wenshun, Shu Jing's room was a little too pink, and he seemed a little out of place standing there. He hastily tidied up the place and stuffed all the clothes into the cupboard. You sit," There's no hurry. Si Wenqin looked around the room slowly, and his gaze fell on the third shelf. There were a few photos of him and Qin Baiyuan when they were students, and there was also a wedding photo. When Shu Jing saw him looking at it, he hurriedly ran over and put down the photo frame. Si Wenqin smiled deeply. He hid his emotions so well that Shu Jing couldn't tell whether he was angry or not. He scratched his head uneasily and stood against the wall like a student being punished. I'm really sorry for standing you up today, but I'm really not feeling well. I only felt better after sleeping. I was dizzy and couldn't even stand properly. Why do you keep explaining to me? Si Wenqin smiled. Do I give you the feeling that I'm so heartless? Shu Jing didn't know why. He wasn't a bad-tempered person. Perhaps it was because his aura was too strong that he gave people a strong sense of oppression. He was afraid that he would do something wrong and offend him. I'm just here to see you, not to hold you accountable. Do you understand? Si Wenqin's voice was softer than usual, as if she was a timid little rabbit. He was afraid that he would scare her if he raised his voice. As he spoke, he walked towards her and slowly stretched out an arm to support the right side of her face. He leaned forward slightly and leaned towards her left, as if he was going to kiss her. Shu Jing quickly turned her face to the right. He smiled and kissed her on the other side. Shu Jing dodged to the left again. At such a close distance, their breaths intertwined. There was a natural body fragrance in his breath. In this atmosphere, the fragrance became even stronger, and it drilled into Shu Jing's nose. She subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and her body trembled a little. Her hair brushed past her cheeks, and there was a faint blush. This kind of leaning against the wall had a powerful magic that made her heart beat wildly. From such a close distance, Si Wenqin's eyes were really beautiful. His eyelashes were long and curled, and his gaze was like glass. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and it was very charming. But when she remembered that she was at home, Shu Jing still felt very uncomfortable and pushed him away. Don't be like this. She was so nervous that she was a little incoherent. I want to talk to you about the proposal tonight. Since you're here, why don't you take a look? You treat my private invitation as an official matter? No wonder you agreed so readily. Aren't you suspecting that you're using me? Shu Jing pursed her lips. When he said that, it was as if she had really done something wrong. She felt a little apologetic, but she was still stubborn. Since we're eating, there's nothing wrong with taking a look at the proposal. I'm afraid your purpose is not to take a look at the proposal. Is this really your usual trick? I didn't. So it's only to me? When those thin and hot lips brushed past her earlobe, Shu Jing felt as if she was scalded. She jumped up anxiously and shouted incoherently. This is my house. Don't be so what? Acting like a hooligan? Si Wenqin laughed deeply. But I can see that you like it very much. I bet that there must be a layer of goosebumps on your back. Sure, Shu Jing shivered. There was more than a layer of goosebumps. Her whole body was as red as a shrimp. Since young, she had been a very well-behaved girl and would try her best to avoid being close to men. Later on, when she grew up, she understood what the relationship between a man and a woman was. Qin Baiyuan was the center of her feelings. He was her whole world. Towards other men, she was an absolute insulator. Including work, she had always maintained a suitable distance. There had never been a man who clung to her like this. All of this was foreign to her, and she had no experience in it. She did not know how to reject it at all. Shu Jing was afraid that Yin Zizhuang would suddenly come out. She calmed herself down and pushed him again. This time, her attitude was more resolute than before. Boss C, can you please move aside and let me talk properly? Si Wenqin saw through him. Beneath her resolute appearance, there was actually a hint of pleading in her eyes. However, he still retracted his hand rationally and took a step back to give her some space. Shu Jing held her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. In order not to make the atmosphere even more awkward, she hurriedly took a document over. This is the design that the company sent me this afternoon. I printed it out. Take a look. She thought that he would just skim through it as usual. However, Shi Shujing waited for a few minutes, and Si Wenshun had only flipped through 2 pages. There was still a thick stack at the back. Of course, she hoped that he would look through it as carefully as possible. Do you want to sit? I'll go and get a stool. There's no need. Si Wenshun tugged at her hand, but let go very quickly. He leaned against the desk and scrutinized every single detail. Shi Shujing stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. She did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that she would disturb him. Pen. Si Wenshun was still looking at the document and stretched out a hand. What? Pen? All right, wait a moment. Shi Shujing hurriedly found a brush, opened the brush case, and handed it to him. She saw Si Wenshun drawing a circle and scribbling something at the side. He then flipped the page and looked at it carefully with his head slightly lowered. From time to time, he would scribble on it. When he passed the design back to her, Shi Shujing took a look at her watch. 40 minutes had passed. This design is not bad. There are some areas that can be improved. I'll mark them all. Take a look. Shi Shujing quickly flipped through 2 pages. Almost every page had his corrections. His handwriting was very beautiful. It was between the song style and the cursive style. It was natural, domineering, and beautiful. However, it was not sloppy to the point that it was hard to read. Every word was bold and powerful. Just like him, it would give people the most intuitive visual shock. From the beginning to the end, Shi Shujing carefully looked at every line of his words. There were many suggestions that she could not even think of. She almost slapped the table in amazement. Her eyes got bigger and brighter. Together with his corrections, this design was simply perfect. She was full of admiration for his brain. Therefore, no one could succeed casually. Regardless of how terrifying Si Wenshun's background was, he was the kind of man who relied on himself step by step. In addition to having first-class skills, he also had an outstanding mind. How could a man who could single-handedly build a business empire be just an empty shell? A man's wisdom was also very attractive to women. Si Wenshun lit a cigarette. He was still leaning against the desk with both hands on the edge. His fingers added another cigarette. He raised his head and slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke in a casual manner. Shi Shujing raised her head in surprise. He was smoking, and the smoke lingered behind him. He was handsome, cold, and otherworldly. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. It was as if there were 2 hands wrapped around her, pulling her down into an abyss. However, the abyss was not scary. It was so magnificent that it was dazzling. She couldn't help but sink into it. She knew that Si Wenshun's words meant a chance for Blue Sky to come back from the dead. She was extremely grateful. Thank you for being willing to help Blue Sky. I really didn't expect you to. She was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Anyway, thank you very much. She was so excited that her face was red. Si Wenshun liked it very much and wanted to pinch her. But in the end, he raised his hand and only lightly took a puff of his cigarette with a faint smile. I'm not interested in helping Blue Sky at all. I just think that I might be able to help you. It was such a casual tone, but his gaze was burning. It went straight to her heart, and Shi Shujing's heart warmed. She felt that she couldn't bear such generous treatment. The better he treated her, the more she would owe him. However, she couldn't change the deep-rooted bad habits in her bones. At first, she would resist, but slowly, she seemed to get used to it and accepted it more and more naturally. She wasn't a virtuous girl. Even if she knew that he had a motive for her, she still yearned for his help. Because he was too strong, and, at the moment, she wasn't strong enough. In fact, there was nothing bad about having a strong backer. This proposal needs to be modified. The auction will be held next Wednesday at 9 o'clock. At that time, a total of 10 major companies will participate. 5 shareholders and 5 executives will vote to decide. Shi Shujing was a little nervous when she heard that. There's still a vote? Chapter 112. I'll tell them a day before. Blue Sky has a good chance of winning. Shi Shujing frowned. Is this considered going through the back door? Si Wenshun laughed when he heard that. You know you're going through the back door? I've opened the back door for you in the past month. Do you think I'm just doing a good deed every day? His tone was joking, and he didn't give her the pressure of owing him at all. After all, he didn't do those things to make her feel grateful and repay him. He just liked a person, and he would be good to her. For the first time in his life, he subconsciously spoiled a woman, and this spoiling was unreasonable. This project should have started half a month ago, and we've been waiting for Blue Sky's plan. I know, the designer of Blue Sky has done his best. I hope you won't be disappointed. You've done enough. As for telling you in advance, I don't think it's necessary. I know there are many rules in this industry, but I don't want to be one of them. Let the plan do the talking on that day. Whether it succeeds or not, Blue Sky will accept it. Sure, Shu Jing steeled her heart and spoke very firmly. Even if she could divorce Qin Baiyuan if she won the project, she still hoped that would be the case. However, if she used unorthodox methods, she probably wouldn't be able to feel at ease for the rest of her life. Okay, it's getting late. I'll walk you out. Sure enough, as soon as you're done using me, you ask me to leave. You really know how to burn the bridge after crossing it. Si Wenshin smiled, stubbed out the cigarette, stood up straight, stretched out his long arm, and rubbed her fluffy head. A faint scent of tobacco spread between his fingers. I'm just kidding. Rest early. The top of his head felt warm, and sure, Shu Jing suddenly felt like a little girl. His lips pursed again, and his face became hot. I'll walk you out. The next day was Saturday, which meant that there were only 4 days left before the bidding. The whole design team canceled the weekend break, and all staff worked overtime to perfect the plan. Sure, Shu Jing also worked for 2 days. On Sunday, he stayed up until 2 o'clock before returning home. The next day, he slept a little late and hurried to the company. Seeing that the elevator was about to close, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" The elevator door opened again, and sure Shu Jing quickly squeezed in. There were only 3 minutes left. If she did not make it in time, she would definitely be late. She had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, and she could not accept being late by even a minute. After entering the elevator, she felt that something was wrong. It was as if there was a strong, murderous aura coming from behind her. She felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around and saw Qin Baiyuan standing behind her. He had a beautiful, peach blossom-shaped face, but now his face was tense and cold. Sure, Shu Jing turned her head away. Because of that slap, she felt weird and uncomfortable even though she was in the same elevator as him. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't have any resentment in her heart. She was just used to it and couldn't be bothered to care about it. This atmosphere lasted for 2 minutes. When she reached her floor, she was in a hurry to leave when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. "Go to my office." Looking back, Qin Baiyuan was still looking forward with a cold face. She was not sure whether he was talking to her or not, so she pointed at herself. "Me?" Qin Baiyuan snorted coldly. Sure, Shu Jing originally wanted to say that she should clock in first, but she didn't want to offend Qin Baiyuan, especially in front of so many people. He must think that she deliberately made him lose face and would be furious again, so she could only watch the elevator door close. Entering the office, sure Shu Jing was holding a lot of documents in her hands, a box of soup dumplings, and a cup of soybean milk. Her hands were a little tired, so she asked hurriedly as soon as she entered the office, "What's the matter?" Her anxious tone made Qin Baiyuan feel the disgust she had for him. This woman had really hardened her wings. Even staying by his side for a second longer made him feel uncomfortable. She couldn't wait any longer, but he didn't want to lose his temper anymore. That would make him feel pathetic, so he kept his cool. "Are the design department working overtime these days?" "Yes. They are revising the plan in the bidding meeting this Wednesday." "Give me the latest plan." Sure, Shu Jing was stunned. "Why?" As soon as she asked, she realized that she had said something wrong. As expected, Qin Baiyuan didn't get angry, but his eyes darkened. "Does a boss need a reason to instruct his subordinates? Last time at the dinner, I said that I will also participate in this project. When you are the busiest and most tired, you don't care about it, but when it is time to harvest the fruit, you come to interfere." "What do you mean?" Of course, she didn't think that Qin Baiyuan was trying to take credit from her or deliberately show off. After all, Blue Sky belonged to his Qin family, and he really didn't need to do that. She only thought that there must be something wrong with his brain. He was looking for trouble for no reason and was purposely finding trouble with her. Sure, Xu Jing had a lot of thoughts in her mind, but she didn't say it out and still nodded obediently. Okay, I'll ask the secretary to send it up later. Qin Baiyuan asked back. Can't you send it yourself? I still have other work. You know this project best. I just took over, of course. You have to explain it to me. Sure, Xu Jing frowned. To be honest, I have a lot of things to do now. If I could spare time to explain, I don't have to work overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock every day. Besides, it is almost finished. It is completely unnecessary for you to intervene at this time. Although Qin Baiyuan had been holding back his temper today and didn't want to show that he cared about her a lot, what Xu Jing said still annoyed him a little. Do you think I am redundant? I don't mean that. I just don't think it is necessary. Qin Baiyuan sneered in his heart. Of course she didn't need it. She had Mr. C now. Who else did she need? She must be eager to disassociate herself from him. Qin Baiyuan didn't want to mix business and personal matters together, so he restrained his temper. I think it is necessary. You just need to carry it out. The company hired you not to let you object to my way of doing things. You just need to complete the things I tell you, understand? Such unreasonable stubbornness made Xu Jing speechless. However, in this day and age, there were excellent superiors everywhere. As an employee, she really had no right to speak. It was useless to be anxious, so she could only nod. It seemed that working overtime until 2 o'clock tonight was not enough. Xu Jing returned to her office. Before she could finish her breakfast, Qin Baiyuan's secretary rushed her to hand in the proposal. After she brought it up, she still had to explain it to Qin Baiyuan. She also had to explain it to him, including how he made things difficult for her. She talked for 3 hours, and the entire morning passed just like that. When she had lunch at noon, she felt her mouth was very dry and couldn't speak. She had been busy in the design department for the whole afternoon. It was after 6 o'clock when she returned to the office to deal with her part of the work. She ordered takeout for lunch and worked while eating. Unknowingly, it was late at night. When she looked up from a thick stack of documents, it was already after 12 o'clock. She pinched between her eyebrows and tried to wake herself up. The headache came again. Xu Jing got up to pour water. As soon as she came back, she saw Qin Baiyuan in her office. She was shocked. Why are you still here? Aren't you all working overtime? So, you're also staying to work overtime? Did the sun rise from the west? I heard that the design department changed the plan again this afternoon. Let me have a look. Xu Jing was a little strange. Why didn't he go to the head of the design department directly? Didn't he go to her in a roundabout way? It's all on the computer. Take a look. She brought up the plan and opened the drawer. Qin Baiyuan saw a lot of medicine in the drawer. He took out a box and frowned slightly. Acetaminophen tablets? Isn't this a strong painkiller? Why are you taking this? How can I continue to work if I don't take medicine? Xu Jing played it down. Apparently, he was used to it. He closed the drawer calmly. Take a look at the plan first. I need to use the computer later. Qin Baiyuan was still struggling with the previous topic. Won't you go home if you have a headache? Why are you so stubborn? Xu Jing didn't take it as Qin Baiyuan's concern. She only thought that he thought she was stupid. How can I get off work when I have so much work to do? Strong painkillers won't kill me. She urged him a few more times. Qin Baiyuan sat down, but he still glanced at her from time to time. When he thought of the drawer full of medicine, he couldn't help feeling irritated. Xu Jing sat on the sofa. He wanted to take a break, but he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. When Qin Baiyuan finished looking at the plan and looked up, she was curled up on the sofa like a kitten. She was sleeping soundly. Usually, she didn't look like she was wearing glasses. Now that she took them off, he saw that she had deep dark circles under her eyes. It seemed that she had worked overtime for a while. Somehow, he ended up sitting on the coffee table opposite her, watching her sleep silently. This woman was much more pleasing when she slept. Her long black hair was loose. It wasn't dyed, but it was black and shiny. It fluttered casually and looked very docile. Her oval face was pretty and clean, without any unsightly acne marks. Her skin was fair without a single blemish. Her facial features were also very delicate, as if they had been drawn by a paintbrush stroke by stroke. Her lips were tender and pink. She slept like an animal, which aroused Qin Baiyuan's pity for the first time. Qin Baiyuan laughed self-deprecatingly. He had been deceived by her appearance again. If she was really as simple as she seemed, she wouldn't have forced herself to marry him back then. She wouldn't have stayed with him for 3 years. She wouldn't have seduced her superior, Wen Shun, and then burned the bridge after crossing it to divorce him. This woman was very smart and good at using men. She was greedy and ambitious. Qin Baiyuan couldn't understand her anymore. Every time he thought she was pitiful, he would think of the things she had done, which made him gnash his teeth in hatred and want to destroy her. Shi Shujing, he smiled bitterly and murmured, "What kind of woman are you?" Looking at her curled-up hands and feet, Qin Baiyuan didn't know where his sympathy came from. He took off his coat and was about to put it on her. However, as soon as his fingers touched her, Shi Shujing woke up. He hurriedly put on his clothes again and walked a few steps away from her with a guilty conscience. Shi Shujing was in a daze and didn't know what had just happened. He rubbed his eyes. How did I fall asleep? Qin Baiyuan's heart was still beating wildly. He deliberately blamed her with a black face. The boss is busy, and you're sleeping. Is this your working attitude? Chapter 113. Excuses. It's obvious that you are lazy. Qin Baiyuan raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone is working overtime. Only you are sleeping." Shi Shujing spread his hands. No matter what he said, he was a clown in his eyes. Everything he did was wrong. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. It was better to keep his mouth shut. Have you finished reading? I have to continue to work. Stop putting on an act. You're sleeping here. Why don't you go home and sleep? Qin Baiyuan thought that this reason was not good enough, and it was very likely that she would misunderstand that he cared about her. So he found another excuse. I didn't drive today. You give me a ride. Can't you just call the driver? I haven't finished my work. I can't leave. Qin Baiyuan said plausibly. The driver is asleep. Is it polite to disturb others in the middle of the night? Shi Shujing replied in his heart. You are not a polite person, okay? You have done this kind of thing a lot. Besides, is it good to disturb her? She is not a person who has nothing to do. How could she have so much time to listen to his orders? Qin Baiyuan had already walked out and urged, "Don't dawdle. Hurry up." But what? Qin Baiyuan frowned and gave an overbearing order. I said, your job is to obey me. Either do as I say, or pack up and leave. It's your choice. Then he strode out with his 2 long legs. Shi Shujing couldn't help shaking his head. He had never seen such an unreasonable person. He was really a weirdo. There was no other way, so he quickly packed up and followed him. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the streets were very quiet. The whole journey was smooth, but Shi Shujing was very careful when she drove. She was on high alert, and she drove very slowly. Qin Baiyuan was a racer, so the speed of the car was so slow that it made him angry. He couldn't help but urge her to speed up a few times. Even when she was driving, he forced himself to squeeze over and drive for her. Shi Shujing was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat and screamed. What are you doing? Let go. What if we crash? With your tortoise speed, what are you going to do? Qin Baiyuan shouted impatiently. When will you get home at this speed? Shi Shujing nervously used her hand to push him away. Safety first. So slow. Shi Shujing's first reaction was to ask, why are you driving so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? However, she didn't say it out loud. She had always been very polite, but after being with Qin Baiyuan for a long time, her temper wasn't very good, and she often had the urge to curse. You're not trying to drive slower on purpose to stay with me longer, are you? Qin Baiyuan said sarcastically. For some reason, he hoped that was the case. However, when he thought of how uncomfortable she would be if she stayed by his side for even a second longer, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart and felt an unknown anger. Shi Shujing secretly rolled her eyes. Of course not. She couldn't wait for him to get out of the car immediately. Subconsciously, she sped up and stopped the car when she passed by a convenience store. Qin Baiyuan was furious. What are you doing now? I'm hungry. I'm going to buy noodles. Do you want to eat? Don't you want to eat at home? Do you have to do it here? Are you purposely torturing me? Is my time as worthless as yours? I don't have the strength to cook noodles now. Eat if you want. Sure, Shujing unfastened her seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. She paused for a moment and pulled out the key. Qin Baiyuan would definitely do something like leaving her alone. She had to be careful. Qin Baiyuan was sitting alone in the car. He was so bored that he felt flustered. He cursed a few times and followed them. The two entered the convenience store one after another. When the shop assistant saw Qin Baiyuan, her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. You, aren't you the heir of blue sky? Qin Baiyuan? This was much more shocking than seeing a star. Qin Baiyuan's expression changed faster than turning a page of a book. In an instant, he showed a smile that he thought was very charming and winked. Yes, it's me. The shop assistant was mesmerized by his electric gaze. She felt dizzy, and her cheeks blushed. She was overjoyed. Her luck was too good. She was working a night shift, and she was able to meet young Master Qin Baiyuan. If word of this got out, her friends would go crazy with envy. Her eyes turned to Shi Shujing. Then this is... Before Shi Shujing could speak, she was pulled into Qin Baiyuan's arms and smiled. My wife. Shi Shujing shivered. She only knew that Qin Baiyuan was acting. But it was undeniable that the title of wife was very respectful and could really move a woman's heart. For a few seconds, she really thought of herself as Mrs. Qin. But thinking about it, it was quite funny. What Mrs. Qin? It was a marriage in name only, and now they were about to divorce. This was a kind of irony. She didn't wear glasses, and her hair was loose. She looked pure and innocent. She didn't put on airs. The shop assistant thought that she was very beautiful. She was very comfortable and very envious. She couldn't help gossiping. You two are really a good match. So those rumors are false. You two have a good relationship? What do you think? Qin Baiyuan's arms tightened, and his posture became more intimate. Shi Shujing had enough and interrupted. I want a bowl of fish egg curry noodles. 2. Qin Baiyuan made a gesture. She took the opportunity to quietly break free from his hand and went to pay the bill. The shop assistant kept talking about how she envied her. She glanced at Qin Baiyuan. His facial features were handsome, and when he wasn't acting crazy, he gave off the impression that he was an elegant young master of an aristocratic family. He was very charming, and it was no wonder that women were infatuated with him. She used to think that Qin Baiyuan was the most handsome man in the world. But now there was Si Wenshun. In comparison, Qin Baiyuan's charm wasn't as attractive to her anymore. People always had to be compared. That was why they paled in comparison. Shi Shujing shook her head. She was still not willing to compare the two. Each of them had a bowl of fish egg curry noodles. They sat in the convenience store and ate together. Qin Baiyuan had experienced many things in his 20s. But it was the first time that he ate noodles in a convenience store at midnight. Maybe it was because he was hungry, but he actually thought the taste was very good. He also added some chili sauce. Your stomach is not good. Eat less chili. Shi Shujing reminded him in a very natural manner. But these words made Qin Baiyuan pause. He had had many women. There were countless women who cared about his money, his inheritance, and his appearance. But she was the first one who cared about his stomach. Suddenly, he felt that they were really husband and wife. She understood him, cared about him, and it couldn't be more natural. He vaguely remembered the time when he just got married. It was also the time when he hated her the most. When he came home in the middle of the night, she cooked noodles and waited for him in the living room. She was docile and obedient, even a little humble. But he smashed the noodles with a wave of his hand and went upstairs without looking back. Now thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel that he was a little cruel. He didn't know what she was thinking when she lowered her head to clean up the pieces. Did she cry? Seeing her focused on eating noodles, Qin Baiyuan's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, Do you often eat noodles here? I will eat some at midnight when I work overtime. Otherwise, I will be so hungry that I can't sleep. Although it is only 8 yuan, it tastes good. I didn't know you have this habit. Shi Shujing raised his head. After their eyes briefly met for 3 seconds, he smiled. You know nothing about me. How would you know my habit? You don't understand me, and you didn't try to understand me. For the past 3 years, I was just an annoying person to you. These words made Qin Baiyuan's heart feel complicated. Indeed, in the past 1,000 long days and nights, they were the closest people in name, but they were more unfamiliar than strangers. He often saw her in the company, but what kind of life she led in private, what time she woke up, what time she slept, what she liked to eat, what she hated, he couldn't answer a single one. Thinking about it, it was funny. He had hated her for 3 years, but he didn't even know what kind of person he hated. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Maybe he could start to understand her from now on. He was immediately shocked. How could he have the idea of understanding her? In a moment of impulse, he quickly drank a mouthful of ice water. Ice water stimulates the stomach. It's not good. It's none of your business. Qin Baiyuan retorted rudely, and his expression was very ungrateful. Shu Jing shook his head. Sure enough, he was nosy. She didn't need it at all, and it would only annoy him. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Baiyuan found a topic. What are the chances of winning this project? I don't know. We can only try our best. The result will be known in the referendum on Wednesday. Qin Baiyuan said sarcastically. With Mr. C backing you up, what are you afraid of? The so-called referendum is just a formality. When you were together, didn't he promise you? Or are you so busy with other things that you've forgotten about your work? Don't forget that you got close to him for the project. Even if you had sex, at least you should get the project done for me. These words were like a double-edged sword. They hurt Shu Jing, and Qin Baiyuan also felt hurt. But he felt uncomfortable, so his words became more and more excessive. Didn't you tell him that you will divorce if you get the project? Or he doesn't care even if you told him, and he enjoys the feeling of being a wife more? Anyway, you have made a sacrifice. You should get something in return, or you will suffer a loss. All of a sudden, even the rich curry aroma became astringent. Shu Jing lost the mood to eat the noodles. He put down the chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I still have work to do. Finish it quickly and go home. On Tuesday, Shu Jing and the whole design department stayed up all night, and Qin Baiyuan also participated for the first time. There was a 15-minute presentation the next day. Shu Jing, Qin Baiyuan, and the designer were responsible for 5 minutes each. Although the time was very short, they couldn't make any mistakes. They had to memorize all the details of their designs fluently. They prepared until 4 o'clock in the morning. When Shu Jing got up, she suddenly felt dizzy. She staggered a few steps, and Qin Baiyuan hurried to help her. Can you do it? Shu Jing didn't feel anything when he was fully immersed just now. Now, she felt very uncomfortable. She felt dizzy and hot, weak and nauseous, but she forced herself to shake her head. Chapter 114. She struggled to go back to her office, feeling like she was going to die. After sleeping for a while, the alarm clock rang. She looked at her phone and saw that it was 6:30. It was very painful, but she still had to get up. She washed her face and put on makeup. In order to cover up the haggard and dark circles under her eyes, she put on a little more powder and put on a little more blush. Fortunately, under the effect of makeup, it was not visible. At about 8 o'clock, she arrived at Ocean Group. The people from other bidding companies had almost arrived and were waiting at the entrance of the venue. Qin Baiyuan couldn't help murmuring when he thought of Shu Jing's fainting look last night. No, don't force yourself. I'll take your 5 minutes. No problem. Shu Jing was stubborn. He was in so much pain, but he had to endure until the end of the meeting. Your tie is crooked. She helped him tidy it. Qin Baiyuan suddenly held her waist, kissed her on the top of her head, and said sweetly, My wife is so sweet. Shu Jing immediately realized something and looked back. Sure enough, it was Si Wenshun and the directors and executives who came over. After a brief eye contact with her, she hurriedly lowered her head as if she had done something wrong and was caught. You should have seen her helping Qin Baiyuan tidy his tie. Would he be unhappy? But where did this inexplicable guilt come from? She didn't do anything wrong to him. The people from other companies hurriedly greeted Si Wenshun. Their words were full of flattery. He didn't show arrogance because of this. Instead, he shook hands with them. It was a very polite kind, more honorable than arrogant, which made people admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Sure, Xu Jing bit her lips as she walked up to the two of them. Mr. C. Si Wenqin's eyes stayed on her for a short while, and then he was attracted by Qin Baiyuan's initiative to speak. Qin Baiyuan put one arm around Xu Jing and deliberately made an intimate gesture, saying confidently, "Our plan this time will definitely make everyone's eyes light up." He deliberately spoke very loudly, as if the others did not need to participate in the bidding and could just leave. Plus, Mr. C has such a good relationship with my wife. There's no reason not to choose blue sky. Sure, Xu Jing couldn't make him shut up. He felt embarrassed and lowered his head to look at his shoes. What a spoiled brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's just a joke. I wonder what Xu Jing saw in him. The corners of Si Wenqin's mouth twitched. Really? Let's wait and see. At the beginning of the bidding, Blue Sky was ranked 8th. When the other companies showed their products, Xu Jing was still reciting the script over and over again, as if he was taking the college entrance examination. He was so nervous that his back was cold. On the other hand, Qin Baiyuan was very calm. He was even flirting with the secretary of the other company, as if no one else was present. Next is Blue Sky. Xu Jing was so scared that her hands trembled. Everyone's eyes turned to her, including Si Wenqin. He nodded to her and motioned her to relax. She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. The audience was very nervous, but on the stage, Xu Jing was very calm and introduced the design in an orderly manner. As he spoke, he was so excited that he suddenly felt dizzy. He hurriedly held the podium to prevent himself from fainting. Si Wenqin subconsciously wanted to get up, and his body had already left the chair. But in the end, he held back, and there was a look of worry between his eyebrows. The secretary asked, "Manager Sure, are you okay?" She calmed down for a few seconds. The crazy dizziness faded, and she finally sobered up a little. "Sorry. Now continue." Si Wenqin sat back in the leather chair. In just 3 minutes, Xu Jing tried her best to hold on. When she got off the stage, her legs were trembling. It was Qin Baiyuan's turn to go on the stage. When they passed each other, he helped her and asked about her physical condition with his eyes. Xu Jing's lips were pale, and she was very weak. But she still shook her head and said in a low voice, "I'm okay." In 3 hours, 10 companies had presented their designs one after another, and they entered the final voting stage. Blue Sky and Tao Shi each had 3 votes, and the last vote was in the hands of Si Wenqin. Xu Jing held back her nervousness in trembling hands. She did not dare to show too much eagerness in her eyes, and waited with bated breath. Everyone was waiting for Si Wenqin's vote. He was deep in the leather chair, and his fingers fell on the conference table, knocking it from time to time. The whole audience could only hear the sound of his fingers. In the dead silence, it was like knocking on everyone's heart, making them extremely nervous. His fingers stopped and hung in the air. After thinking for a while, Si Wenqin looked at everyone indifferently. "I choose Blue Sky." Xu Jing was surprised and overjoyed. She was so excited that she almost cried out. The big stone hanging in her heart was finally settled at this moment. The tiredness of the past few days and the pain in her body all hit her in an instant as her nerves relaxed. Her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. After a long sleep, when Xu Jing regained consciousness, she found herself in the ward. She shouted, "Sign the contract," and sat up anxiously. "What are you doing? You're still on the drip. Don't move." Qin Baiyuan hurriedly held her down. How is the project? Where's the contract?" Xu Jing looked a little crazy. Her eyes were messy, but her tone was extremely anxious. "Where's the contract? It hasn't been signed yet." Qin Baiyuan pressed her shoulders, trying to calm her down. "Don't move. Hasn't been signed? Why? You have fainted. We must send you to the hospital first. How can we sign the contract? But the project has been confirmed. The only step left is to sign the contract. Don't worry. That's true, but I still can't rest assured without signing the contract." Xu Jing was very depressed. Me too. I should have fainted after signing the contract. Qin Baiyuan didn't know what to say to her. Looking at her distressed look, he suddenly wanted to laugh inhumanely and shouted, "You also know, you fainted at the critical moment. Don't you think you are a jinx? I told you not to force yourself, but you didn't listen. Now you are good." When she was blaming herself, he didn't say a word of comfort. Instead, he added insult to injury. Sure, Shujing couldn't help but glare at him. "Do you think I want to faint? I really can't hold on." Mr. C chose blue sky in front of so many people. Can he go back on his word? Don't worry about it. It's already a done deal. Sure, Shujing nodded. Then hurry up. Don't make any mistakes. Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have a commission. Can't you wait to divorce? Qin Baiyuan didn't know what was wrong with him and said too much. Sure, Shujing thought he was hinting at the divorce, so he followed his words. After signing the contract, it's time to deal with the divorce. Qin Baiyuan's body froze, and he frowned. You were so worried about signing the contract just for the divorce? I was wondering why you were worrying about the company. It turns out that you're thinking about yourself. You want to get the divorce certificate so soon and live together with Mr. C? No wonder he chose blue sky in the end. It turns out that you colluded. I said it long ago, but you still don't admit it. Sure, Shujing was very tired now and didn't have the strength to argue with him. What's more, he wouldn't listen to her. It was meaningless to argue about the cause and effect. What she was concerned about now was one point. You said it yourself. Divorce if you get the project. Her words made Qin Baiyuan speechless. Did she think he wanted to say it? He was annoyed at once. Sure, Shujing, get straight. You're the one who proposed the divorce. Don't pour dirty water on me. But you have said it for 3 years. Isn't it right for you to divorce now? Don't you want a divorce? Who said I don't want a divorce? But the contract hasn't been signed yet, right? Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he wanted to shout at her. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that I will go back on my word? You are the one who said it's a done deal. Qin Baiyuan stood up angrily and shouted at her. Then how do I know that the two of you are not colluding to lie to me? What if he goes back on his word after the divorce and refuses to sign the contract? Won't I lose both my money and my person? Sure, Shujing was speechless. This person was too narrow-minded. It was simply too dark. Perhaps it was not the right time to talk about a divorce with him now. It was better to wait until after the contract was signed. At this juncture, it was best to solve the problems one by one. They could not be too hasty. Even though she had shut her mouth, Qin Baiyuan was still very irritated by her words just now. Yes, he wanted a divorce, but he should be the one to dump her harshly and not the other way around. This made him feel very embarrassed, as if he was the one who was abandoned. His pride could not take it. When he saw her anxious attitude, he was even angrier and wanted to teach her a lesson. If he had known that she had fainted, he would not have cared and just left her to the adulterer. The silence made the atmosphere even more intense. Sure, Shujing could only find a topic to talk about. What time is it now? 11 o'clock. I have been sleeping since yesterday. You've been here all this time? Dream on. Qin Baiyuan denied agitatedly. I left you to the nurse after I sent you to the hospital yesterday. I just came. Oh. Sure, Shujing did not doubt this at all. After all, that was Qin Baiyuan's style, cold-blooded and ruthless. What oh? Did I do anything wrong to you? It's good enough that I sent you to the hospital. Your adulterer doesn't even care about you. You even praised him like a god. Is there even a shadow of him now? If something happens to you, will he care about your life or death? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door behind him. Qin Baiyuan looked back and cursed in his heart. Speak of the devil. He had just talked about the adulterer, and the adulterer came to the door of his own accord. Sure, Shujing looked at Si Wenxian at the door. Her face was slightly hot. Under the seemingly cold appearance, she saw the tenderness in his eyes. It was like the ocean. Recently, he seemed to be able to stir her heart more and more. Qin Baiyuan saw the subtle relationship between the two and scolded Sure Shujing in his heart for being shameless. How dare he openly flirt with Si Wenxian under his eyes? Did he think he was dead? He stood up, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and asked like a man in charge. What brings Mr. C here? Si Wenxin walked in with a fruit basket in his hand. He was calm and elegant. Chapter 115. His casual tone and arrogance made Qin Baiyuan seethe with anger. Mr. C, have you forgotten the farce in the hotel last time? Your identity is so eye-catching. I'm afraid that your appearance here will attract reporters again. It's not good to disturb my wife's rest. Didn't Boss Qin explain it very clearly last time? What else is there to doubt? Deliberately avoiding it will make people more suspicious. Now that the Ocean Group and Blue Sky have established a cooperative relationship, isn't it normal for me to visit my partner? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. C, but my wife still needs to rest. We'll take the fruit basket. You can go now. Si Wenxin ignored him, and his eyes fell on Shi Shujing. Are you better? She felt her body heat up for no reason. She grabbed the bed sheets, and her body tightened. She really didn't know how to deal with such a situation. On her left stood Qin Baiyuan, and on her right stood Si Wenxin. This was the most embarrassing situation she could imagine. In the past, her behavior was magnanimous, so she wasn't so afraid. But now she was very guilty, so she answered awkwardly. It's all right. Thank you for your concern. However, she knew that no matter how calm she appeared, in Qin Baiyuan's eyes, she was trying to cover something up. She was hypocritical and disgusting. How could Qin Baiyuan tolerate an adulterer and his wife flirting in front of him? He clenched his fists and had the urge to fight with Si Wenxin again. Mr. C, you've seen her and given her the fruit basket. Isn't it time to leave? Manager Shi is weak and needs someone to take care of her. I'll take care of her. Don't worry. Who did he think he was? Was it his turn to take care of his people? He really didn't know how he could be so thick-skinned. As soon as Qin Baiyuan's voice fell, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Yining. He had no choice but to answer it. Dad, yes. In the hospital. Come over now. He glanced at the two of them reluctantly. I'm not free now. I really can. I'll be right there. Si Wenxin raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. Qin Baiyuan was unwilling. He didn't want the two of them to be together. President Qin is urging you so urgently. Why aren't you going? Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth and glared at Shi Shujing as a warning. You better remember who you are. Then he left angrily to find a nurse to keep an eye on the two men. Shi Shujing heaved a sigh of relief. She really didn't know how to deal with two of them at the same time. Si Wenxin pulled out a chair and sat by the bed. Sorry, I just got here. Qin Baiyuan is always in the hospital. I don't want to trouble you. He sounded very tolerant, and it sounded as if the two of them were a couple, and he had the responsibility to take care of her. He said it so naturally that Shi Shujing's ears heated up. To her, this should be considered sweet words. Hong Er's face was red as she tried her best to resist this feeling. Actually, you didn't need to come. Do you think I wouldn't worry about you? As soon as you were in the hospital, I contacted the doctor. Fortunately, it's just hypoglycemia. There's no other problem. Yeah, recently, I've been working overtime for several days. I only slept for 2 hours last night. I'm exhausted. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Don't worry. Is the Blue Sky project worth working so hard for? Shi Shujing wanted to tell him that the project was also related to her divorce with Qin Baiyuan, but she didn't say it. She didn't want this matter to be too complicated. She divorced Qin Baiyuan not only because of Si Wenxin, and she didn't want him to misunderstand. In short, this was her relationship with Qin Baiyuan, and it should be handled by her. It had nothing to do with him. In order to lighten the atmosphere, she joked. If I don't work hard when I'm young, when will I? It'll be too late to work hard when I'm old. Just sign the contract, and you can rest. After signing the contract, the project will start immediately. When the time comes, there will be more things to do. Can you not sleep for a few months? Shi Shujing didn't think that far ahead. She had always focused on the things in front of her and dealt with them one by one. Moreover, when the project officially started, she might have already divorced Qin Baiyuan. At that time, she would leave Blue Sky, so she didn't have to worry about the project. This time, she was working so hard to make up for her guilt towards Qin Yining. She felt that she had let him down. After signing the contract, At least her conscience would feel better. What are you thinking about? Hmm? Nothing. Qin Baiyuan should be back soon. You should leave first. He can't leave today. Si Wenqin's tone was very certain, and it was a little mysterious. Do you want to hear a secret? The corner of his mouth rose, and he smiled mischievously. Guess who took him away? You? Looking at the mischievous smile on his face, Shu Jing was both angry and amused. This man was too scheming. However, in fact, she felt that he was a little childish. The dignified boss, Si, actually knew how to play such a trick. Speechless. While the two of them were talking, the nurse came and said that Shu Jing was weak and inconvenient to see guests. She adjusted the infusion tube and checked her. In short, she didn't let the two of them be alone. However, Si Wenqin was a very charming and persuasive man. After saying a few words, the nurse left and closed the door considerately. Shu Jing thought to herself, how could Qin Baiyuan be Si Wenqin's opponent? He had already been sent away by him. What was the use of finding a nurse? Even if he called all the nurses and doctors in the whole hospital, it would just be a matter of 1 or 2 words from Si Wenqin. Therefore, there was also a difference between people and powerful men. Si Wenqin habitually touched the cigarette, but thinking that she was not feeling well, he stopped and asked, "Are you thirsty? Have some fruit." Shu Jing looked at the big basket of fruit. It would be a waste not to eat it, so she nodded. Si Wenqin got up, opened the gift bag, and picked a pear. Suddenly, he remembered that his mother said he couldn't share pears, which was a bad sign. Although it was superstition, he still put down the pear subconsciously and picked an apple. He picked up the fruit knife in the basket and began to peel the apple. "You also prepared a knife?" "Yes. I thought you didn't have one here, so I took one from the shop next door when I bought fruit." Shu Jing felt that he was very careful. Some small details were often the most attractive to women. To her surprise, Si Wenqin's movement of peeling the fruit was very skilled. She thought that he was not good at it before, because he didn't look like a man who could peel fruit. Moreover, he didn't usually do this kind of thing himself. In fact, she really didn't know him. Si Wenqin quickly finished peeling the apple, and the peel was connected into a line, which was very beautiful. "Thank you." Shu Jing took a small bite. It was crispy and tasted very good. "Don't you want to eat? I think it's enough for you to eat. Or let's take a bite each." His eyes began to show that kind of burning desire again. Shu Jing's ears became hot, and she rebuked. "You're doing it again." Her voice was soft, with a bit of a coquettish tone, which was very attractive. "Why are you shy? It's not like we haven't exchanged saliva before." Si Wenqin leaned back on the chair and crossed his legs comfortably. "We've done more intimate things, haven't we? It's okay if you're not used to it. There will be many opportunities in the future for you to get used to it. You'll love it." Shu Jing blushed and ignored him. Recently, she couldn't control her heart anymore. She was always being teased by him. Si Wenqin looked at her calmly. His eyes seemed to be glued to her body. He was calm and lazy, and the corners of his lips curled up happily. He was full of interest, as if watching her eat the apple was a pleasing and extremely interesting thing. Shu Jing was embarrassed by his stare. "Hey, can you not stare at me like this? I don't have anything on my face. You're making me very embarrassed." Is it embarrassing for a man to look at the woman he likes? Her heart skipped a beat. This should be considered as mushy words of love. Watching her nibble on the apple, Si Wenqin's gaze became more and more fascinated. Her lips were very beautiful. Si Wenqin said with a straight face, "I'm going abroad tomorrow." Shu Jing paused and suddenly felt a little sour. "Business trip?" "No, I'm visiting my mom. She's abroad." "Oh, I see." Shu Jing's mood was inexplicably depressed. "How long will you be away?" "About half a month." Her mood took a turn for the worse. She felt even more disappointed. She felt empty and had mixed feelings. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. Seeing that she stopped eating the apple, Si Wenqin raised his eyebrows. "Why? You can't bear to part with me?" "I am not," Shu Jing denied, but her words were a little weak. She admitted that she felt a little, but she shouldn't have that kind of emotion, so she tried hard to suppress it. The most frightening thing was that it wasn't just a little disappointment. It seemed to be beyond her control. She was very reluctant to part with him. This didn't make sense. The two of them weren't that close. What was there to be reluctant and disappointed about? But her heart was empty, and she suddenly became listless. She was happy a second ago, but now she was listless. How could her mood be hidden from Si Wenxin? He clearly saw her reluctance to part with him, including her psychological struggle with herself. It was obvious that this little woman couldn't bear to part with him. This made him feel very happy. It was just that he didn't expose her verbally. "Oh, are you sure you didn't?" Sure Shujing's mood was gloomy and conflicted. She replied snappily, "Just go. What's there to be reluctant about?" She didn't realize that she had actually lost her temper in front of him. The smile on Si Wenxin's lips deepened, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of a smile on his face, but he pretended to be unhappy. "You're really cold-blooded. We had such an intimate night, but you don't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Is it so difficult to hear you say something nice?" "No means no. Do you want me to lie?" Sure Shujing was a little impatient, and the volume of her voice increased by a few degrees. Chapter 116. She said all these words in one breath, like a machine gun. Si Wenxin couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt that he had met a new Sure Shujing, a little woman with claws who would throw a tantrum and make a fuss. Generally speaking, he thought that this was unreasonable, and he didn't like this woman very much, so he didn't have the patience to coax her. But now he was enjoying it very much. Compared to her calling him Boss C, Mr. C, and speaking politely like a robot, he preferred this woman who was made of flesh and blood and had a temper. It wasn't that he didn't know anything about women. At least, he was very clear that when a woman no longer wore a mask in front of a man, but quarreled with him and threw a tantrum, it meant that she had begun to accept him and rely on him. This was called people would only throw a tantrum to the person they trusted the most and felt the most secure. This was especially true for women. At this moment, Si Wenxin's mood was undoubtedly very happy, but Sure Shujing didn't know what he was thinking. She suddenly said so many unpleasant words, and she regretted it a little. She blamed herself. Did her brain short-circuit? What nonsense did she say? She didn't even look at who the person opposite her was. But the words that were said were like spilled water, and she couldn't take them back even if she regretted it. The atmosphere was silent, and she was quite uncomfortable. She was speechless, and she hoped that Si Wenxin could say something to break this awkwardness. "Maybe you don't miss me," Si Wenxin finally spoke. His voice was light, but every word he said was very meaningful. "But I'm sure that I will miss you very much. I haven't even left, but I already miss you." Sure Shujing's heart trembled violently. She couldn't suppress the sweet feeling in her heart, and it was getting more and more intense. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of sweetness. Even if her body was made of copper and iron, she would still be softened by these words. Si Wenxin sat on the bed and pinched her chin with 2 fingers. She was so shy that her eyes were flustered. She didn't dare to look at him and kept lowering her head. He simply cupped her face with both hands and looked at her affectionately and persistently. I miss you very, very much." His deep voice was like a poisonous insect that paralyzed Sure Shujing's nerves, making her unable to think and intoxicated. Just like that, she watched as his face grew larger and larger. His slightly cold lips pressed against hers, moving gently as he whispered between her teeth. "I miss you, baby." When those 3 words came out of his mouth, it was so moving. Sure Shujing felt that she was being loved and cared for. It melted all of her strength and paralyzed her rationality. Sure Shujing knew that she had already given in. All her resistance and rationality had collapsed in his kiss, and she had completely collapsed. In this gentle kiss, she vaguely realized that she had been moved. No matter how hard she tried to resist, she could not escape her heart. At least for this moment, she would just treat it as a dream. She wanted to be immersed in this beautiful dream and never wake up. This kiss ended after a long time. When their lips parted, Sure Shujing's face was red. Now that her sense of shame was gradually decreasing, it was replaced by a kind of sweetness. It was probably because she had made up her mind to divorce Qin Baiyuan. Her sense of guilt was not as strong, and the shackles in her heart were also loosened a little. Si Wenchun kissed her lips with satisfaction. At such a close distance, that pair of eyes looked even more enchanting and captivating. You're getting better and better. It seems that I've taught you well. Shu Jing bit her lips. Her face was red, and she didn't know how to respond. His finger landed on her lips and pressed a little harder. Don't bite your lips. It will make my heart ache. She mumbled shyly. Your body is mine. Do you want me to be controlled by you? That's right. Everything you have is mine. Si Wenchun held the back of her head and brought her into his arms. His cold lips landed on the center of her forehead. Shu Jing, you belong to me. The domineering declaration was so manly. Sure, Shu Jing was willing to surrender to it. She was not a very strong woman. In fact, she was very fragile. She was willing to attach herself to a man like a vine. I've already handed the contract to the secretary to handle. My leaving won't affect. Sure, Shu Jing then realized that she had not thought of signing the contract at all. She only considered her own feelings. Since when did she become so inseparable from public and private affairs? Si Wenchun stayed until the evening. The secretary made a few calls before leaving. Sure, Shu Jing hid under the quilt. Her heart was in a mess, but it was a very sweet kind of mess. In an instant, she seemed to have become a teenage girl who had her first awakening of love. It was just a little low blood sugar. It was not a big deal. Sure, Shu Jing went back to work after resting in the hospital for 2 days. Not long after she went to work, she was called to the boss's office. Qin Baiyuan was also there. His originally gloomy face became even more sullen when he saw her. Those who did not know might think that the two of them were enemies. Sure, Shu Jing ignored his gaze and sat down. Qin Yuning was very concerned about her health and asked about her well-being. Qin Baiyuan could not bear to listen anymore and interrupted him impatiently. You didn't call me here to listen to you say these words, did you? If you want to act like a father and daughter, take your time to chat. I still have a lot of things to do, so I'm sorry I can't accompany you. After saying that, he was about to leave, but he was scolded by Qin Yuning and reluctantly sat back down. Qin Baiyuan was a little like a child throwing a tantrum and being jealous. He could not bear to see Shu Jing being favored, so he was jealous. Shu Jing is a big contributor to the success of the bidding this time. If it were you, it would have been over long ago. Shu Jing, you've worked hard during this period of time. After signing the contract, you'll have half a month off. Have a good rest. Shu Jing was very happy when he heard that. Thank you, Dad. Qin Baiyuan rolled his eyes and sneered disdainfully. The Ocean Group has already contacted me. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll all have to go. Especially you. Qin Yuning stared at Qin Baiyuan with dissatisfaction and warned him sternly. If you dare to be late, I'll break your legs. Why should I go? Didn't you say it? It's all thanks to Shu Jing that we can sign the contract. Isn't it best to let her enjoy the glory alone? Anyway, she's the best and the most capable. I didn't do anything, so how can I be qualified to go? I don't want to take her credit. Don't talk so much nonsense. Go when I tell you to go. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Qin Baiyuan swaggered off and entered the elevator. Shu Jing followed him in. He did not have time to press the elevator button. It was as if he felt that it was unlucky to be in the same elevator as her. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, don't forget. Do you think I'm deaf? Repeater, lackey. Qin Baiyuan said a few sarcastic words. My dad isn't here right now, so there's no need to show off. Besides, you've won such a big project. Now that he values you the most, you don't have to take me seriously. This project is the credit of all the staff in the design department, but you're the only one who has it. Don't you feel guilty? Shu Jing was speechless. He really couldn't talk to him. He didn't want to quarrel, but he would provoke him. I'll get the lawyer to prepare the divorce agreement today. Qin Baiyuan furrowed his brows. Are you that impatient? Since we're going to sign the contract tomorrow, it's better to prepare it early. Don't you want to regain your freedom as soon as possible? If there's time, You can get a divorce after signing the contract tomorrow. Qin Baiyuan opened his mouth and wanted to curse, but he didn't know how to curse her. No matter how bad the words were, they couldn't describe how despicable and shameless this woman was. We agreed to get a divorce after signing the contract. Don't I know? I need you to remind me. Now that you've grown up, you dare to talk to me about conditions. You're forcing me, aren't you? I don't care, but how are you going to explain to Dad? He's so good to you. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Sure, Shu Jing endured the guilt. I'll explain it to him clearly. I'll say that it's my own idea, and I won't implicate you. How noble, Qin Baiyuan sneered. So I should be grateful to you. Didn't you get a divorce for Mr. C? With him as your backer, no one would dare to touch you. Aren't you afraid of being accused? Anyway, you're only thinking about getting a divorce. You don't want your face, marriage, or familial love. It doesn't matter if you're willing to go against the whole world for your adultery. Sure, Shu Jing, you're such a selfish woman. After hearing these words a lot, Sure Shu Jing found that she had become numb. He didn't know if she was stronger or more shameless. In short, it didn't hurt or itch. In the past 3 years, she didn't feel that she had done anything wrong to Qin Baiyuan, so she didn't feel burdened by these malicious attacks. The only thing was that she had let Qin Yuning down. In this world, only Qin Yuning could blame her, and the one who had the least right to insult her was Qin Baiyuan. Because her heart was very open and persistent, she had a clear conscience. Ding! The elevator opened. Sure Shu Jing only said, I'll prepare the divorce agreement tomorrow. Then she walked out of the elevator. As for the divorce, Sure Shu Jing didn't have any requirements. She didn't need financial compensation, nor did she have any property or child disputes. So it was very simple. The lawyer prepared the divorce agreement that afternoon. When she thought about this matter in her free time, her mood was also quite complicated. She was completely disappointed in Qin Baiyuan and was sure that she wanted a divorce, but it didn't mean that she didn't feel bad. After all, he was a man she had loved for many years and was married to, so she would definitely be a little reluctant. She still had feelings for Qin Baiyuan, but her current attitude was that it was better to have a short pain than a long one. Instead of dragging it on and making everyone suffer, it was better to cut the Gordian knot with a knife. The next day, Sure Shu Jing and Qin Yuning set off from home together. Qin Baiyuan didn't return all night. In his briefcase, besides the signing documents, there was also the divorce agreement. Sure Shu Jing felt ashamed to face Qin Yuning. Blue Sky held a grand signing ceremony for this cooperation and invited many reporters. It was almost time, but Qin Baiyuan didn't show up, which made Qin Yuning so angry that her face turned green. Chapter 117. Unfortunately, until the end of the signing ceremony, Qin Baiyuan did not appear. He did not answer the phone and disappeared for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Sure Shu Jing came to the hotel and knocked on the door. A young and coquettish woman opened the door. She had just taken a shower and was wrapped in a bath towel. She looked at him impatiently. Who are you? Qin Baiyuan's wife. Are you kidding? How could his wife be so ugly? I am his wife. Sure Shu Jing could not be bothered to waste time with these unimportant people and directly pushed the door open. What are you doing? Get out, get out. Qin Baiyuan just came out of the bathroom and met Sure Shu Jing's eyes. She suddenly blushed and looked away. Put on your clothes first. Who are you? Get out. The woman did not give in. Dear, is she crazy? How could she say that she is your wife? What a joke. Qin Baiyuan slowly bent down and picked up the towel to dry her hair. Between the wet hair, a pair of playful eyes appeared. She's my wife. What? You really have such bad taste? If she is beautiful, will I look for other women everywhere? Qin Baiyuan smiled mockingly. He had a cynical look on his face as he looked at Sure Shu Jing with disdain. What are you doing here? After he put on the bathrobe, Sure Shu Jing dared to look at him. Her expression was very unnatural, and her 2 delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted. I have something to say to you. Let her out. The woman relied on the fact that she was favored and did not put Sure Shu Jing, the legal wife, in her eyes. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Why do you have to drive me out? This is our room. The person who should leave is you. He angrily pulled her. Get out, get out. Shu Jing was annoyed and pushed her. As a result, the other party fell to the ground and complained as if she had suffered a great grievance. Darling, look, she actually pushed me. You must teach her a good lesson and help me vent my anger. In Qin Baiyuan's eyes, the woman was transparent. He didn't even bother to look at her and even thought she was annoying. However, in order to provoke Shu Jing, he blamed her. Who do you think you're to break in and hit my woman so early in the morning? Are you a mad dog that bites people? I have something to tell you. Qin Baiyuan saw that she was in a hurry and knew why she was here. He instinctively resisted. If you have anything to say, say it in front of her. Hurry up and get lost. We still have work to do. There are some words that I think you don't want outsiders to hear. What outsider? You're the outsider. Qin Baiyuan didn't pull her up, so the woman had to get up by herself. If you don't leave, I'll call security to throw you out. As she spoke, she was about to make a call when Qin Baiyuan pulled her over and sat on his lap. He looked at her dotingly. His gaze seemed to be affectionate, but there was no trace of emotion in it. It was cold. Little darling, why do you have to get angry with this kind of woman? My heart will ache if you get sick because of anger. The woman pouted her mouth, feeling wronged. But I'm really sad. Really? Then I'll comfort you. As he spoke, Qin Baiyuan kissed her and glanced at Shu Jing from the corner of his eyes. He was very happy to see that her face was pale. He thought that she didn't care anymore, but it turned out that she still had feelings. He just wanted to humiliate her and let her taste the pain that she brought to him. The desire for revenge continued to ferment in Qin Baiyuan's chest. He hated it so much that his actions gradually became rough. He bit her hard, and the woman screamed in pain. Shu Jing knew that Qin Baiyuan was acting and had seen enough of this kind of drama. She didn't want to waste any more time and said coldly, "Since you don't want to listen to me, then I'll bring the agreement to Dad directly." You stop. Qin Baiyuan pushed the woman away and stood up. He couldn't stop her, so he chased after her and reached out to pull her. Don't go. Shu Jing's eyes fell on his hand. His expression was a little cold and sarcastic. Didn't you have time? Now you want to listen to me? Qin Baiyuan wanted to strangle her, but he didn't want the divorce to go directly to Qin Yuning. He could only compromise first and let the woman go. Darling, how can you ask me to go? Didn't you say that you would accompany me to buy a bag this afternoon? Shut up. You're so annoying. Qin Baiyuan hurriedly signed a check for 1 million yuan, stuffed it into her hand, and pushed her out. Take the money and get out of here. Shu Jing accidentally glanced at the number on it and shook his head with a sneer. You squander the hard-earned money of Blue Sky's employees like this? Boss Qin is really generous. It's none of your business. That's my money. I can use it however I want. It's none of your business. Qin Baiyuan slammed the door, and the whole room shook. He rushed to her angrily. What are you trying to say? Why were you absent from the signing ceremony? Why should I go? Anyway, the credit and the limelight are all yours. Why should I steal your limelight? Isn't it better for you to have all the limelight? Shu Jing asked. Do you think I care about that? You pretend to be noble, as if you didn't get the benefits of Blue Sky. If you win the project, will Dad not promote you? I don't want to quarrel with you. Do you know that Dad was very worried about you when you disappeared for a few days? Worried about me? In his eyes, does he still have me as his son? Isn't it enough to have you? Qin Baiyuan sat down on the sofa, feeling impatient. He poured a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp, staring at her angrily. He hates me so much anyway. If I don't show up, he won't see me. Dad loves you the most. It's because you're disappointing that he keeps hitting you. It's all for your own good. Don't you understand his painstaking efforts? Painstaking efforts? If his painstaking efforts are for you, then no matter what I do is wrong. I can't satisfy him, and I have to be scolded by him. Then I really can't understand it. Qin Baiyuan poured another glass of wine and drank it quickly, as if he didn't want to live anymore. You know very well how he treats me and how he treats you. Then if I disappear, will it help you regain your balance and cheer up? Qin Baiyuan's hand suddenly paused, and he almost smashed the wine glass in anger. What do you mean? His expression was very scary, but Shu Jing was not afraid. He took out the divorce agreement from his bag and handed it to Qin Baiyuan. The words reflected in the eyes of Qin Baiyuan, stinging his pupils. He had always wanted a divorce, but when he saw the agreement, he still couldn't stand it. Anger roared in his chest like a poisonous dragon. Veins popped out on his arms and forehead, and the corner of his eyes kept twitching. You don't have to read the agreement carefully. I don't want a penny of your Qin family's property. I just want a divorce, and you can sign it. The blood all over his body seemed to be frozen, and Qin Baiyuan couldn't stop his teeth from chattering. He was so angry that he wanted to kill her, but he didn't say a word of curse. He just drank the wine to drown his sorrows, turned his face away coldly, and forced his voice out through his teeth. It's too early to sign it now. Wait until the project is completed. Haven't we already signed the contract? Do you want to go back on your word? Signing the contract doesn't mean that the project will go smoothly. Who knows if your adulterer will go back on his word? As long as the marriage is maintained, I can control him. Will I be stupid enough to let you go so soon? Qin Baiyuan, Shu Jing wanted to scold him for being despicable. This project is a cooperation between the two groups. Harming Blue Sky is equivalent to harming Ocean Group. Mr. C will not do that. How do I know? He is so insidious and cunning. Who knows if he will set me up in the back? Anyway, whether there is a divorce or not, don't you still see each other? It will be more fun that way. Why are you in a hurry to divorce? You are very useful now. The future interests of Blue Sky all depend on you to fight for it from the adulterer. How can I let go of you, the trump card? The project has already been signed. What other benefits do you want? Who knows? How many benefits I can get depends on how much he likes you. I have already given my wife to him. There is no reason for me to only sign a project, right? Your charm is only worth this much. Shu Jing felt that he was so greedy that it made his hair stand on end. He was like a devil. Using your own wife as a bait. Are you still a man? Don't accuse me sanctimoniously. In the beginning, no one forced you to use your body to exchange for the agreement. You started it, so you have to do it to the end. Anyway, having sex once or twice is the same. You're already like this. As long as you can get benefits, what's the difference if you do it a few more times? Until he hates you, you still have value to him. Qin Baiyuan said cruel words and also used these words to hypnotize himself. He did not divorce not because he had any feelings for her, but because he wanted to use her. Otherwise, when he thought of other possibilities, he would drive himself crazy. Shu Jing's heart turned cold when she heard the word use. In the past, no matter how bad Qin Baiyuan treated her, she would always reflect on herself. It was because she forced herself to marry him that she incurred his revenge. But now, not only that, she felt that she was being used by him as a tool. In the deepest part of her heart, she had always believed that he was a kind person, but now she was shaken and felt that he was a cruel businessman who was blinded by profit. The contract has already been signed. Is it not enough? You are too greedy. I am greedy. Qin Baiyuan had an "what right do you have to criticize me" attitude. You, Shu Jing, are the greediest one. Back then, for the sake of profit, you shamelessly married me. Fine, you got the title of young mistress of the Qin family, but this is not enough to satisfy you. Once that adulterer appeared, you couldn't wait to become Mrs. C? What do you think I am? Your springboard? How many men and how much money do you need to satisfy your appetite? You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Okay, no problem, but there's no such thing in the world. Don't think of kicking me away. Don't you need money to redeem yourself? Then let's see how much that adulterer can give me. If he is not willing to give it, we will drag it on slowly. When the project is completed, we will talk about the divorce. Shu Jing was almost blinded by his arrogant attitude and clenched his fists. Chapter 118. What does it matter? As long as there are benefits, I won't stop you from dating. I think he doesn't mind being talked about. Anyway, he is such a hypocrite. He is the most upright man in the world. Why would he be afraid of being talked about? You promised me that as a man, You can't go back on your word. You've already made me a scapegoat. Why should I talk about my word with you? Anyway, Qin Baiyuan, will not be played by you. Don't even think about kicking me for my adulterer. Shu Jing was very anxious. I said I didn't do it for him. Even without him, I would insist on the divorce. I've been stupid enough for the past 3 years. Now that I've sobered up, I don't want to continue being stupid. There are many people out there who want to be Mrs. Qin. Can't I give up my position? I don't want a second or third woman to frame me with your child. I'm afraid of having nightmares at night. Are you saying that it's my fault? Qin Baiyuan had an incredulous look on his face. I say, sure, Shu Jing, even if you were shameless, you can't be so shameless. Now you're the one who is in the wrong, and you're still putting the blame on me. Can't you reverse right and wrong? We've been married for 3 years. You know how I've treated you. Now you say that you've suddenly sobered up? Don't you think it's fake? At the end of the day, you just want to be with your adulterer. Enough. Qin Baiyuan raised his hand to stop her. Anyway, I won't divorce you now. Even if you go to Dad, I'll have the same attitude. Moreover, he is against our divorce. There's no way you can dump me. Every word was clearly and resolutely passed into Shu Jing's ears. It made her feel despair, as if a hand was dragging her into the abyss, and she couldn't get rid of it. Did God like to play with people? When he wanted a divorce, she loved him foolishly. When she came to her senses, he went back on his words. At this moment, she even wanted to die. Shu Jing walked out of the hotel, disheartened. She stood on the street, not knowing where to go. She was very sad, and her chest was stifled. She had a lot of emotions that she wanted to vent, but she didn't know who to talk to. She took out her phone and unknowingly found Si Wenchen's number. Her fingers danced on the screen for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't muster up the courage to call. She didn't want to trouble him with her own matters. She should handle it herself. His phone rang. It was Gao Zhuqin calling. As soon as the call connected, her excited scream could be heard. I'm rich. I'm rich. Shu Jing's mood was really terrible. Gao Zhuqin's excitement did not affect her. Her throat was still dry. She remained silent and listened to her cheering. The magazine sent me to the UK for an exclusive interview. That's great. He forced a smile. What kind of fortune is this? Why not? It's different this time. The round-trip flight to the UK is covered. I'm subsidized. I only need to do an exclusive interview. It's equivalent to the company spending money to invite me to travel. I'm so lucky. Do you want to go with me? Shu Jing's heart was moved. Okay, are you serious? You're a model worker. You're willing to leave your job? Are you kidding me? I just signed a contract. I don't have anything to do recently. I'm free. Unable to get a divorce, Shu Jing was suffering in Flozen City. Most importantly, she wanted to use this move to provoke Qin Baiyuan. Miracle, miracle. Then it's settled. I'll book a ticket for you now. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Whoever goes back on his word is a dog. After hanging up the phone, Shu Jing touched the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were moist. That's it. She had to escape this place that made her suffer. 3 days ago, Si Wenchen arrived in the UK. When he got home, the maid took the luggage and said, Madam, young master is back. Little Chen, young Ijo welcomed him happily and looked at her precious son. Are you too tired from work? You seem to have lost weight again. No, and you've gained 2 caddies. Si Wenchen's lips curled into a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Young Ijo had been in England all year round and lived a comfortable and contented life. She had taken good care of herself. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. It was impossible to tell that she was in her 50s. She also had a graceful figure and was a very elegant lady. Io, my son, look, your cheeks are sunken in. How can you say you haven't lost weight? Didn't I remind you before you left? You must eat well. Don't ignore everything when you're busy. Your stomach isn't good. You have to eat on time. Got it. Si Wenchen teased. You're getting more and more long-winded. This child, you actually think your mother is long-winded. We only see each other a few times a year. How long can I be long-winded? Who asked you not to come with me to Flozen City? I'm not going back, young Ijo said childishly. There are too many cars and people there. The air is bad too. How can it compare to the UK? Also, there are those people I hate there. I'll be annoyed if I go back. Si Wenxin knew she was referring to his father's first wife. All right, did you see him when you went back? Is he old? No, he's still the same as before. Oh, little Chun, although I've divorced your father, you're still his flesh and blood. You still have to maintain a relationship with him. You'll inherit the Si family in the future. I've never thought of inheriting. Si Wenxin had said this dozens of times. He emphasized it again today. Ocean Group is developing well now. I don't need to rely on the Si family. Compared to inheriting the family business, I'd rather manage my own business. Mom knows you're capable, but your dad wants you to inherit too. Si Li Feng is capable, but she's still a woman. She's still at a disadvantage. It's better to leave the Si family to you. Didn't I tell you not to worry about those things? Find some friends to drink tea and chat when you're free. Don't think about those useless things. How is it useless? That's the Si family. It's not a joke. All right, I got it. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about work first. Let's talk about your private life. What do you think? When are you getting married? Si Wenxin couldn't help but roll his eyes at the passionate and expectant gaze. You're doing it again. I just got home and you're chasing me away again? Of course not. But your marriage is very important. People say that you have a family and a career. Now that you have a career, when are you going to start a family? You're so well off. If you don't get married, people will gossip. Our neighbor across the street even asked me if you like men. I was so angry that I didn't talk to her for a few days. My son is so outstanding. How could he like men? Si Wenxin took a sip of tea and joked. There's no definite relationship between excellence and sexual orientation. It's normal that there are so many gay people in the UK. That's their business. My son can't be gay. Just tell me, when are you planning to get married? I'm not planning to get married at the moment. What about a girlfriend? Si Wenxin shrugged. Do you see me bringing people back? You're already so old, and you still don't have a girlfriend. Don't tell me you still like that Tang Tang. Yang Yizhou's tone was rather aggrieved. That was so many years ago. Why are you still bringing it up? I'm just worried that you won't be able to forget your old love, and it'll affect your search for a girlfriend. Oh, I suddenly remembered that some time ago, the news said that you and that Qin Baiyuan's wife were entangled. Is that true? Yang Yizhou's expression turned serious. You're not really flirting with someone else's wife, are you? That's very immoral. There were many things that Si Wenxin couldn't explain clearly, and he gave a perfunctory reply. No, the reporters are just spouting nonsense. That's good. Those paparazzi are very skilled. They'll find out about your identity sooner or later. The relationship between the Si and Qin family has always been very sensitive. You must not provoke the Qin family, understand? Got it. Si Wenxin narrowed his eyes. He had his own plans. When she divorced Qin Baiyuan, she would no longer be a member of the Qin family. Yang Yizhou confirmed repeatedly that Si Wenxin didn't have a woman he liked and suddenly suggested, "The weather is so good today. Let's go out for afternoon tea. I just got off the plane. Can't you let your son rest?" "Young man, what are you afraid of? Wait for me. I'll go change and come out soon." At that time, Si Wenxin was still a little tired and didn't notice any clues. When they arrived at the restaurant, when Yang Yizhou accidentally met a mother and her daughter, he suddenly realized that his mother wanted to set him up for a blind date. Although Yang Yizhou showed a very surprised look, she tried to cover it up. Moreover, how could a son not understand his mother? Si Wenxin didn't expose her. He just stared at Yang Yizhou with a smile that wasn't a smile. He stared at her until her scalp went numb. She smiled awkwardly, meaning for him to accommodate her and have a good date. Of course, Yang Yizhou had good taste. The girl she introduced was good-looking and had a first-class figure. She also looked like a lady from a respectable family. Yang Yizhou was satisfied, but Si Wenxin's soul had already traveled across the ocean to a woman in Quicksand City. As he thought about it, his mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Seeing him in a daze, Li Qining asked shyly, "Brother Si, what are you thinking about? Are you listening to me?" She was usually not so reserved, but the other party was really too handsome. Her heart was beating wildly, and she was so nervous that she almost suffocated. Si Wenchun came back to his senses. "Miss Lin, what did you say?" Li Qianying was very disappointed. "My surname is Li, not Lin." She had already fallen in love with him, but he couldn't even remember her surname. Could it be that she couldn't enter his eyes? But for a man like him, his standards had always been very high. It was understandable. This was a good opportunity that she wouldn't be able to encounter in several lifetimes. She must firmly grasp it. In order to express herself, Li Qianying kept chattering nonstop. But Si Wenchun didn't hear a single word. He hated noisy women and found them very annoying. He lit a cigarette and held it in his hand, gently holding his forehead. He didn't show any obvious impatience, but his attitude was there. But Li Qianying's mind was completely focused on pleasing him. Moreover, she was completely bewitched and didn't notice his attitude at all. This was what made Si Wenchun most disgusted. He didn't like stupid women. They didn't even know how to read people's expressions. They were really stupid. Chapter 119. Just as Li Qianying was rambling on, a woman's voice came from above her head. "Annie Wenchun, what a coincidence!" Si Wenchun looked over. Tang Tang, who had disappeared for a few years, suddenly appeared. He was more or less startled. Yang Yizhou had already stood up in surprise. "Tang Tang, why are you here? When did you come back from Iraq?" "I just came back a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet you guys for afternoon tea." Tang Tang was tall and thin. She was wearing a white shirt and jeans. Coupled with her pretty short hair, she looked capable and refreshing, but she didn't lose her femininity. She was a beautiful and special woman. She could make people's eyes light up and be amazed. Li Qianying refused to admit that she had a feeling that she was inferior to Tang Tang. She was good in all aspects, but she seemed to lack a kind of charm compared to this woman called Tang Tang. She didn't have the appearance of a vixen, and she was very beautiful. As a woman, she couldn't hate her, but she felt sour and a little jealous. Si Wenchun calmly accepted this chance encounter. "Since you're here, let's have tea together." Li Qianying and her daughter were obviously not happy. Yang Yizhou was also a little embarrassed, but she did not say anything. Tang Tang, on the other hand, was very natural and unrestrained. "This is not very good, right? I don't want to be a third wheel. We're just friends. Sit." Si Wenchun had already pulled out a chair. Li Qianying asked sourly, "Brother Si, won't you introduce me?" "Tang Tang." Yang Yizhou saw that the situation was not going to work, so she simply gave up and chatted directly with Tang Tang. After all, no matter how she looked at it, the probability of Tang Tang becoming her daughter-in-law was relatively high. Although she had been brooding over his willful breakup years ago, it was all in the past, and it was meaningless to bicker over it. She had always felt that her son did not look for a girlfriend because he had Tang Tang in his heart. If she could stay, she would let bygones be bygones and let them get married. Thinking of this, Yang Yizhou's attitude towards Tang Tang became warmer. "You have been in Iraq for the past few years. How dangerous was it for a girl to be on the battlefield every day? She must not have taken good care of herself, right? I think you've lost weight. Have you lost weight? I'll just take it as a diet. Don't you see that I'm very healthy? You won't be leaving this time, right? How dangerous is it to be a war correspondent? You're not young anymore, right? Hurry and get married." Yang Yizhou doted on her from the bottom of her heart. She was well-behaved, just a little too casual. "We'll see. You guys take your time. We'll be leaving first." Si Wenchun stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Seeing that Tang Tang was still sitting, he gave her a look, and she had no choice but to stand up as well. "Then, Auntie, I'll visit you another day." Yang Yizhou and Li Qianying were left staring at each other. Once they left the restaurant, Tang Tang started to complain. "You're really a good friend. It's the first time we meet in a few years, and you're already using me as a tool. Looks like I'll have to be careful when I make friends in the future." Actually, Si Wenchun was quite happy to reunite with an old friend. He did not have many friends, and Tang Tang was his only female friend. They were very close, and even though they had been apart for a few years, it did not affect them at all. "How had you been these few years?" "It's a long story. If you're free, come to my place and we can talk. I'm staying at the hotel next door. Okay. The two entered the hotel room, and Tang Tang took off his coat. Have a seat first. What do you want to drink? Is whiskey okay? Up to you. Tang Tang took a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses and walked to the living room. Si Wen-chin was sitting on the sofa, smoking. He was dressed in black, tall and straight, with broad shoulders and long legs. He had a cool temperament, and his facial features were deep and handsome. His long and narrow pupils were very shallow, as if there was a thin layer of mist rippling in his eyes. The smoke was lingering between his fingers. Such a scene had appeared in Tang Tang's dreams countless times. Suddenly, it became a reality, and she was stunned for a moment. She knew that she still loved this man, otherwise she would not be so captivated by him. It was still the same eyes and brows in her memory. Time did not leave any traces on his face, but it had given him a gift. It had precipitated a man's calmness and restraint, and he was even more outstanding than before. Tang Tang came back to her senses and walked over. Didn't I tell you to smoke less? Why are you smoking more fiercely than before? I just counted 4 cigarette butts in your ashtray. Isn't that because she's annoying me? Si Wen-chan leaned forward and flicked the ash off his cigarette. You know, I don't like women who talk too much. The blind date was arranged by Auntie, right? You still don't have a girlfriend? If people knew that the great boss C was so desperate to be arranged for a blind date, many women would definitely commit suicide. Are you that nobody wants you? Or do you have some hidden illness? Tang Tang teased and shook her head. She poured 2 glasses of whiskey and passed it to him. Si Wen-chan extinguished the cigarette, but took the glass and took a sip. What hidden illness could I have? I don't know about that. For example, you suddenly change your sexual orientation or something. He laughed. Nonsense. You still don't have a girlfriend? I don't have time. If a man wants to have a girlfriend, he can definitely squeeze out the time. Unless he doesn't want to. Don't tell me that you have a shadow in your heart after being hurt by me, or are you still deeply in love with me? Please don't. I can't bear that kind of responsibility. Si Wen-chin knew that she was joking, but he did not take it to heart. He and Tang Tang had dated for a few months, but after they broke up, he realized that they were more suitable as friends. After all, there were not many women who could understand his heart. It was very comfortable to talk to Tang Tang, and they had also experienced an important period of time together. This relationship would never change. Let's not talk about me. Have you been in Iraq for the past few years? No. After the U.S. withdrew, I went to Afghanistan and Libya. Last year, I was in Syria and stayed for more than a year. I just came back a few days ago. It's not safe for a girl to risk her life in a sea of bullets all day long. I don't need you to say that. Tang Tang pulled down one side of her collar. Look at this scar. It's left by a bullet. There are a few more on my body, but I'm also considered lucky. I have a brush with death every time. Is it because my life is so tough that even death doesn't dare to take me in? If Si Wen-chin saw this, his heart would definitely ache. When he was studying in England, Tang Tang was a junior a few years younger than him. She majored in media and was a very hot-blooded and hard-working woman. There is no lack of hot-blooded youths in this world, but most of them only shouted slogans. It was rare to see someone who could put it into practice and bravely go to war, let alone a woman. He admired and even admired her bravery. You've had enough of that kind of life. You should settle down. You mean you want me to get married and have children? Ha! That's the dream of most people, not mine. If I was willing to be a housewife, why would I break up with you in the first place? I'm probably the only one in history who dared to dump Boss C. The others must think that I'm crazy, but this is also good. What you can't have is the best. It can make you remember it for life. Tang Tang thought silently in her heart. This was enough. Even if they could not be together, as long as she could occupy a little place in his heart, she would have no regrets in this life. Even though God was cruel to her, at least she met him, right? She would just take it that she had used all the luck in her life to meet him. She was willing to do so. Just as she was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Tang Tang stood up. The lunch I ordered is here. It wasn't easy for me to have afternoon tea, but you ruined it. I'm so hungry. I'm going to the washroom. Help yourself. As soon as Tang Tang opened the door, he was stunned. It wasn't a delivery man, but a young and lively girl. "Hello, I'm the reporter in charge of your interview, Gao Zhuqing." From boarding to getting off the plane, Gao Zhuqing was talking to himself. Shu Jing was always absent-minded, worrying about the divorce all the way. She thought that she would be able to relax after escaping from Flozen City. Only after she left did she realize that what she really wanted to escape was not a certain place, but a person. Even if she left, those annoying things would still follow her like a shadow, and she could not get rid of them no matter what. When they arrived at the hotel, Gao Zhuqing saw her dejected look and couldn't stand it anymore. "Look at you, I was kind enough to bring you out to play, but you still gave me that face. Do you have any humanity? When did I give you a face? Why not? You were listless the whole way. Today is my good day, and you're too unlucky. Either smile, or go back by yourself. Seeing your bitter face makes me uncomfortable too. Oh, then I'm leaving. Hey, you're really leaving." Gao Zhuqing quickly pulled her back. "I'm joking with you." "Me too," Gao Zhuqing asked as the two of them packed their luggage separately. "I really don't know what's bothering you. If it was me, I'd be jumping for joy if I met a good man like Boss C. But you're still frowning all day long. I really don't know if water has entered your brain. This is called, you don't know how lucky you are. If you don't grasp it well, you'll be punished by heaven." Shu Jing smiled bitterly and couldn't help but sigh that this world was full of people who envied each other. But who could understand the real bitterness in her heart? She could only hide it. Many times, she envied Gao Zhuqing. He was a carefree person, fighting for his dreams and doing what he really loved. Although he was single, he was very happy. But it was useless to continue worrying like this, and it would even affect other people's mood. Shu Jing reluctantly put her worries aside and cheered up. "Oh yes, which big shot did you come to England to interview this time?" "Uh-huh, you're finally concerned about me?" Gao Zhuqing stuffed his clothes and ran over with a few magazines. He pointed at a black and white photo excitedly. "There, it's the woman who took this photo." The background of the photo was a war. A black boy was crying in the smoke. The tears in his eyes immediately grabbed hold of Shu Jing's heart. "Her name is Tang Tang. She's a British Chinese. She's been a war reporter for a few years. She goes wherever it's dangerous. She exposes the dark side of war and reflects the suffering of the locals. Although I'm also a reporter, I definitely can't be as great as her. I'm afraid of death, and I don't have the guts. I'm really lucky to be able to interview her. She's really admirable. When is the interview? Can I sit in?" Chapter 120. Gao Zhuqing took a shower and went to the hotel excitedly. She was about to meet her idol. She was as excited as a little fan. She waited at the door for a long time before she mustered up the courage to ring the doorbell. The person on the other side opened the door with flowers. Gao Zhuqing's first impression of Tang Tang was that she was even more beautiful than in the photos. She was capable and smart, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. She looked like a porcelain doll. As a woman, Gao Zhuqing felt that she was about to fall in love with her. Tang Tang took the flowers and shook hands with her. "Hello, I'm Tang Tang. Isn't the interview the day after tomorrow?" "Yes, I'm staying in the same hotel as you, so I came to say hello." As he spoke, a familiar figure flashed past Gao Zhuqing's eyes. Si Wenshun? Why was he here? Gao Zhuqing was sure that she was not mistaken. However, the other party did not see her. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing. Then I won't disturb your rest. See you the day after tomorrow." Gao Zhuqing disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Shu Jing had just finished her shower when she heard a loud bang. Gao Zhuqing rushed in. "What's wrong? Someone is after you?" "No. Guess who I saw in Tang Tang's room?" "Who? The president?" "The president? Who's joking with you?" "I saw Si Wenshun." Shu Jing was stunned. "Him? Are you sure?" "Of course not. How many outstanding men are there? How can I be wrong? It must be him. Tell me, how did they end up together?" Shu Jing felt a little upset, but she tried to let it go. "Maybe it's because of work." "How is that possible? One is a senior executive of the Ocean Group, and the other is a female reporter. They have nothing to do with each other. Friends? Maybe they were boyfriend and girlfriend, or maybe they were ex-boyfriend and girlfriend. I heard from some sources that Tang Tang had a boyfriend before, but they broke up because she wanted to go to Iraq. Do you think it could be Boss C? I don't know. Sure, Shujing's mind was in a mess. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Their relationship has nothing to do with me. How is it unrelated? Isn't Boss C chasing after you? If he's two-timing, that's too bad. Although rich men do that, I always feel that he's different from them. If he's the same, then I'm disappointed. Although they were both wearing clothes, if they were just chatting, do they have to go to a hotel? Their relationship is really suspicious. Sure, Xu Jing was irritated by her words. What's the use of guessing here? Who knows what their relationship is? How about you give him a call? Do you think I have the right to ask him? Why not? He's chasing after you. You have to figure it out. I'm not asking you to ask him directly. Just beat around the bush and ask him where he is. Let's see what he says. I don't want to call, but stop it. Sure, Xu Jing interrupted her. Anyway, who he is with has nothing to do with me. I don't want to talk about him anymore. Gao Zhuqing shrugged and kept quiet. But sure, Xu Jing's attitude also made her sure that she had feelings for Si Wenqin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her temper. This was normal. Which woman could be indifferent to Si Wenqin's pursuit? Even if it was a rock, it could warm him up. There was no point in making wild guesses now. She would see if she could dig out some information from Tang Tang the day after tomorrow. Tang Tang placed the bouquet and came over. Si Wenqin was staring at his phone in a daze. There was a hesitation in his eyes that she had never seen before. She was shocked to see that expression on him. Si Wenqin had always been a decisive man. He would do whatever he said. And the thing that made him hesitate was obviously not work matters, but women. Her heart felt as if it was stabbed by a knife. It hurt. When she chose to break up with him, she had expected this day to come. She was just very selfishly praying that this day would not come so soon. When she heard that he didn't have a girlfriend, she was a little happy. But she forgot that not having a girlfriend didn't mean that he didn't have a woman he liked. She walked towards him. Every step was like stepping on thorns. Her heart was bleeding, but she still maintained a smile on her face. Since you miss her, why don't you call her? Maybe she is also waiting for your call. Si Wenqin kept his phone and did not say a word. As soon as he got off the plane, he wanted to call her. But subconsciously, he hoped that she could take the initiative to contact him. Sometimes, men could be very awkward. They would treat their relationship as a tug-of-war. It made a difference who took the initiative. He hoped that she could take the initiative once in a while. Who is the lucky one? Si Wenqin lit a cigarette and smiled without saying a word. Tang Tang was the woman who understood him the best. He never hid anything from her, nor could he hide anything from her. Is it that Mrs. Qin who had a rumor with you some time ago? Si Wenqin joked. A war reporter also has the time to read gossip news. I only saw it when I returned to China. The impact is too big. It has been in the headlines all the time. It should be her. You have always been low-key and cautious. When did your taste become so heavy? You like someone's wife? Annie will go crazy if she knows. Liking is liking. It doesn't make sense. Si Wenqin took a puff and said lightly, I like her as a person, not her identity. I don't care whose wife she is. What's the difference between you and a bandit? It's just like how the United States started a war with Iraq. I hate this kind of behavior. It's not as serious as you say. She will divorce her husband. So, you've decided that she's the type who can get married? I don't have such a long-term plan for now. However, I can't rule out this possibility. This basically meant that they would get married. All they needed was the woman's consent. It was as if a sledgehammer had hit Tang Tang's brain. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and his mind went blank. It was an indescribable discomfort. He could only hide it deep in his heart, afraid that he would notice it. If she didn't break up with him back then, would they be married now? At this stage, thinking about what this would only add to the pain, he forced a smile. She must be a very charming woman. Introduce her to me some other day. I'm very curious. If there's a chance. Si Wenqin fell in a deep thought and didn't say anything. It was late at night. Sure, Shujing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her mind was heavy. Gao Zhuqing, who was in the next bed, kept talking in his sleep. Tossing and turning like this made her very irritated. She secretly got up in the dark and walked to the balcony. Only then did she realize that she had subconsciously taken out her phone. Was she going to call someone? Sure, Shujing's heart skipped a beat. Call him? What should she say? In what capacity did she have to ask about his relationship with another woman? Between them, it was just a one-night mistake. She was no one to him. But in her heart, why was she always entangled with that question? Just then, her phone rang, startling her. On the screen, the words "Si Wenshun" were flashing. It burned Sure Shujing's fingers, and her whole body felt hot. She didn't know if this was called telepathy. When she was thinking about him, he was also thinking about her. The phone rang a few times before she suddenly came to her senses. She pressed the call button and brought the phone to her ear. She could hear his breathing on the other end. It was low and very steady. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity came over her. The hotel was very high, and she could see the night view of the whole of London in the distance. It was bustling like a dream. Being in a foreign country suddenly made her feel strange and a little subtle. Are you at work? Only then did Sure Shujing remember that he didn't know that she was also in England. Did I disturb you? No, not really. What's the matter? It's nothing. I just miss you. He could say that he missed her so naturally, as if he was expressing his true feelings, as if they were in a relationship. But Sure Shujing couldn't. She was a woman with many concerns. With so many complicated relationships, even if others didn't say anything, she could still entangle herself to death. Her heartbeat was a little out of whack. In the end, she didn't know how to answer and could only say, "Oh, what about you? Did you miss me?" Sure Shujing's ears were burning. She steadied her breathing and answered in a very unromantic manner. "I'm busy with work and don't have the time to think about other things. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You really don't miss me. I've already said that I don't have that much time." "Woman, you're really cold-blooded. To think that I've been thinking about you." His voice sounded like he was smiling, yet not smiling. He had always been very secretive, and no one could tell what he was really feeling. "You're a noble and busy person, so you don't have to worry about me." Sure Shujing's words were laced with jealousy. He let out 2 deep laughs. "Who provoked you?" Sure Shujing thought. "Who else could it be? You're asking even though you already know the answer. It's really annoying to put on an act. No one provoked me. I just don't know what's good for me. You know that too? But I just like how you don't know what's good for you." "Boss C." Sure Shujing put on a serious expression. "If there's something, please get to the point. This kind of strange phone call is delaying my working time. Not everyone has so much free time like you. After provoking this person, you come to tease that person. Who did I provoke? Who did I tease this time? I'm just saying it casually. It's just an example. Don't take it personally. You're so bold now that you dare to talk back to me? Sooner or later, I'll pluck out all the thorns on your body." He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Sure Shujing felt a surge of frustration in his heart that he couldn't vent out. He bit his lips and didn't say a word. "I'm sorry. I'm just not to your liking. You should go and find someone more docile." Sure Shujing hung up the phone. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was actually so daring to hang up Si Wenshun's call. She was really courting death. She had wanted to talk nicely, but when she heard his voice and how calm and composed he was, she couldn't help but feel angry. As she spoke, her words became more and more off-topic. It sounded like a quarrel between lovers. She was crazy. She was crazy. What kind of anger was she holding back? Was there something wrong with her brain? What did it have to do with her which woman he was with? Chapter 121. The next day, Sure Shujing and Gao Zhuqing toured the UK together. On the surface, they were laughing and joking. Sure Shujing also had a good time, but in her heart, she kept thinking about Si Wenshun. He did not call her that day, and she did not know if he was angered by her. On the 3rd day, she had to do an interview with Tang Tang. Sure Shujing was in a dilemma. She wanted to see Tang Tang with her own eyes, but she felt that it was not necessary. In the end, she was forced to go by Gao Zhuqing. The interview was held in Tang Tang's room. As soon as the door was opened, Tang Tang's name was Shi Shu Jing, and her eyes lit up. She was indeed a very beautiful woman, very charming. Needless to say, her figure was a very healthy kind of figure. Her legs were especially long, and wearing jeans made her buttocks look very pretty. A beautiful woman, even if she only wore a white shirt, had a very elegant temperament. Shi Shu Jing subconsciously compared herself with her and felt a little inferior. Even if there was not much difference in appearance and figure, the gap in experience was there. She was a brave war reporter, very great, and what was she? She was just an ordinary office worker, working from 9 to 5 every day. There were a lot of people in the country, and there was no sense of superiority to speak of. Hello, Miss Tang. This is my colleague, Shi Shu Jing, responsible for the recording work. Tang Tang nodded, and his eyes stayed on her for a short while. Please come in. As soon as she entered the room, Shi Shu Jing subconsciously looked around. Gao Zhuqing pulled her. Why are you in a daze? Gao Zhuqing sat next to Tang Tang, and Shi Shu Jing sat opposite them, making simple records with a pen and paper. Gao Zhuqing asked a lot of questions, deepening Shi Shu Jing's understanding of Tang Tang. After knowing that she had experienced life and death and difficulties, she admired this woman from the bottom of her heart and felt more and more ashamed. Only such a brave and unique woman was worthy of Siwen-chun, right? As for herself, even if he treated her a little more specially, she shouldn't expect herself to be the one and only. Let's end the question about work first. Many readers are also very concerned about your private life. You're not married yet, right? Do you have a partner to marry? I think for the next few years, my focus should still be on work. I won't consider marriage for the time being. I grew up abroad, so my views are not very traditional. I don't think that women must get married and have children. I heard you have an ex-boyfriend. Gao Zhuqing winked at Shi Shu Jing. It seems very mysterious. Is he the only boyfriend you've ever dated? Yes. Someone who can win your heart must be very special, right? Tang Tang smiled. He's a mature and charming man. We used to be in the same school. He's my senior. You graduated from London University, didn't you? Yes. Shi Shu Jing was stunned. Siwen-chun also graduated from London University. So, he was the ex-boyfriend? His fingers holding the pen tightened and drew a long line on the notebook. So you're from the same school. How enviable. Then why did you break up? Tang Tang's smile froze and became slightly bitter. He fell in a deep thought and only answered after a long while. Not every pair of people who love each other will be able to be together. Many often die without any cause. There are many things in the world that can't be helped. We can only treat regret as a kind of beauty. Then do you still keep in touch? We still keep in touch. We can't be lovers, but we can still be friends. It can be considered a kind of compensation. The jealousy in Shi Shu Jing's heart intensified. For any woman, the most intolerable existence was an ex-girlfriend. It was like a thorn stuck in their throat, making them uncomfortable all the time. No woman in the world could tolerate their boyfriend and ex-girlfriend being friends, let alone good friends. In this aspect, women were very narrow-minded. They could not wait for their boyfriend and ex-girlfriend to never contact each other again. Shi Shu Jing. Gao Zhuqing called her a few times before she came back to her senses in a hurry. She was a little absent-minded. What did you say? The interview is over. How's your record? Gao Zhuqing took the notebook and took a look. He wrote down 10 sentences, and a horizontal line ran through the notebook. Shi Shu Jing lowered her head. Gao Zhuqing did not say anything and was still smiling. It's lunchtime. Let's have lunch together. Sure. Tang Tang agreed readily. You guys go ahead. I'll go back and sort out the record. Shi Shu Jing quickly snatched the notebook and stuffed it into her bag. I'll go back first. What's the hurry? It's not too late to sort it out after lunch. Gao Zhuqing did not like Shi Shu Jing to escape at the last minute. It was not like he was inferior to Tang Tang. What was there to escape? I have no appetite. Shi Shu Jing pushed her hand away and left quickly. Gao Zhuqing had no choice but to go for lunch with Tang Tang. At the same time, she wanted to find out more about the past between Tang Tang and Si Wenxin. She wanted to find evidence to prove that Si Wenxin was Tang Tang's ex-boyfriend. Tang Tang teased. Miss Gao seems to be very interested in me and my ex-boyfriend. I'm a reporter. I like to get to the bottom of things. Please don't mind me. Compared to work, the readers are more curious about your gossip. But don't worry, I'm a professional. If you don't want me to report it, I won't write it. I'm just curious. Who is your ex-boyfriend? Zhao Yu thought. Can you tell me secretly? In order to gain her trust, she raised her palm and swore. I promise I won't tell anyone. Gao Zhuqing tried very hard to find out from Tang Tang whether her ex-boyfriend was Si Wenxin. But Tang Tang shook her head. I don't want to talk about the past. Just take it as keeping it a secret for him. Let's skip this topic, okay? Since she had said so, Gao Zhuqing was too embarrassed to continue asking. After being a reporter for so many years, she was still very sensitive. From Tang Tang's words and attitude, she could more or less infer that Tang Tang was the one who took the initiative to break up with her. Moreover, she had her own difficulties behind it, and it was definitely not as simple as work. At this time, Tang Tang's phone rang. Well, I'm at the restaurant. Are you nearby? All right, then come over here. Tang Tang hung up the phone and asked Gao Zhuqing. I have a friend coming over later. Is it okay? It's okay. Gao Zhuqing secretly hoped that the person who came was Si Wenxin. As she expected, it was him. Facing such a coincidence, Si Wenxin did not seem to be surprised and sat down calmly. Boss Si, what a coincidence. You know each other? Yes. I was the one who did the interview with Boss Si. Oh, I see. Tang Tang nodded. She was a little regretful that she asked Si Wenxin to come. She just didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet him, so she asked him to come to the restaurant. She didn't expect that the two of them knew each other. Gao Zhuqing was a smart woman. She could roughly see through their relationship at a glance. She originally wanted to hide it, but she didn't expect it to be exposed so easily. Halfway through, Tang Tang went to the washroom, leaving Gao Zhuqing and Si Wenxin sitting face to face. She dared to tease. The world is really small. After such a big circle, Bossy and Tang Tang actually know each other. Her words were a little sarcastic. Although she really wanted to help Si Wenxin get promoted, Shi Shujing was her best friend. She had always been on Shi Shujing's side. No matter whether Si Wenxin and Tang Tang still had feelings for each other, it made her very unhappy. She couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Before, I thought Boss Si was interested in our Shujing. Now it seems that I thought too much. I didn't know the relationship between Boss Si and Miss Tang before, and I even made the wrong match. I'm really sorry. Si Wenxin took a sip of his coffee without revealing anything. When he put the coffee cup back on the plate, his lips uttered an indifferent voice. I don't have any misunderstanding about Shi Shujing's intentions. His tone was indifferent, but at the same time, it was also firm, and his eyes were like torches. Gao Zhuqing didn't expect that he would respond in this way. She was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he was determined to get her. A man who didn't waver and was not aloof was very charming. She admired this kind of decisive man. However, Tang Tang still made her feel like a fishbone in her throat. Oh, so Bossy wants to have two women in his arms. Gao Zhuqing said very directly. Probably because he knew that Si Wenxin liked Shi Shujing, he suddenly straightened his back and dared to say anything. Indeed, with Boss C's identity, it's normal for him to deal with two women at the same time. However, Shujing is very simple. Once she makes up her mind, she won't change her mind. She can't afford to play these dangerous games. If Boss C just treats her as one of his female companions, then I hope Boss C will be merciful and let Shi Shujing go. Her courage was very big, much bigger than that of Shi Shujing. Her words were full of sarcasm and were very unpleasant to hear. However, at this moment, Si Wenxin didn't consider whether she had offended him, but he was happy that Shi Shujing had such a friend around him. Shi Shujing was a soft person. He often didn't dare to say anything and was easily bullied. He couldn't protect her all the time, so he would feel more at ease if there was one more person to protect her. Thinking of this, Si Wenxin's attitude also softened a little, and he smiled lightly. I'll remember what reporter Gao said. His tone didn't seem to be mocking her for being nosy. Instead, it really felt like he was humbly accepting advice. This was both unexpected to Gao Zhuqing and within her expectations. How could such a high-ranking man like Si Wenxin be narrow-minded and care about a small woman like her? If it were Qin Baiyuan, he would have been so angry that he would have scolded her on the street. She was really ungracious to the extreme. Look, isn't the gap between two men revealed? Gao Zhuqing really thought that if Shu Jing chose Qin Baiyuan, he must be crazy. She must break off the friendship with a moron, or she would die of anger sooner or later. She looked at Si Wenxin, who was wearing a fitted dark shirt, casual and formal, exuding a noble temperament. Chapter 122. Tang Tang had already come out from the washroom. Gao Zhuqing had an impulse and said, I'm not alone this time. I'm also staying in this hotel, but I have a date with a friend tonight, so I might not go back. She stopped here. Seeing Si Wenxin squinting his eyes, he must have understood what she meant. What are you guys talking about? Tang Tang sat down. Nothing much. I'm just interviewing Boss Si on the way. I have another appointment. You guys take your time. Gao Zhuqing stood up with a sly smirk on her face. She admired herself for digging such a good person. It was more comfortable when there were only the two of them. Tang Tang spoke with fervor and assurance, but Si Wenxin's heart was already in a mess. He couldn't wait to fly to Shu Jing and couldn't help but interrupt Tang Tang. I'll send you back to your room. As he spoke, he stood up. Tang Tang thought the restaurant was too noisy and wanted to go back to his room to talk. Who knew that when they reached the door, Si Wenxin wanted to leave. Aren't you going in? I still have some business to deal with. Si Wenxin was a little anxious now, but his face was still cold. Rest early. Okay. Tang Tang felt a little disappointed. Shu Jing had just finished his bath and was still drying his body in the bathroom when the doorbell suddenly rang. Coming. She ran out with one hand wrapped in a bath towel and opened the door without even looking. I'm taking a bath. Why didn't you bring your room card again? It's like this every time. Shu Jing had lived with Gao Zhuqing for a long time in the past, so he didn't have any scruples. The light orange sunlight shone on her body. Her back was so curvaceous and exquisite, as if she had bathed in milk. Her skin was very white. Si Wenxin looked at her beautiful body greedily, and his throat moved a little. Why aren't you talking? Shu Jing turned around and suddenly saw Si Wenxin standing straight in front of him. He was petrified, his face stiff and his eyes wide open. For a moment, the two of them faced each other. Si Wenxin's gaze was sluggish, and a blazing light gradually flashed in his eyes. Ah, Shu Jing shrieked. He was flustered and did not know what to do. You, how could it be you? Her face was flushed, and she bit her lips in shame and indignation. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak coherently. Si Wenxin was still admiring the beautiful scenery, greedily, and his breathing became more rapid. You're not allowed to look. Shu Jing was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Not allowed to look. The corner of Si Wenxin's mouth lifted, revealing a smile. Is there anything I haven't seen? Isn't it too late to talk about this now? Was that the gift you prepared for our reunion after a long separation? I like it very much. Si Wenxin's smile was wicked and his eyes were burning. Nonsense. How did I know you were coming? I'll let you in. Gao Zhuqing. Only she would betray her teammate like this. Shu Jing was annoyed and wanted to fight with her. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Why didn't you tell me when you came to England? What's your relationship with me? Why should I tell you? Shu Jing was so angry that he raised his head and fought back. What's my relationship with you? Ha! Do you need me to answer you again? Si Wenxin took a step forward, and Shu Jing immediately took 2 or 3 steps back. Don't come over. She was only wrapped in a bath towel and nothing else. She felt very insecure. She held the towel tightly, for fear that it would suddenly fall. Get out, get out? Do you think I came all the way here just to hear this sentence from you? Si Wenxin let out a deep laugh. After not seeing her for a few days, he knew that he missed this woman very much, but when he saw her, he realized that he missed her more than he thought. He missed her so intensely because he liked her, but because he liked her too much, he couldn't treat her like other women. He was a beast, but he couldn't bear to hurt his little prey. Such complicated feelings seemed to be tormented all the time, and it was very uncomfortable. That kind of feeling was really torturous. It made his 5 viscera and 6 bowels feel as if they were entangled together and couldn't be separated. Even his heart was aching. However, in this, there was a kind of masochistic pleasure, as if he was thirsty for blood. You can't. You didn't, Shu Jing mumbled incoherently. You don't have the right to enter other people's room. Why not? It was your friend who personally invited me here, and she said that she wouldn't be back tonight. So, Si Wenxin curled his lips, revealing a row of white teeth, neat and beautiful, but like the fangs of a beast, it was frightening. So, tonight we have a whole night. As soon as this sentence fell, Shu Jing panicked. Si Wenxin was even more dangerous at night, and now there were only the 2 of them in the room. If he wanted to do anything, she couldn't resist. Of course, she wouldn't naively believe that Si Wenxin's take it slow meant that he really wouldn't take any action. Being with him was not safe at any time. Her eyes revealed that kind of panic again, and Si Wenxin knew that he scared her again. He wasn't a devil, so of course he didn't want his little baby to be afraid of him. It was just that the visual impact was too shocking, so he couldn't hold it in and acted a little impatient, scaring her. Although all the cells in his body were clamoring, Si Wenxin still suppressed it. He pulled a chair and sat down. In order to calm down, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke, repeating the question just now. Why didn't you tell me that you're coming to England? There's no need. Why is there no need? Why isn't there a need? Shu Jing asked back like a tongue twister. Don't think that just because we had a wrong night, we have established some kind of relationship. I have to report to you wherever I go and whatever I do. You don't have that right, and I don't have that obligation. Then what kind of relationship do we have to establish? Si Wenxin asked with great interest. Sign a contract in black and white? Stipulate that you're my woman, and I'm your man? Who's your woman? You're you, and I'm me. There's no relationship at all. Every word of Shu Jing was sonorous and clear. Her little mouth was like a small cannon that kept talking, which made her look very interesting to Si Wenxin. When we were in the hospital, you didn't have this kind of attitude. Why did it change when you came to England? Could it be that you're jealous? Shu Jing seemed to have been pricked by a needle, and she was so anxious that she almost jumped up. You're talking nonsense. What jealous? What jealous? Don't spout nonsense. Si Wenxin took a long drag on a cigarette, and when he slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, he ridiculed her. Do you know what you look like right now? You have a guilty conscience. If you're not jealous, why are you in such a hurry to deny it? If you don't have it, it's fake, and I won't be telling the truth. If you do, it's useless to deny it. He held the cigarette between 2 fingers and pointed at her, amused. Your expression has completely betrayed you. After all, we've been working on this project for 2 years. How can you be so impatient? Do I really have that much influence on you? Shu Jing opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but she realized that she couldn't even say a word. She had lost because her emotions were indeed too agitated just now. Perhaps he was testing her on purpose, and she foolishly fell into his trap. Now, she didn't even have a chance to quibble. At this time, the one who spoke in a high-pitched tone was completely at a disadvantage. But she was inexperienced, so how could she fight against a cunning fox? This was an unfair confrontation, but Shu Jing didn't want to lose too badly. Because of this, she calmed herself down and began to put on the mask from before. Boss C came to my room at this time just to slander me? Isn't it too much time? Slander? Hee. Then tell me, why are you covered in thorns? Do I? Put yourself in someone else's shoes, and they keep pestering you. saying some very boring things. Can you still treat them nicely? I just think that since it's just a cooperative relationship, Boss C directly came to my door and said some things that have nothing to do with work. It's very impolite, and no one would like it. Si-Won-shan pondered for a moment. I always knew that you didn't mean what you said, but I didn't expect you to become more and more arrogant. Have you been spoiled by me? The word spoiled made sure Shu Jing shiver all over, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared. I can tolerate a woman's little temper, but I'm not the kind without a bottom line. Do you understand? Sure, Shu Jing retorted sarcastically. That's funny. Boss C came to my door for no reason and said some strange things to me, saying that I'm throwing a tantrum. How did I throw a tantrum? I didn't say any disrespectful words to you, but you know that you're not welcome here, and yet you still come here. Don't you think it's a bit too much? This isn't your turf. Si-Won-shan smiled in a low voice. In fact, this hotel is one of the properties under my name. Sure, Shu Jing frowned. So what? I'm a guest here, and I have the right to decide who to entertain. This room was arranged by the magazine for Gao Zhuqing, and only her name was registered. To be precise, as long as I get her consent, I can even stay here overnight. Sure, Shu Jing was sullen. What good temper and self-control. To hell with it. He was like a little hen whose feathers were standing on end. Then I'll leave, okay? As she said that, she was about to pack her luggage. Si-Won-shan walked over in a few steps and grabbed her wrist. With a little force, he turned her whole body around and forced her to face him. She grabbed the bathrobe with one hand, and the other hand was clamped by him. She was completely at a disadvantage and twisted twice in annoyance. Let go of me. Si-Won-shan was much taller than her, but his body was strong. He completely shrouded her in his shadow. He was tall and slender, and his arms were full of strength. Just a little force was enough to make her unable to move. Every time she struggled, it only made herself sink deeper into his strong chest. This knowledge made sure Shu Jing's heart burn with anger, but his voice was surprisingly cold. Boss C, please let go. She couldn't provoke him, but couldn't she hide from him? What did he mean by holding her like this and not letting go? How long do you want to throw a tantrum? Can't you just listen to me? Chapter 123. Why do I have to listen to your words? Furthermore, I'm not throwing a tantrum. Right now, the person who is grabbing onto me is you. Don't tell me that I'm throwing a tantrum by asking you to let go of me. What kind of logic is this? Don't you know that I'm here to give you an explanation? Explain what? There's no misunderstanding between us. There's nothing to explain. Let go of me. His grip became tighter, and his face was already less than 2 centimeters away from hers. His handsome face was a little blurry, but that pair of dark and deep pupils were becoming clearer and sharper. However, there was a trace of viciousness hidden in them. The domineering aura belonging to a man was scattered all over her face, and he could feel her gently trembling in his arms. She was just a timid little rabbit. She was so weak, but she still wanted to wave her claws and pretend to be a little wild cat, desperately trying to protect herself. But he had never thought of hurting her, never. She was always unwilling to obediently let him feel pain. This was something that Si-Won-shan didn't like at all. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to be good to a woman, but she didn't appreciate it. Did he have to spank her before she would be obedient? In the midst of Shu Jing's impatient struggle, the towel on her head fell off, and her black hair fell down, messy and lazy. A few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, and her white skin revealed a rosy glow, charming and beautiful. Don't move, baby. His black eyes narrowed as Si-Won-shan held onto the back of her head. His thin lips slowly moved closer to her, and his hoarse voice softly coaxed her. Just like this, be good. When Shu Jing heard his voice and his deep breathing, her heart was beating wildly. She clearly wanted to push him away, but her body seemed to be frozen, and she didn't dare to move at all. Her cheeks started to heat up, and her head started to feel dizzy. Baby, I've missed you, Si-Won-shan murmured as he gently covered her lips and pulled her body towards him. Shu Jing's eyes widened. He was startled at first, and passively accepted the kiss. But very soon, he was melted by the tenderness. His whole body was sore and limp, and he couldn't muster any strength to resist. Her breath was squeezed out by his clean and cool breath. The air became thin, and she almost couldn't breathe. She felt her body melting and almost went limp in his arms. After the kiss, Shi Shujing's face was as red as a tomato. Si Wenshun pressed against her forehead and smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, you can't reason with a woman at all. You have to use force. No matter how fierce the quarrel is, can a kiss solve the problem? He really liked using this method to teach his little woman. Now, are you willing to hear my explanation? All the strength in Shi Shujing's body had melted. She was not conscious at all and felt dizzy. She let him put her on the bed and pulled a chair to sit opposite him. Shi Shujing, you should understand that a man of my age can't not have a past. I'm not a man who likes to fool around, but I've had many women. You should know this very well. In the past, the only girlfriend I acknowledged was Tang Tang. Shi Shujing felt a little sour in his heart. She was my junior. We dated for a few months, and then she went to Syria. She was the one who broke up with me. At that time, I didn't feel sad at all. If there was anything, it was just that I lost a friend. Back then, I didn't know what true love was. I just felt that it was suitable. It's not bad to have someone by my side. In the past few years, we occasionally contacted each other, but it was only as friends. I like her because she understood me. It's kind of like between friends and we can talk. This was the so-called confidant. Shi Shujing's nerves were still pricked. He turned his face away and said stubbornly, "Why are you telling me all this? I don't care. If you don't care, you wouldn't have quarreled with me that night, including now. But you can't deny me because of my past. Do you understand? Now, there's no one else in my heart except for you. I don't want anyone to affect our relationship." Shi Shujing opened his mouth. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to say. In fact, she had no right to care about his past. Tang Tang was just his ex-girlfriend, but she had a current husband. Strictly speaking, she was much more serious than him. His thoughts were complicated. Shi Shujing shook his head and looked at him in distress. Whether there's Tang Tang or not, it's impossible between us. Do you understand? Why is it impossible? Just because you're married? This is something that can't be solved easily. Si Wenshun didn't care. Divorce Qin Baiyuan. Shi Shujing hesitated for a moment. Should she say that she had decided to divorce Qin Baiyuan? In the end, she was still worried that he would forcefully interfere and harm Blue Sky, so she could only hold back. Let me think about it. Don't force me, okay? There are a lot of problems between Qin Baiyuan and I, and it's time to solve them. But no matter what, I'm still married. If something happens between you and me, I'll feel very guilty. If you respect me, give me some time. I'll solve it as soon as possible, and then we can consider the things between us. Okay, I won't force you. I'm a little tired. I want to rest. You go back first. Okay, think about it carefully. I'll come to you tomorrow. As for my past with Tang Tang, I'll explain it to you later. Shi Shujing nodded. All the strength in her body had been drained, and she behaved very meekly. After sending Si Wenshun away, Shi Shujing lay on the bed, tossing and turning. She had been struggling with her relationship with Si Wenshun and Qin Baiyuan. She was really moved by Si Wenshun now. Qin Baiyuan's temper was very bad for the next few days. Regardless of whether it was the secretary or the ordinary employees, they could all feel the storm. He had always been a cynical person, and his face was always tense. He often criticized his employees and lost his temper. He was like a ticking time bomb. 3 days ago, the second day after Shi Shujing went to see Qin Baiyuan, he came back to work. Of course, the reason was not Shi Shujing. Even if it was, he would never admit it. After working for less than an hour, he couldn't wait to find fault with Shi Shujing. He asked the secretary to call her up, but the secretary's reply was that Shi Shujing was not in the office. In the morning, Qin Baiyuan called the secretary at least 4 times, but he couldn't find Shi Shujing. After asking, he found out that she had applied for leave. Qin Baiyuan directly questioned Shi Shujing's secretary on the phone. Applied for leave? Who approved her leave? Yes, it was approved by the chairman himself. He even approved 15 days of leave. Qin Baiyuan cursed. Who will clean up the mess for her after leaving so much work behind? Where's she? Ask her to come back to work immediately. Tell her it's my order. But manager Shi has gone to England. England? Qin Baiyuan's first reaction was that she went to England with her adulterer for a honeymoon. Not enough in Flozen City, but also abroad? He was so angry that his liver hurt. I don't care where she is. Even if she is in hell, I will dig her out for me. Qin Baiyuan angrily waited for half an hour. The secretary called back and said with fear and trepidation that Shi Shujing's leave was approved by the chairman. So unless the chairman personally asked her to cancel the leave, she would not come back, no matter who called her. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he almost died. He angrily thought that she was having an affair, then let her steal as much as she wants. She could do whatever she wanted. He would just pretend that she was dead. As a result, he lost his temper every day for 3 days. Everyone in the company felt insecure and stayed far away from him, for fear of being involved. His new love, the little secretary of the planning department, Wang Danbai, was not afraid of death. She even took the initiative to come to him. It was supposed to be office time, but Wang Danbai was sitting on Qin Baiyuan's lap, playing with his tie. Qin Baiyuan kissed her neck, trying to concentrate on the beautiful person in his arms, but he could not enjoy it to the fullest. He was irritated by the smell on her body. He stopped moving and frowned at her. Did you pour a bottle of perfume on yourself? It's disgusting. How could it be? Last time, you said you liked my perfume, so I sprayed a little more. It smells good, you smell it. Don't bother me. Honey, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Wang Danbai wanted to take advantage of the fact that Shi Shujing was not here and Su Zhixian was dumped, so she tried her best to take over. Did that Mrs. Qin make you unhappy? Shut up. Qin Baiyuan grabbed her wrist roughly. Don't mention her name. You're hurting me. Let go, it hurts. Qin Baiyuan pulled her up. Don't let me see you again. What do you mean? Are you going to break up with me? I mean, don't show up in the company again. Get out. Qin Baiyuan said cruelly and mercilessly. There was no trace of the gentleness he had in the past. He was like a heartless man. Do you understand? Get out. Wang Danbai ran away in tears. Qin Baiyuan was like a trapped beast in the office, and all the blood in his body was rushing to his brain. His brain was in a mess, as if it was about to explode. He picked up the phone again and put it back again and again like a lunatic. In the end, he couldn't help but call back. Shi Shujing was staring at the ceiling in a daze, thinking hard about how to break up with Qin Baiyuan. His phone suddenly rang, and his number flashed on the screen. She was irritated by the first call, so she didn't answer it. Until the third call, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she answered it. Qin Baiyuan's angry roar came from the other end. Why didn't you answer my call? Are you deaf or your hand is broken? What's wrong? Am I interrupting your work? Shi Shujing frowned. What's the matter? Are you in England now? Who are you with? Mr. C? What does it have to do with you who I'm with? Cut the crap, say it. I came with Gao Zhuqing. She's here for an interview. Oh, it's her again. Other than her, there's no one else who can be your cover? What good can you do by being with that whore pimp? Did she introduce you to a sugar daddy again? Shi Shujing sat up immediately. Chapter 124. My mouth is dirty? I think you're the one who's dirty. You've been F***ed by countless men. Stop pretending to be virtuous. That's funny. You don't want to see me, do you? Why do you care where I am? I'm not in the company. Out of sight, out of mind. Do you think I care about you? There are so many things to do in the company. If you don't come back, who will do it for you? I won't clean up your mess. I've finished my work. My leave was approved by Dad. You have no right to criticize me. He didn't ask you to have an affair. Shi Shujing gritted his teeth in anger. Shut your mouth. Don't slander me again. Who I'm with and whether I have an affair or not. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, I won't go back. Instead of wasting time asking me if I have an affair, it's better to sign the divorce agreement and go our separate ways. After that, he hung up and switched off his phone. Hey, how dare you hang up on me? Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he smashed his phone and put his hands on his hips. He looked like he was going to pick a fight with someone. His body was shivering and his body temperature dropped to the freezing point. Fine. Sure, Xu Jing. You're so capable. You think I'm annoying? Then I'm going to ruin your plan. He thought bitterly. If I'm not happy, you won't have a good life either. The next morning, Gao Zhuqing returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the door, she excitedly ran over to ask, How was it? How was it last night? Sure, Xu Jing ignored her and folded the clothes one by one into the suitcase. Hey, don't just tidy up the clothes. What happened between you and Boss C last night? Tell me. Sure, Xu Jing still ignored her and treated her as air. After folding the clothes and starting to pack up the skincare products, Gao Zhuqing noticed that something was wrong. Why are you packing? You're leaving? I didn't say I'm leaving. I'll be busy for a few days. I didn't say you're leaving. I'm leaving. Sure, Xu Jing's tone was cold. You're leaving? With Boss C? Sure, Xu Jing shook his head. Where are you going alone? Back to China? What are you doing? I don't want to be with someone who betrays me. Don't look for me in the future. What do you mean? You want to sever ties with me? Gao Zhuqing panicked and quickly pulled her back. Don't. I'm trying to matchmake you and Boss C out of kindness. I'm not selling you out. Fine. I was wrong last night. I apologize. Can you not be mad at me? Don't break off all ties with me. I was wrong. You can scold me all you want, but don't be like this. Sure, Xu Jing lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. What happened to you? Are you crying? Gao Zhuqing quickly cupped her face, only to find that Sure Xu Jing was snickering. The corners of her mouth had almost reached the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she realized that she had been fooled. Damn it, you actually lied to me. You scared me to death. You're so bad. This is called a small punishment to warn against a big crime, punishing you for betraying your teammates. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, do you think I'll break off all ties with you? Gao Zhuqing shook his head. I won't dare to do it again. While they were chatting and laughing, the doorbell rang. It was a waiter pushing a dining cart with a large bouquet of perfumed lilies. Hello, this is a gift from Boss C to Miss Sure Xu Jing. He asked me to say good morning to you on his behalf. This was the first time that Sure Xu Jing had received flowers, and she felt sweet in her heart. Gao Zhuqing had been admiring her, saying that he was going to torture the single dog to death. Miss Sure Xu Jing, Boss C said that he would come over personally later. Please have breakfast first and have a good rest. During the day, Sure Xu Jing helped Gao Zhuqing deal with work problems. At noon, the hotel sent lunch, which was also arranged by Si Wenqin. Gao Zhuqing said at that time, Boss C is really a man of God. Chairman C is really a godly person. He knew that we wouldn't go out to eat. At 6:00 in the evening, Sure Xu Jing received a call from the front desk, saying that someone was waiting for her in the restaurant. She knew that it was Si Wenqin. When she arrived at the restaurant, there were many people, but Sure Xu Jing saw Si Wenqin at a glance. He liked to sit by the window, and he was very tall. He probably came here as soon as he finished his work, for he hadn't changed out of his suit. It was a neat black suit, and every stitch was extremely ironed. He had a strong figure, a cold and unapproachable temperament, as if he had automatically separated himself from the people around him. But he also had a halo around him, which attracted people's attention at a glance. He was smoking with a cigarette between his slender and beautiful fingers, and the smoke rose slowly. The soft light soaked his face, which was handsome and hazy. He slightly squinted his eyes, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. There was a feeling that he was looking down on all living things. His eyes were indifferent and glazed, and there was a halo around the corner of his eyes and the tip of his eyebrows. Sure Xu Jing did not like the smell of cigarettes, but when Si Wenqin smoked, even if it was a casual action of holding the cigarette between his lips, he still looked like Satan. While she was in a daze, Si Wenqin's eyes looked over, and their eyes met in the air. He smiled, and Sure Xu Jing's face turned red. and her heart skipped a few beats. She walked over, and Si Wen-chun stubbed out the cigarette, stood up, and pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman. The two of them were close, and she could smell the faint scent of tobacco on his body. She was intoxicated for a moment. When they sat down, Si Wen-chun looked at her with a pair of smiling eyes. "You look very beautiful today. Did you specially dress up for me?" Sure, Xu Jing denied. "How am I specially dressed up? You can't be wearing pajamas when you come out to meet people, right? I like it when you wear a skirt." Si Wen-chun's eyes were very bright, revealing that he was in a very good mood. He passed the menu to her. "What do you want to eat? Or get the chef to recommend a signature dish. There's no need to trouble yourself. Gao Zhuqing and I have ordered fast food. I'll go up after I have a drink. She's still waiting for me. I think Reporter Gao would rather you have dinner with me. I've already warned her yesterday. She won't collude with you in the future." "Collude with me?" Si Wen-chun pondered over this term. "Was your language taught by a physical education teacher? If your Chinese isn't good, I'll change to English. To be more accurate, it's called wingman. I have to say, it's much more convenient for me to have such a perceptive wingman by your side. If there's a chance, I'll have to thank her properly. But the one who benefits the most is you. You have a good friend who cares so much about you. Moreover, her taste is much better than yours. The onlooker sees more clearly. You should consider your friend's opinion more, including the man she introduces to you." Sure, Xu Jing rolled his eyes. "Since you like her so much, you can just woo her." "Jealous?" Si Wen-chun teased. "I heard that the relationship between a woman and her best friend is a love-hate relationship. It's great when the relationship is good, but it's also very easy for them to turn against each other. Moreover, it's usually because of the man. When did Boss C change his profession to a female researcher? However, although Boss E has had many women, I'm afraid it's just a physical relationship. He doesn't really understand women." "Oh, now you want to settle old scores with me?" Sure, Xu Jing was speechless. Si Wen-chun lit another cigarette and said slowly, "That's right. I've had many women, but not as many as you think. Physically, I'm also a clean freak. Not every woman can enter my eyes. So, don't compare me to those people. As for my past, if you want to know, I can tell you very clearly." Sure, Xu Jing put down the menu. "Sorry, I'm really not interested." Subconsciously, she still didn't want the two of them to reach the step of understanding each other's past so quickly. It seemed like they wanted to have a serious relationship. "Let's order." Si Wen-chun ordered 2 steaks. He was very elegant as he ate. Even nobles couldn't compare to him. Every movement he made exuded a natural, gentlemanly aura. After a while, he said, "My steak is medium well, and I only eat beef tenderloin. This thickness of filet mignon suits my taste best." Sure, Xu Jing said, "Oh, she didn't know much about steak. She only cared about the taste. I don't like any seasoning in Chinese food. It's best if I don't see onion, ginger, and garlic. I personally prefer black coffee, the most bitter kind, no sugar." Sure, Xu Jing frowned. "Boss C, I don't think I've asked about your personal taste." The corner of his mouth raised an indiscernible curve. Si Wen-chun wiped his mouth. "I just think that since you'll be my woman in the future, it's better for you to know these things as soon as possible. As for my likes and dislikes, I hope you can remember them." This sounded a little overbearing. Sure, Xu Jing instinctively resisted. "Then I think you need a maid. A relationship based on mutual understanding will save a lot of trouble. Of course, we're equal. Similarly, I'll also understand your likes and dislikes and give you full respect. If you like flowers, then I'll send them to you at a fixed time every week. If you like Chinese food, then we'll eat Chinese food in the future. We'll choose the cuisine according to your taste. Don't you think that's good? I think if love becomes a mechanical relationship, following your preferences step by step, it'll be really boring. Perhaps in your previous relationships, the woman only caters to you blindly, as if you're just raising a pet or a maid. I don't deny that to be my woman. She must be very obedient. I don't like meaningless quarrels. Even if there are disputes, they can't touch my bottom line." Si Wen-chun took a sip of red wine. His eyes slightly narrowed. With a sense of scrutiny, he was testing her attitude. Sure, Shu Jing found it funny. In that case, why don't you sign a document in black and white, specifying the rules and obligations that I have to follow to become your woman, and list them clearly? This is a good idea. Egomaniac. Sure, Shu Jing secretly rolled his eyes a few times. Unless you're a masochist, I don't think many women can tolerate such chauvinism. You don't like it? Very much not. Oh, Si Wenshun smiled. So now you're starting to worry about our future conflicts? Very good. This means that you already have the awareness of being my woman. Sure, Shu Jing was speechless. I didn't. Didn't you mock me? Chapter 125. He's a man who has nothing to do with you. And you're going to criticize him? Sure, Shu Jing, don't deny it. You have automatically taken that role just now, which shows that you have me in your heart, and you have already included our future in your consideration. Before Shu Jing opened her mouth to speak, Si Wenshun continued. You don't have to resist this too much. Being my woman is far less terrible than you think. To say the least, can I be worse than Qin Bai Yuan? I don't want to miss you. Otherwise, I won't keep pestering you. After all, I also want to save face, don't I? What I said just now is the pattern of my previous relationships. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it at that time. Just because those women are not you, Sure, Shu Jing. If we are together in the future, all the patterns will be overturned. My heart will let me love and spoil you. What a woman wants, you will only get more, not less. I, Si Wenshun, will never let any woman regret after being with me. I mean what I say. A voice broke the silence. We meet here again. What a coincidence. The sudden appearance of Tang Tang made Sure Shu Jing suddenly wake up. Looking at Tang Tang, she was confused. Tang Tang's eyes fell on her. Miss Sure Shu Jing? She bit her lips, reluctantly raised her head, and smiled embarrassedly. Hello, Miss Tang. Tang Tang was a sensitive woman, especially she knew Si Wenshun very well. She could see something from his eyes, and her mind became a little strange. Of course, she would not say anything, at least in front of Si Wenshun. She would not ask for a snub. After meeting Sure Shu Jing, she said, I have an appointment with a friend. Enjoy your meal. Sure Shu Jing looked at Tang Tang's back and heaved a sigh of relief. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Tang Tang's seat was very far away from them, but her eyes kept glancing over, as if she felt that Tang Tang was also looking at her, and she couldn't concentrate. Si Wenshun saw that she kept looking in that direction, so he suggested, if it makes you uncomfortable, we can change to another restaurant. I don't want that. Sure Shu Jing refused without hesitation. We're just ordinary friends having a meal. It's not like we're doing something. Why would I feel uncomfortable? There was a hint of anger in his tone. Or are you afraid that she will feel uncomfortable? We ended our relationship a long time ago, and it was a peaceful separation. What's there to be uncomfortable about? Si Wenshun smiled faintly. His face revealed a kind of gentle toughness. His eyebrows were elegant and beautiful. He was also very tolerant toward her. The relationship between a man and a woman has always been special. It's normal to feel uncomfortable. That's because you kids are like that. Si Wenshun smiled. At my age, do I still know how to do that? Maybe she still has feelings for you. She was the one who brought up the breakup, and she's not allowed to have difficulties. Sure, Shu Jing didn't realize that he was being stubborn. It doesn't mean that you don't love her anymore. Sometimes, there are many things that are beyond your control. After all, for a man like Si Wenshun, whoever was with him must have cultivated several lifetimes' worth of good fortune. Only a fool would break up with him. Oh, then I'm not sure. Do you think I'll still care about that after breaking up for so many years? Si Wenshun said it calmly and steadily. It was obvious that he was much calmer than Sure Shu Jing. Her emotions fluctuated a lot, but he had always been very calm. His tone of voice and expression were as calm as ever. Obviously, for him, the past was the past. It was like a gust of wind and sand. With the passage of time, it had disappeared like smoke and dust. It was no longer enough to arouse any fluctuations in his heart. He had a rich life experience. His relationship with Tang Tang was just a stage in his life. Even if she was his only girlfriend, it was not that great. However, Shi Shujing was a sensitive little woman. The calmer Si Wunshan appeared, the more stubborn she was. Instead, she wanted him to admit that he still had feelings for her. Isn't she still your confidant? This means that she is still very important to you. Who said that we can't be friends after breaking up? Shi Shujing retorted sarcastically. Do you really lack that friend? Si Wunshan's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't like the constant entanglements. Why are you arguing with me? Who wants to argue with you? What's our relationship? Do I have the right to argue? I just don't like people who still pretend to be friends after breaking up. Either we break up or get back together. What's the big deal about having a confidant? It's just an excuse. Si Wunshan liked that Shi Shujing was jealous of him. However, when a woman was too unreasonable, it was a little exhausting of his patience. After all, a good temper didn't mean that he could allow a woman to act like a tyrant over him. This was something he absolutely couldn't allow. His tone became a little heavier. I've said it very clearly. If you mind, we can go to another restaurant. As for my relationship with her, I can also explain it to you. However, you don't choose either. You insist on arguing with me when you don't know the situation. It's very unreasonable. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just stating the facts. Maybe it's good if you two get back together. Then you won't pester me anymore. Shi Shujing said these words in a fit of anger without thinking. He felt a little regretful after saying them. However, he still underestimated the damage these words caused to Si Wunshan. He wouldn't go to the extent of making a big fuss, but his face was indeed not good. At this moment, he didn't hide his emotions at all. It was obvious that he was unhappy. However, there was no other way. Shi Shujing couldn't take back what he had said. He also couldn't lower his face to apologize, so he simply kept silent. In such silence, Si Wunshan's mobile phone rang. He stared at Shi Shujing and answered the phone. It's me. What's wrong? Which hospital? Okay, I'm coming now. Shi Shujing saw that he was quite anxious. Moreover, he mentioned the hospital, so she was a little worried. What's the matter? I have something urgent now. Si Wunshan stood up in a hurry. Can you go back by yourself after dinner? She nodded quickly. If you have something to do, you could go first. In fact, she really wanted to ask what exactly was going on, but in the end, she just watched his back disappear in a hurry. She frowned and regretted saying those words just now. She didn't know what happened on his side. Wasn't it adding snow to snow? In fact, Shi Shujing didn't understand her own thoughts. Since Tang Tang appeared, there was an unknown fire in her heart. Especially when facing Si Wunshan, she couldn't control it at all. She was not the type to make a fuss. She just liked to make a few sarcastic remarks and say a few words out of spite. Even she felt that it was incredible. It seemed that the bad temper that she didn't realize before had all been aroused, as if there were thorns all over her body. Not long after Si Wunshan left, Shi Shujing was also ready to leave. However, Tang Tang came over and smiled very gently. My friend can't come because of something, and Wunshan has left. Why don't the two of us sit together? It's too boring to eat alone. Shi Shujing just wanted to say that she had finished eating, but Tang Tang's smile had a kind of irresistible charm. She was like Si Wunshan, a very charismatic person. Shi Shujing nodded involuntarily. Suddenly, a very unreasonable idea flashed in her mind. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. It's good to know more about Tang Tang. Si Wunshan's steak was still on the table. Tang Tang took a glance and smiled. He's still the same, only eating filet mignon medium well. He said that this thickness suits his taste best. Same for coffee, always black coffee. Habits are habits, and it's hard to get rid of them, especially for people like him. He may not be able to change it for the rest of his life. What she said was exactly the same as what Si Wunshan had said, which showed how much she knew about him. Shi Shujing bit her lip subconsciously. She thought that she only needed to know the current Si Wunshan, but when his past appeared in front of her without warning, she realized that she really didn't know much about him. She also didn't know how important her relationship with Tang Tang was in his heart. Miss Shi, or should I call you Mrs. Qin? Shi Shujing's eyes widened in shock. Don't be so surprised. The news about you and Wenshun is all over the city. Even I, a person who doesn't like to gossip, have heard about it. Also, Wenshun has mentioned you to me, and I think he really likes you. Me and Boss C. It's not like what the news says. It's a misunderstanding, maybe, but his feelings for you are real. We haven't known each other for a long time, but I know him very well. You can tell whether a person likes you or not just by looking at their eyes, so I recognize you at first glance. Sure, Shu Jing didn't expect Tang Tang to say something like this to her, and she wasn't sure where she stood or what her motive was. I didn't come to you for any other reason. I'm just curious about the woman who can make Wenshun fall in love with her. Who is she? Tang Tang kept a smile on her face and praised her cheerfully. Miss Sure, you're very beautiful. Sure, Shu Jing thought a lot in her heart, but she didn't say anything. Tang Tang was a powerful woman, and before she completely understood her, Sure Shu Jing didn't want to say too much. You flatter me. Miss Tang is the real beauty. You don't have to be so guarded against me. I'm not that kind of evil ex-girlfriend. Wenshun has a very good taste in women. If I were that kind of woman, he wouldn't have chosen me in the first place. Sure, Shu Jing thought maybe a woman who could devote her best years to the battlefield shouldn't be too evil. As his ex-girlfriend, I'm also very sure that Wenshun likes you, which means you must have something special about you. Otherwise, he would not mind your marriage with Qin Baiyuan at all. After all, Wenshun is also a man who cares about his reputation, and this will have a negative impact on him. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Tang, but what will happen to me and Bossy in the future is not within my control, of course. It is also not within your control, Miss Tang. Let nature take its course, and there's no need to say more. Gao Zhuqing is still waiting for me in the room. I'll go up first. Goodbye. Sure, Shu Jing bowed and left. Chapter 126. When Sure Shu Jing returned to the room, Gao Zhuqing immediately grabbed her and interrogated her. Coincidentally, she was also very unhappy with Tang Tang, so she complained about him. They chatted until midnight. When Sure Shu Jing came out of the shower, Gao Zhuqing was clutching her stomach and rolling around on the bed, crying out in pain. Without a word, she quickly contacted the hotel and sent her to the hospital. At the hospital, Si Wenshun arrived at the hospital immediately and contacted the doctor. After confirming that Yang Yizhou's condition had stabilized, he returned to the ward. His face was gloomy and his facial features were tense. He walked to the bedside and reprimanded her. Why did you hide it from me that your heart is not well? Did you think that I wouldn't know just because you hid it from me? He was like an elder, but Yang Yizhou was like a child, shrinking her head and mumbling. If the maid didn't inform you, you wouldn't know now. Who said that I can't hide it from you? You're still hoping for a fluke? If the maid didn't send you to the hospital in time, you might very well. Si Wenshun gritted his teeth and did not continue. You really don't know how to take care of yourself. All right. It's my fault for hiding it from you. Don't be angry, Yang Yizhou said timidly. Isn't it because I don't want you to worry? I'm your son. You're my responsibility. If you don't want to worry, you should have told me earlier. Can you imagine how worried I was when I received the call from the hospital? Si Wenshun frowned and put on a straight face. Why don't you take care of yourself? You know that your heart is not well, but you still stay up late and eat irregularly. Do you want to drag yourself down? No. I'm not in a good mood when you're not by my side. I'm alone. Young Yizhou complained softly, feeling wronged. I'm alone in England. It's very lonely. Then come back with me. I don't want to. Yang Yizhou rejected him immediately. If you wanted to go back to that place, it'll be worse than killing me. At most, I promise you, I'll take good care of myself in the future. I promise. Seeing that she was still looking haggard, Si Wenshun could only restrain his temper. I'll arrange for a nurse to accompany you at home. I don't want to. I don't want to have a follower. There's no freedom at all. Then come back with me. Choose one of the two. Si Wenshun's words were sonorous and powerful. Every word had an irresistible force. Even Yang Yizhou had to succumb to her son's majesty and nodded weakly. I choose nurse. I know you care about me. No one could have predicted that I would suffer from sudden angina pectoris. I will definitely pay more attention to my diet and won't stay up late anymore. Don't be mad at me, okay? Whenever you stare at me, I get nervous. Do as you say, or I'll arrange for you to be hospitalized immediately. Yang Ijo shook her head. I don't want to be hospitalized. After chatting with Yang Ijo for a while, Si Wenshan took care of her before leaving the ward. He stood in the corridor and looked at the moonlight outside the window. He lit a cigarette, but he didn't smoke it. The cigarette slowly burned between his fingers until it almost burned his hand. Only then did he come back to his senses, threw the cigarette butt away, and stepped on it to extinguish it. Although Yang Ijo was out of danger, the doctor said that her heart wasn't very good. The next time it acted up, she might not be so lucky. Si Wenshan's heart was heavy and he felt a little depressed. At this time, he really wanted to hear Shi Shujing's voice. He took out his phone and hesitated whether or not to call her. However, it was already midnight, and he didn't want to disturb her rest. In the end, he gave up and put his phone back into his pocket. He looked at the moonlight outside the window and pinched his eyebrows in melancholy. It seemed that in the future, he would have to travel back and forth between England and Flozen City. It was time for him to fulfill his responsibility as a son. Si Wenshan spent the night in a hotel near the hospital. The next morning, he came over at 7 in the morning. Just as he walked to the door, he heard Yang Ijo and Tang Tang talking and laughing. Wenshan, why are you here so early? Didn't I tell you to rest a bit more? I'm in the hospital. I'm fine. Look, I even called Tang Tang over. Yang Ijo said happily. After resting for a whole night, she recovered quickly. Her face didn't look sick like yesterday, and she was full of energy. Tang Tang turned around and smiled at him. Morning. I bought some porridge for Annie, and there's still some left. Do you want some? Si Wenshan shook his head. I've already had coffee. You said that I don't know how to take care of my body, but aren't you the same? It's not good to drink coffee on an empty stomach. Have some porridge. It's very delicious. Yang Ijo signaled with her eyes, and Tang Tang poured a bowl of porridge for Si Wenshan. Did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. You must be worried about me. Actually, at my age, there's more or less something wrong with your body. There's nothing to worry about. Yang Ijo was still smiling, and Si Wenshan kept shaking his head. She was getting older and had regained her youth, but she was like a child. She didn't understand anything at all and always made people worry. Moreover, Tang Tang is taking care of me now. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Si Wenshan drank a mouthful of porridge and said lightly, It's not good to trouble others. It sounded like a casual sentence, but Tang Tang was a little disappointed. With Shi Shujing around, she had become others, but she didn't show any emotion and continued smiling. How is Annie my trouble? Moreover, I'm going to stay in England for a period of time, and I have nothing to do anyway. It's good to have two people as companions. Yang Ijo was even happier when she heard that. Isn't that so? With Tang Tang accompanying me, I'm in a good mood, and there's nothing wrong with my heart. Si Wenshan waited until Tang Tang went out to answer the phone before he spoke. Don't do that again. Yang Ijo pretended not to know. Huh? What are you doing? I don't know what you're talking about. My relationship with Tang Tang is over. The end only represents the past, and it doesn't mean that it's impossible in the future. Yes, I'm also quite upset that she left you back then, but I see that she has the intention to get back together, and she's also planning to stay in England. Can't you give her a chance? Tang Tang is a little headstrong, but she's a good girl, and I quite like her. Moreover, isn't it because of her that you haven't had a girlfriend all these years? It has nothing to do with her. How is it unrelated? That day when I introduced Qianying to you, you still left with Tang Tang. If you say that you don't have feelings for her, then bring a girl back for me to see. Women were headstrong regardless of their age, and it was meaningless to explain to them. Si Wenshan also didn't know what to say. Shi Shujing sent Gao Zhuqing to the hospital in the middle of the night, and the doctor diagnosed that it was acute gastritis caused by improper eating, and he would have to be hospitalized for 2 days. She was exhausted from the torment of the night and only slept for 2 hours. She woke up early to buy breakfast for Gao Zhuqing. When she passed by the corridor, A few familiar figures appeared in her sight, and she stopped in her tracks. It was Si Wenshun and Tang Tang. The two of them were supporting a middle-aged woman, and that woman was talking and laughing with Tang Tang, and they seemed to be very close. Sure, Shu Jing wanted to escape, but her feet were rooted to the ground, and she couldn't move a single step. The three of them walked towards them, and Si Wenshun also saw Shu Jing, and he was also stunned. This situation was too easy for her to misunderstand, and he was a little worried that this little woman was going to be stubborn again. Miss Sure, what a coincidence. Tang Tang took the initiative to greet her. Hi. Hello. Sure, Shu Jing stood there awkwardly. Why are you in the hospital? Are you not feeling well? No. It's Gao Zhuqing. Sure, Shu Jing's eyes met with Si Wenshun's for a short second, and she quickly looked away. The curse on her feet disappeared, and she quickly wanted to escape. I'll leave first. Goodbye. She escaped without a trace, and did not dare to look at Si Wenshun again. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at her back, and his brows slightly furrowed. And this detail was also seen by Yang Yizhou. Si Wenshun and Tang Tang accompanied Yang Yizhou for a walk around the garden, and the two of them were talking and laughing, but Si Wenshun's mind kept thinking about Shu Jing's pale little face. Although he did not do anything intimate with Tang Tang, in her opinion, it was still not good. She was already fighting with him, and this time it was even worse. Back in the ward, after taking care of Yang Yizhou to sleep, Si Wenshun put on his coat. Take care of my mother first. I'll go out for a while. Are you going to look for Miss Sure? Si Wenshun hummed in acknowledgement. Don't go first. Auntie is a light sleeper, and once she wakes up, she will definitely look for you. You are always in Flozin City, and you don't have much time to accompany her. Now that she is hospitalized, you should be by her side. Si Wenshun looked at Yang Yizhou and was moved. There's no hurry to explain to Shu Jing. I'm also a woman, and I understand. When a woman is angry, she won't listen to anything. It's better to calm down for a few days and talk to her after she has cooled down. Listen to me, that's right. Si Wenshun hesitated for a while and compromised. I'll go out for a smoke. 2 days later, Gao Zhuqing was discharged from the hospital, but his body was not well, so the work fell to Shu Jing. She was staring at the computer in a daze. Gao Zhuqing stretched out his head to look at her. You're daydreaming again. Look, there are 2 typos here, and this sentence doesn't flow smoothly. To think that you even checked. Did you put in the effort? Shu Jing was a little annoyed. Then come and do it. I'm a patient. If I didn't eat random things, would this happen? You said that I'm accompanying you for a holiday, but you're actually looking for someone to work for you. Oh yes, my eyes are blurry for the whole morning. It's not that I want to be sick. Gao Zhuqing was afraid that she would not do it, so he quickly fawned over her. I know you're the best. I'll treat you to a big meal next time. Please, please. If I don't hand it in by tomorrow, that old witch will definitely chop me up. After I hand it in, let's have fun for a few days. Shu Jing pinched between his eyebrows and put down his glasses. Let's do it in the afternoon. I'm too tired now, and everything looks blurry. I don't think your eyes are tired, but your heart is tired. You're already in such a dilemma, and you still say that you don't like Boss C? You're lying to yourself. Aren't you tired of being stubborn? Is there any meaning to it? Can you not mention him? Shu Jing interrupted impatiently. For the past 2 days, the scene in the hospital corridor kept flashing in her mind. He and Tang Tang were such a good match. Wasn't this good? He might as well get back together with Tang Tang. Why did he have to provoke her? Who is she? Chapter 127. Shu Jing was both reluctant and expectant to meet Si Wenshun. She held her breath and came to the dining room, but she didn't see him. From afar, a beautiful woman waved to her. Miss Sure here. She was Si Wenshun's mother. Even her habits were the same as him, and she liked to sit by the window. Shu Jing was stunned for a moment. Then she calmed down and walked over. Hello, I'm Si Wenshun's mother, Yang Yizhou. Shu Jing. After greeting, Shu Jing sat down. Yang Yizhou's eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Si Wenshun's, elegant and beautiful. Dressed in a decent suit, She was full of the charm of a British royal woman. She had seen the silk scarf on her shoulder in a magazine. It was a limited edition international brand, which couldn't be bought even if you had money. She exuded a light fragrance. Yang Ijo's posture and appearance represented the dream of all women. She could grow old gracefully and still be charming. It seems that it's a little rude of me to come to you so suddenly. Yang Ijo spoke very politely. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and there was a smile in her eyes. She seemed calm, but she must be smart. She quietly looked at Shi Shujing. Her appearance and figure were good, and she was also polite. She was a little stiff, but it was probably the first time they met, so she was a little reserved. If only in terms of appearance. Yang Ijo was also satisfied with her, but there were too many people involved, which became a very complicated problem. She knew her son very well. From the way he looked at Shi Shujing in the hallway, she could tell that something was up. When she returned to the ward, she didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, she kept eavesdropping on his conversation with Tang Tang. After she was discharged from the hospital, she sent someone to investigate Shi Shujing's background. She never thought that her son would really have a relationship with Qin Baiyuan's wife. Miss Shi, with whom did you go on a business trip? Your husband? With a friend? Oh, I see. Yang Ijo elegantly took a sip of coffee, and her smile was still so graceful. Miss Shi, you are a smart woman. You should know very well why I came to you. Xiao Chen's father and I divorced a long time ago, and we have been living in the UK. As you know, Ocean Group was founded by Xiao Chen, and there is a powerful business empire behind it for him to inherit. Xiao Chen is an excellent man, and I have always been very strict with his education. He must not make any mistakes, including work and relationships. So, I was very shocked when I saw the report about you and him. It doesn't seem like something he would do, Shi Shujing said. Those are just fictitious reports, fabricated by reporters. Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen must have told you, she said. Yang, I have you, she say how Xiao Hao is. I could tell from the way little Chun looked at you in the hospital that a large part of it was real. I don't know what Xiao Chen likes about you. Is it true, or is it a novelty? It's not my place to comment. I'm here today as a mother to tell you where I stand and what I think. I know what you think. You don't need to. I haven't finished. Don't interrupt me. Yang Ijo showed a little dominance. Her expression was still gentle, but her words were a little sharper. You don't have a child, so you can't put yourself in my shoes and understand what I think. After the divorce, little Chun will be my everything and my glory. I won't allow him to take a single wrong step, not even with his identity. I'm an open-minded mother. As long as my son likes someone, I don't mind the other party's identity. After all, the C family doesn't need to get any benefits from the woman's family. But I can't accept a married woman, and the law won't recognize it. You don't have a good relationship with your husband, but that can't be a reason for you to betray him. To be honest, this does make me think differently of you. To put it bluntly, you have a problem with your character. Shi Shujing's face paled and his fingers clenched. From a certain perspective, it also shows that you are a very selfish woman. Since you married your husband, you have to be loyal to your marriage. Betraying him and only thinking about your own feelings is the first form of selfishness. If you truly love Xiao Chun, you should put yourself in his shoes and think about whether you have brought him trouble or damaged his reputation. But you didn't. You acted recklessly, and that is the second form of selfishness. Family poverty is only in terms of money, but selfishness is in the spirit and can't be changed. In this aspect, you are much worse than Tang Tang. Back then, she broke up with Xiao Chun for a legitimate reason. It was for her dream. Moreover, she is a pure and innocent girl. She's very loyal and won't cheat on him. I quite like her, and Xiao Chun can't forget his feelings for her. I am confident that I can bring them together. Shi Shujing smiled. Since you were so confident, why did you come to me? You said all this just to get me to leave your son, didn't you? And how can you be sure that I was the one who took the initiative to provoke him and not the other way around? Just because he is rich and powerful, all the women around him should throw themselves at him. Is that right? I understand that in the eyes of any mother, her son is the most outstanding and will be biased towards him, thinking that it is the girl who took the initiative to throw herself at him. But you're also a woman. Don't you think that this is an insult to women? Moreover, before you say these words, I think you should first look for your own son to understand what is going on. It is indeed rude to look for me directly. Yang Ijo didn't expect her talk back. She was a little impressed for a moment, and a little angry at her for being so rude. She came to look for Shi Shujing because she understood Si Wenxin's stubborn personality. But in the end, she was counterattacked by her. She smiled slightly. I've always believed that the process isn't as important as the result. If Miss Shi can touch your conscience and say that you didn't betray him in marriage, and that you didn't have any ambiguous relationship with little Chan, then I'll apologize to you immediately. Shi Shujing was speechless. Yang Ijo's words had forced her into a desperate situation, and she had no strength to fight back. Her silence and blushing face had completely given Yang Ijo the upper hand, and her attitude became even more arrogant. Regardless of who provoked who first, and what the truth behind it is, the situation I see is that you, as a married woman, had a relationship with my son that should not have happened. To Xiao Chun, he only fell in love with a woman, and this woman is married. But to you, Miss Shi, Yang Ijo deliberately paused and emphasized, letting her understand her own position. Is betraying her husband, betraying her own marriage. A married woman has no right to fall in love with another man. In our era, this is called adultery, and the consequences are very serious. In short, Tang Tang is my daughter-in-law. Even if it is not him, it will not be you. Miss Shi, please have some self-respect. After saying what needed to be said, Yang Ijo left. Gao Zhuqing was waiting in the room. He thought that Shi Shujing was going to see Si Wenxin, so he hurriedly asked as soon as he entered the room, "How is it? What did Boss Si say to you?" Shi Shujing sat down on the bed, and her face was very gloomy. "Don't mention his name. What's wrong? Did you two quarrel?" "Who quarreled with him? I have nothing to do with him." Gao Zhuqing pursed his lips, thinking that women in love were very pretentious, showing their feminine side. Hitting and scolding was love, beating and scolding was love, beating and scolding was love, and scolding was a public display of affection. Not long after, Shi Shujing's phone rang. It was placed on the bedside, but she did not pick it up. Gao Zhuqing poked his head over and saw a certain someone's name flashing on the screen. "You don't want to pick it up?" "I don't want to pick it up. I don't think this is a good idea. No matter what, he's your client. Since we can't be lovers, there's no need to make our relationship awkward. You really don't want to pick it up? Then I'll pick it up for you." Gao Zhuqing reached out her hand, but Shi Shujing hurriedly snatched the phone away and hung up. She switched off her phone immediately. "Don't be a busybody." Oh, Gao Zhuqing shrugged. Just as she lay back down, her phone rang. It was also Si Wenxin. She subconsciously glanced at Shi Shujing and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still did not have the guts to reject the call. Hello, yes. She's here." Shi Shujing glared at Gao Zhuqing and signaled her to hang up the phone. Should I ask her to pick up the phone? She's angry now and not in a good mood. You'd better. Before she could finish her words, the phone was snatched away by Shi Shujing. I don't want to listen to your call. Don't disturb my friend. She hung up the phone and threw it back to Gao Zhuqing. She was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Don't you think you've gone too far? That's Boss C. Can you afford to offend him? Even if you want to lose your temper, you have to look at who you're talking to. Don't overdo it. Shi Shujing would definitely not like to hear these words. Whose friend are you? Why are you speaking up for him? If you like him so much, go ahead. This nameless fire was simply... Gao Zhuqing shrugged her shoulders. Fine. Just take it that I've said too much. I can't interfere in your affairs anymore. After messing around with Gao Zhuqing, Shi Shujing's mood was even more depressed. It wasn't that she didn't know that her temper was too violent, but she couldn't control it at all. Too many annoying things were piled on her shoulders all at once, and she couldn't breathe under the pressure. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Gao Zhuqing looked at Shi Shujing. This time, he didn't say anything and waited for her reaction. He saw her frown for a while before she made up her mind and ran over angrily. Sure, Shu Jing opened the door. As expected, Si Wenxin was standing outside. Obviously, this torment had provoked his temper. Between his beautiful brows, there was a sullen look. Why did you hang up on me? Just hang up if you want to. Don't I have the right to pick up the phone? Their similar faces reminded Shu Jing of Yang Yizhou's words. Please behave yourself. She was so angry that she resisted Si Wenxin's pestering. I've been looking for you. Why are you looking for me? I don't want you to look for me. Go away. Don't disturb me and my friend. Shu Jing slammed the door. Si Wenxin reached out his hand to stop it. The door clamped his arm. It was a heavy blow. Shu Jing felt her heart tremble, but she refused to admit that it was because of her heartache. She subconsciously relaxed her strength and reached out to break his fingers. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.